You must think that I'm a restless case because I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay, you know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt, it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? All I ever wanted was a sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here?
You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody.
But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody.
You say you love me, say you're
Zaya is forced to use her ult, and the feathers are pulled back, forced to back away from it, around 7,000 HP. They're taking a little bit of damage. Hope tries to go in, but he's burned down immediately.
I think we're crowning a new Amazon University esports champion here today, Bloxer, and it is the Germs. Kent University take that title back.
Is down, rent-free, he gets a kill as well, so does Kyoto, and now, finally, Kent are showing up.
Double kill going over to Putin and a third as well. They're taking into the base, they're going to the end.
They just want to end this game and one.
Hello everyone and welcome to the University Esports Winter 2023 League of Legends Grand Finals. I am here in person, the Mag, with the wonderful caster, Black Bloxer. How are you today, Mags?
Oh, I'm so excited. Always a great time to be here live in studio and ready to bring you some brilliant League of Legends. It's been such a good tournament so far. I'm really hoping it's going to be closed out with an absolute banger series.
And I'm really excited to see today X Markiner versus Chocolate's Children. That's Exter versus Bath. Really excited about this matchup. And we should probably start talking about how Exter have done a bit of a sweep throughout this series.
Yeah, they haven't dropped a game for themselves so far. Everything that we've watched has just been so good for them. You can see up in that upper bracket run, taking out Bristol, taking out Pollination Nation, Lads on Tour. It's been a really easy road for them, let's say. Especially Pollination Nation and Lads on Tour, those games, it looked like they were barely even up against anybody at all. Whereas it's been a very different run, you've got to say, for Chocolate's Children.
For sure, going through that lower bracket, a bit of a quotation marks miracle run, although dropping a game to Pollination Nation, who I definitely wasn't convinced about against Ex Machina, not even looking like they were remotely close in terms of contesting them. So I'm interested to see how Chocolate's Children, who I think coming into this said that they were going to put Exeter in the ground. I'm pretty sure they were very confident about this. They knew they were going to be in these finals. I love the confidence. I respect it. But at the end of the day, are they going to be good enough to show up today?
I think we're going to have a series. I'm not sure how many games we're actually going to end up with, but I'm hopeful that it's going to be more than 0. Well, we'll have 3 at least, but some of the games that we have seen Ex Machina in, it's felt like there's basically been no competition. It felt like their opposition has not even been able to get a foothold in the game, and I don't see that happening. Even if we do still end up with a 3-0, I can at least see Ex Machina giving us a few wobbles here and there that are exploitable, and Bath have shown that they're a good enough team to be able to exploit that, but whether you can turn that into an actual victory over the course of a full game, and then beyond that, turn that into a full victory over the course of a series, that's another question.
For sure. And we've heard a little bit about, Chocolate's Children coming up to this as well. One name that jumps out at me is Maru, who Exeter have been shouting about since, the start of the live broadcasts. Very big fans, apparently. I've been told by the mid laner of Exeter, Eden, that Maru, lots of experience in UKL Division 2. They're the most up-and-coming talent of all time, best jungler UK. And you know what? I feel obviously it's a meme, but at the same time, I hope it's true. I hope there's a pinch of truth to it. And
oh yeah,
I want to see Eames get diffed today. I want to see that guy knocked off his throne.
It would be really exciting to see just somebody take it to Ex Machina, because they have been rolling through people. If you take a look at their roster right here, Timotova has been around for ages. He was in the mid lane, he's been in the support role as well, and now finally up in the top lane, he's doing a real tour of the Rift and has dominated in every single one of these lanes. A really interesting player, but all the way down, other than Drippy Darren really, we'd heard of them before, and now actually, Drippy Darren is one of those players that we're really looking at with Ex Machina. He's become sort of a linchpin, let's say, for this team, where the rest of them are kind of crazy, and he's just calm, collected, just going to be able to take his team throughout these team fights, and with some really, really just big engages that have been game-changing.
And I want to say, we've heard a little bit about Drippy Darren in general as a player, and it's kind of about how they're a glue for this team. Ex Machina aren't necessarily hiding the fact that they can get a little bit tilted. I like to use the analogy that they're 5 high elo players that keep running into each other in ranked games, and they kind of know how they play, and they're very good at playing with each other, but it doesn't mean they're immune to the tilt, right? No. So Drippy Darren coming into this definitely gives a bit more solidity to the team. They have that mental focus. They're really coming into this with the Buddha mental, that kind of idea where they won't get tilted at each other, which is something that Ex Machina has definitely had an issue with in the past. So this player, very, very important addition for Ex Machina.
I really like what they've done with their roster this time around, and Ex Machina has been one of those teams that's been good for a while. We've not seen them in a position where they've just not been in the upper brackets of the finals for quite a long time, but winning it has been a little bit out of reach recently, and so it would be really good to see them actually be able to take it out, now be on top. Now the thing, teams like Grey Warwick, they haven't been about for 2-ish years at this point.
I guess Grey Warwick's technically been around, but they've not really shown up this time, have they?
No, they used to be the absolute dominators in this, and all of a sudden, it just has not been like that, as looks like we're going to be jumping on into draft. Okay.
It doesn't shock me to see that Wukong ban. We talked about that earlier. That's Maru's off the table. Love to see it. Double jungle ban taken away here, taking away the mains, the comfort picks. Eames, Evelyn, Notorious, and I think especially at this level of play, really, really dominates a game, changes the overall game flow, and it's really, really hard to play against.
Absolutely. If you don't see the Evelyn, it's behind you. It can just change the way that you have to play, and it just makes sense. Get rid of it. Make sure that you can have a more standard jungle matchup. We've been seeing a lot of the Jarvans, the Viegos, the Wukongs. Wukong has been taken off of the board. Not too much focus on the junglers. We've been seeing 3 or 4 bans towards them at the moment. Only 2 of those, 1 for each team. Jax, Yone, that's a lot of focus up towards the top of mid lanes, where we've been seeing quite aggressive picks all of a sudden. The metas actually seem to evolve beyond just giving us the boring top lane matchup of an Ornn versus a Malphite. So we'll have to see. It is going to be first pick here for Ex Machina. And they have been enjoying picking themselves up that Jarvan as a first pick, if not just the jungler as a first pick. Jarvan isn't going to be there, so we'll have to see what the actual pick is going to be that's coming through. Rel.
I think these are just hovers. Makes it very confusing for us, but it's fine, I think, maybe. Okay, that Rel has been locked in first pick. It is something that is very, very strong for them. We've seen success in it, not only in university level tournaments, but also coming through in the UKEL, the external tournament. It's something they put a lot of priority on. It's a flex pick as well. It can be put in the bot lane. Here, we're going to see it's going jungle here for Eames. In my opinion, it's a very easy to execute jungle pick. Rel definitely has like enough engage to function as a primary engage for a team. It is the ultimate setup tool in my
It's
opinion.
so good.
So he's doing a lot of Poppy, which is,
true.
number one counter. But other than that, I really, really like the Rel pick here. I think we saw some glimpses before it was rudely taken away from us of a Lulu and an Olaf here. Now, Olaf is very, very scary. And I like seeing it on X Machina, especially just because I think it's particularly strong into a lot of things when Jax is banned away. It kind of fills that space that Jax has when it's removed for the side of Timatopper, and that guy can run over a game. We saw his Aatrox in the past weeks.
Oh yeah.
It's monstrous when he gets ahead, and I'm not shocked to see something like that picked up.
No, just pick yourself up something that he can roll on, because it was really interesting actually when he was in that support role. Obviously, he was a supportive player. In the mid lane too, though, he actually ended up playing quite a lot of more supportive champions. He wasn't that kind of high octane, I'm going to pick a Kali and run you over. And so for him to move into the top lane and all of a sudden actually be a carry player, it feels a little bit out of step from what I was expecting from him, but I love that progression. I love the fact that he's moving on to be that main carry. It's been Aatroxes and Jaces that we've been seeing mainly from this guy, which are huge power picks in the meta at the moment, and the kind of thing that can really take over a game individually. And all of a sudden, unlike in years and years past, if your top laner pops off, they can win you the game at this point.
For sure, and we've definitely seen that there's been 2 worlds in a row
Yeah.
where the top lane has been the MVP. It's been not even remotely close, and especially the Aatrox pick itself. Aatrox and Jace, actually, the 2
So
MVP
good.
champions for the past 2 worlds in a row. Very, very interesting to see it picked up here. And it's nice, and I think it must feel very good for Timatopper to be in a position where it's their last year at uni. I'm pretty sure they've got a lot, of room to, they've been playing a lot of different things over the years, and definitely to come into this space and, show, you know what? I'm not just a facilitator. I can carry. I'd win this.
I'm good.
Real.
Yeah. And be able to do it in so many different positions as well. Because being good at supportive champions is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with being good at playing support champions. But being able to also pull out those carries, it gives just such a wide range of playstyles that you can go through. Not that X Machina have really used them, though. That's something actually that this team hasn't really played around. It's not been, sometimes we play heavy poke, sometimes we're going for a split push composition. They kind of just want to fight you. Individually in the lanes, and then especially around those skirmishes. They bring more members to each skirmish, and they skirmish for so long. If anybody was watching last week, you remember that this poor man nearly died attempting to keep up with a fight that just kept going and going.
And then another fight breaks out across the other side of the map. The fight starts walking in 2 different directions. Worst thing ever. And to be honest, it's interesting because I don't necessarily think it's on Exeter in terms of their playstyle either. It feels like they play like a very clinical style. They've obviously got a lot of experience competing in external esports outside of university, so they're not necessarily just university comfort pick team. They kind of play very traditionally esports, and I know that's like a very broad term, but I think if any of you watch LEC, MSI, or Worlds, all these kind of things, you kind of know what we're talking about when we talk about esports picks. And Exeter kind of pick towards that. They don't necessarily go for this game we're going to draft Seraphine because we're going to play full poke mid lane with no, they play it by the book, very standard, and I like that kind of play.
Yeah, I like the way that this team drafts, and I think we've been spending a lot of focus onto X Machina. They are the expected favourites. They've had such a dominant run, but also we do need to put a little bit of respect onto Bath because they've gotten themselves this far, and I think they have some potential picks that could throw some spanners in the works, because it's not exactly just boring top laners either. There's some Akali up in that top lane pool as well, and sure, you're into a carry player like Timatopper, so if you've got yourself something like the Akali that you can pull out, that can change the landscape of that top lane matchup as well, and it's going to be a really interesting journey, I think, for these junglers to pick where they actually want to focus their attention, because there is a potential situation where your top lane is dying and really needs your help. Your bot lane maybe is dying too. The only lane that actually doesn't see a lot of jungle attention at the moment is the mid lane, because it's mainly the Syndras, the Orianas, the Azirs that are just kind of getting through it.
Ungankable as well. And especially if you come to look at both of the players in the mid lane for both of these teams, they kind of just play very safe things. As we said, the Syndra, Oriana, there's a Jace flex pick. I'm pretty sure, for both teams,
Yeah.
ready to go. Azir feels
Everybody wants it.
Azir, interestingly, been buffed on this patch, but it's like a slight W buff just because they changed his build to be on hit style, slight compensation buffs. I don't know if that'll change his pick rate. I think both mid laners very happy to take him regardless. But yeah, mid lane's the island this time.
It is.
It's very interesting because normally you see the top laners complaining about that. But it's very, very interesting to see both mid laners kind of play the very passive style. They kind of play the game very like similar.
Yeah.
To the point where they're happy to. I mean, it's like the control mage epidemic,
Yeah.
right?
I'm
Farm
here,
for
I'm
21
going to
minutes.
farm, and then my jungler says, hey, I need some help, and I walk into the river, I fight, I pick up a couple kills, I go back to lane, and I shove some more waves in. And that's kind of just all we've been seeing out of mid laners recently. But I guess if we're talking about potential pocket picks and really interesting things on Bath side, there's a Blitzcrank. Not one trick, because there was also some Thresh, but there's at least a hook tramp. Just everything for Carlos. Carlos, support for Bath, he just wanted to play hook champs, Blitzcrank specifically, and I love that because Blitzcranks are such an interesting pick. It either sinks or swims, and to be honest, we mainly see sink. However, when it pops off, when you're actually able to land a ton of those hooks, it can just be so fun to watch.
I think we actually saw Drippy Darren do this
Yes.
the other week on the
Yeah.
Blitzcrank. Feels really, really nice. And although we've had slight draft spoiled to us earlier, I think we can still definitely think about Blitz coming into games 2 and 3. It feels like something that, you know, it could be like fairly contested. It's also one of these picks that personally I feel is one of those kind of ego picks where you feel like you're in an advantage state. Well, you can either take it when you're in an advantage state, kind of push them back, push the mental, break it a little bit, or alternatively, you can take it in a position where you're behind and you need to look for something.
Yeah.
You feel like you've lost draft a little bit.
What do we
Whatever,
need?
we'll slam the Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
Let's make it work.
Because you step just a little bit out of position, and I mean, you know, in-game, a couple pixels out of position, and that Blitzcrank hook lands, and that can be absolutely game-changing, especially onto a squishy AD carry. We've got a lot of AD carries at the moment who are just really immobile. Things like the Ashe has been popping up way, way more. The MF has also been rising to priority, and those champions just cannot get away. Obviously, you're into an Ezreal, there's not a lot you can do. It shouldn't get caught by the hook, but in specific situations where you do have champions that have a little bit of a lack of mobility, you can blow their flash pretty much on the 5-minute mark every single time, and that can open up for potential dives too. If you're constantly pushing them in, they can't step up, they're scared of getting hooked, and the wave being underneath that turret, whether or not you dive, is really important because Drakes are so important at the moment. The current meta means that Drakes are one of the best things that you can try to play around. That first Rift Herald Troll is important, you can give away the first Drake usually, but beyond that you want to be picking up as many of them as possible. Soul point fights have determined far, far too many of our games recently, and having a strong bot lane is really important for that. It's the same way that having a strong top lane all of a sudden is important because you can fight around those Rift Heralds. Skirmishes are sort of the main way of getting advantages in this current meta.
100%. And especially as well, you're talking about mobile ADCs earlier and thinking about like ADC priority, where can this Blitzcrank fit? I know we saw like a glimpse of draft earlier, but one thing that was left open, I believe, was the ADC pick.
Yeah.
We saw the Lulu, we saw the Rel, we saw the Olaf. That means they can ban up, they've already banned away the Vayne for the side of Bath there towards Exeter. It's removing that as like an option for the side of Ex Machina. They also play a lot of Ezreal, and they're very proficient as well. That could be something that's taken off of the table entirely through bans, which means that you now have the avenues to like open up into something like the Blitzcrank, and especially into Lulu as well. I kind of like that.
Oh yeah, because Lulu is really annoying for dive champs. Any support that just wants to go in, like an Alistair, a Leona, a Maokai even that we've been seeing recently, you go in and you're polymorphed, and there's nothing that you can do about that. It's a really annoying play pattern. Whereas a very easy way to deal with something like that is to take the Blitzcrank and actually just try to hook the Lulu. Remove that heal and shield bot, make sure that she's just gone, and then try to play the rest of the team fight and bully out the AD carry who now doesn't have their support, or pull the AD carry away from that support who's trying to help out, get away from those polymorphs. So it can be a really good pick into things like that. It's a risk though. Innately, in the way that Blitzcrank works as a champion, if you're not on point, if you've got some nerves perhaps, because hey, this is a finals, this is a big finals for some of these players who perhaps this is their first year of university esports. If you miss those hooks, just a couple, the first 2 or 3 missing, and that can really hit your mental hard, and it can make hitting the rest of the hooks, the really key ones later on in team fights, just that bit harder.
And one of the things as well to mention on top of that is missing those initial hooks can also kind of give your opponent a little bit more, like in terms of like the lane state, they'll play more aggressive, they know they can punish you, they know they can bully you, which will put you even further behind. It's one of those coin flips. I like to call them burger flip champions because it really does feel like you are just
You're flipping
the game.
Yeah.
I'd love to see more. I know let's try and go back to what we remember on Jaff. I think I saw a Nico, right? Yeah.
I cannot remember.
I vaguely remember Bath picking up a Nico. If that is true, it's interesting.
I like it.
I think it's fine. It's flexible technically. I think you can play it in jungle if you're a bit of a psycho.
You can bring it support too if you're really aggressive with it. I mean, that can also be decent into a Lulu as well because you're able to hit that Sprout from so far away. We expect it to be mid lane though. It means that you need to count your minions, so anybody at home can play along that game. Count the minions.
I was never any good at maths. Goodness me. Right. Okay, so it's interesting. I'm trying to think of like things to talk about now. But one thing I want to talk about is that obviously these finals are now played on new patch, and whilst we're on TR, I'm pretty sure we are still on the current patch as well, which means that, as I mentioned earlier with the Azir buffs, there are a couple of changes that could be kind of interesting. I don't think there's anything like meta shifting, mind you. Saw the Braum buffs coming through, a lot of ease of execution updates on his ult that gives him a little bit more reward for hitting targets past that primary. Obviously Braum's felt kind of unsatisfying for a while, so it's one of those buffs that it's hard to tell whether or not it'll be like an actual buff or
I can see it being impactful because we've been seeing Braum's as decent counter picks into team compositions. I think that's kind of something that people miss with Braum. He's not particularly a counter pick into any one specific champion, even if he does have good matchups. You like it into something like an Ezreal where you can just block something into an MF, let's say. Xayah as well, but he's more, if you're just picking it for one champion, he's fine. He's brilliant when you pick it into a full composition who has loads of stuff that you're trying to throw through. But that's kind of all he's been, whereas now, with this ease of execution on the ultimate, that's felt like one of the weakest parts of him. That Unbreakable, being able to throw up that shield just felt like the main bit, and the ult just kind of happened in team fights, as it looks like we're just going to jump back into these drafts.
The good stuff. I like it.
Same bans.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, it must have been just like a tech problem or something on someone's end, but now, I guess we've seen a lot of the first draft and we've kind of pondered about what's going to happen, so I'm really excited to jump into the second half of the ban, second half of the picks. Could be really interesting, and it didn't seem like they'd picked in order as well, so they had picked based on what had been picked first, so that Rel should be first pick for that Exeter side. We should see that taken through. If that's unless it's actually, so this is completely different. I've seen drafters on, which means, so yeah, obviously I think there's been an external draft outside of TR, but it's really interesting. Also, I forgot, they did Syndra splash art this patch, didn't they?
I was just like, wait, skin? Skin? Her face is barely in the... Okay, whatever.
Riot will reset
they'll fix
point
that.
is, it looks amazing, very, very cool.
Yeah.
I love the very deep, dark expression.
Yeah.
It's how I feel every time I play against a Syndra as well. So
yeah, really contemplating life. They've lent into that dark aesthetic. I do quite like that. The Rakan pickup, separate from the Xayah, I always think that Rakan is the better part of a Xayah Rakan. I think he really gives you so much. He's not just an engaged support. He can give you so much beyond that. And just zone control space as well. Alongside an Ezreal, I really like that because you could just leave the Ezreal behind, go and roam around. Rakan, Yasuo, there's a lot of bits of this composition that work really well. You're just basically trying to set up the Yasuo.
There's my Braum.
Genius.
There's my Braum. I felt it coming. Riot, this is what I get for reading your patch notes. But no, I really feel like the Braum changes were relatively impactful enough that it would see kind of a resurgence. Obviously, it's not like people don't pick Braum, right? It's not something that's necessarily fallen out of this level of play and this kind of style of play, but it's gonna feel better.
Oh yeah. And what were we saying? It's good into something like an Ezreal where you can block quite a lot of what he's trying to lay down. Decent into the Syndra as well, but then more than anything, when you take a look at these compositions more holistically, Ex Machina, they are just looking to set themselves up around Timotoppo. We highlighted how he's now one of their carry players. Well, he has got pretty much everything on top of him. Sure, the Syndra can lay down a lot of damage, same thing with the Ezreal, but in these team fights, you're looking to get Rel or Rakan knockups into a really big ultimate out of the Yasuo. Whereas it's a kind of different feeling out of Bath. It feels like they're more looking for picks, I'd say.
Yeah, it's definitely a more picky comp. It's interesting. I'd love to see like the order. Obviously, we can't right now, but I'd love to see the order in which things were taken. I feel like that's something that definitely gets undervalued in university esports, is definitely how much thought a lot of teams put into drafts, not necessarily like beforehand, but in the moment, in the motion, and understanding what needs to be taken away. That Orianna pick being left open, I assume that was on second rotation, so it's interesting they chose not to ban away mid lanes and they kept focusing on top, which is why the Yasuo came out in the end.
Yeah.
Because Jace was taken away, there was other top lane bans coming through. But yeah, I'm kind of interested that Syndra was taken and not Orianna for Eden, because I feel like Orianna's very impactful, especially with the Rel.
Yeah, with a Rel and with a Yasuo who loves a lot of knockups coming through, you would usually expect that to be the first pickup, but the Syndra's still fine. And in the individual lane matchup, the Syndra should be coming out on top versus an Orianna, you know, got a little bit of extra just in the moment damage CC that you can get through. Orianna's just really waiting on that ultimate to try to get themselves a pick, whereas Syndra can just deal enough damage individually. But you're interested to see what the summoner spells are as well. If we're seeing any ignites or if it will just be teleports all around, because 4 teleports as well could be huge. Ex Machina, they love to teleport in a double and just get everybody involved in a team fight as quickly as possible after controlling those side lanes. It's part of what makes them so good. They always seem to be ahead in gold somehow.
Yeah, like even when they're like down, I'd say they're never out. But then again, are they ever really down?
I've not seen them down. Like, there's been a couple situations where it's like, oh, you know, they're down 500 gold, wonderful. Or you end up seeing the kill score and they've lost a couple of kills, but somehow they've got massive CS leads in all of the lanes and they're still fine, and then a couple minutes later they win a big skirmish and they're back in the game. And everyone's like, ah, cool.
It's always second Baron. Not second Baron, it's always second Dragon.
Yeah.
Always second Dragon.
Yeah.
It seems, and especially, as you said, they've got like, they love taking their TP, they love like moving down to fights together, a lot of like organized like coordination between this team. They kind of like really know what they're doing when it comes to these like skirmishes, you said, and they really just elevate themselves even when it seems like there's a chance that they could be down. They're never really. And even in like previous interviews we'd have with them on air, I think we've had from not only their jungler but their mid lane, but they never really feel like they're out. They're very, very confident players, but we should be jumping into game very, very shortly. Very excited. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, we're in person. So excited. Yay. Okay. Great start.
Yeah, I like this. Just a little bit of respect saying hi. We did get a very fun interview out of Ex Machina last time around where they said that they thought they were going to get 0-3'd right here. They were trolling, but we'll have to see if, you know, a little bit of accidental manifesting right here. And so as we jump into this game, pretty standard start, everybody just going to 5-point it up. A little bit of an invade out of Eames just to get himself a bit of vision and check where it is that Maru is going to be starting. Now, you hyped up Maru. You said that you'd heard a lot of good things about this man, and he is on Maokai.
It's kind of boring.
It is boring, but it is a really good jungler, although it's not as good as it was.
For sure, especially as well, just because they kind of nerfed that E to the ground a little bit. I mean, nobody really enjoyed playing against it, and it's still very effective. I mean, look at their comp. They've got the Orianna, they've got the Xayah. They have like a little bit of poke with Xayah, I guess, like the QE quick. But like, look at the Jace, the Maokai, as you said. It's just gonna be really, really hard for Exeter to walk in anywhere. And I think especially, as you said, they're kind of poking but they are setting up for Timotopper on this Yasuo. There's going to be so many saplings face tanked by Eames.
There really are. I mean, you just have to be careful, basically, during these team fights that you don't get chunked out too much. Of course, Bath are going to be in a good position for that as well. The Syndra can poke okay, but more than that, Ezreal. Anytime you step up to an objective and you put yourself in a little bit of a choke point, you can just get poked out constantly, and it makes it really difficult to be able to actually step up for any of these objectives. It's a good way of countering one of Exeter's biggest strengths, because if you can just poke out Exeter, stop them from being able to control a pit, maybe all of a sudden that's the way to get in. We haven't really seen, as we've been saying, anybody actually take Ex Machina to the ropes. Hoping to see that out of Bath right here. Pings onto the mid lane. Could we say a gank already? You do know where Maru is.
So it's interesting it's been caught out. Eden, I get it, in my opinion, notoriously on gankable, but Aki and Mio, kind of not very knowing right now, should like be able to be fine. Might pop the flash here. Nice CC chain set up here from Eden. Eames doesn't flash away, but look where this Maokai is. might be able to get onto. I don't think Eames is in a particularly tough position where they can't get out. Has the flip, although getting taken lower, it's getting scarily low. Has to burn that flash, but can be chased down onto. Maru there with the first blood, knocks Eden back into Mio, but there's no mana. Will they have enough damage to finish him off before Fudge can save Eden's life? Not quite, and it's so close. I surely should be able to finish off Mio here. That will be a kill on this Rakan, just trading 2 for 2. But that is a disastrous first start and a really, really nice counter gank there coming through from Bath.
Yeah, Bath really managing to pick that one up, and Maru was trying so hard to use that W to avoid the knock-up coming out from Drippy Darren. Just about wasn't able to do so, otherwise that could well have gone very differently. Instead, Ex Machina picking up kills, although Timotopper
Taking very low and should be poked out here by the Jace. Really nice flash tornado play by the Timotopper there. Absolutely incredible. I mean, we were gassing this guy up earlier about the mechanical skill of this player. And yeah, okay, it's just flash Q, guys. No, that was a crazy flash Q. You don't get it, guys.
It was really well timed, well executed, and the confidence more than anything to know, hey, I can go in right here. I know that this Jace does a lot of damage and is taking me really low, but that's fine. Goes in, picks up a kill, and now you're in a position as Bath where you're like, what's going on? What's happening? Exeter, really strong start to this game.
And even though it looked a little bit messy initially, we can see that Eden actually gets out here with the advantage, hasn't lost anything, hasn't actually gone down, sat quite nicely with 2 assists in the pocket, and look at the gold difference right now. It's starting on 1k, which doesn't feel like a lot, but at this stage in the game, I feel like when it's edging a little bit closer to 1k, it can be a little bit scary. Granted, saying this, Rakan has 600 of that gold lead.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Hey, support lives matter, okay? Support lives also matter. And Drippy Darren has been one of the better players for this squad as well. So there's nothing wrong with getting a little bit of extra gold into your Rakan. For the minute, everything is pretty close. We've not seen any CS leads really explode through right now. And so as we get...
we could see a trade here in the top lane. Timotopper looking to go in, maybe whiffs a little bit in the wind wall. Lethal Tempo fully stacked and forces Spawn King down under their tower. And it puts him in a really, really awful position here. Has no ult ready to go and can't look for a tornado knock up there.
That'd be
but it's
a
just
risky dive.
It's such a nice trade as well. It looks like Jace has the advantage there, but like Timotopper just going in, trading quite nicely, and actually just kind of showing off a little bit of prowess here.
So now that these individual lanes are doing quite well for themselves, it's going to make playing around these objectives even easier. You can see during the early stages of the game, Bath were able to get a good push in the bottom lane, but that has been reversed now by Exeter. Big shove coming through right here, probably just going to turn into a base, although aggressive play.
We are seeing Rom get those concussive boys down on this Rakan. I don't know if they'll be able to trade off of this or get a kill. Zai, unfortunately, just does not have the feather self. Saying that, really nice flash. Oh my goodness, a complete turn here from Drippy Darren. A massive knockup that doesn't mean that they can quite get the damage down. There is a minion wave here, as you will not be able to hit through, but it feels like both teams are really just like they are like playing at high like overall APM. It's crazy, but we are going to see the Hex Flash red here. Quite nice from Carlos. They can look for a dive. This is a rel. Huge Rakan engage there from Drippy Darren. Last will pick up the first kill. I don't think they'll be able to get the Braum, who gets a double kill, and the shutdown from the Rakan. I guess it's good that they got the gold on the support instead of the Xayah, and that Last got the kill, I guess.
Both of our supports now have 2 kills apiece.
That's hilarious. I mean,
look at this dive. I mean, the knock-up is excellent, but you're just taking way too much damage. You can see Drippy Darren tries to get out above the turret, and then you're just badly doing the aggro. And I was going to say, if we'd have had enough time, it was a really risky dive to go for. Just over-aggressive. But like you said, it was 2 kills onto the Braum. Now, sure, Braum got a little bit of a buff, but still, he's not going to be the main carry. I know I did just say support lives matter, so it's still good that he's getting gold, but, you know, it's not as bad as it could have been. Still, you're using that priority bot lane to turn it into a dive that doesn't work, rather than into a Drake, potentially. Because while all of that was happening, Maru has been up towards the top side, threatening around Timotopper, not really being able to pick himself up any kills, though, and so was not about to be able to counter onto a potential play around the Drake. That might have been a little bit more optimal, but Ex Machina didn't do it. It means that Drake is still available, though, for a potential skirmish. Getting to almost 8 minutes, which is kind of late for this team to actually want to look for a Drake. They usually like to go for them even earlier.
Really nice read there on the movement there from Timotopper. I just wanted to touch real quickly that Timotop has like a decent XP advantage here. Should be like about half a level XP advantage, and it feels really, really nice as well coming into these trades with Jace. Has a lot of like lane pressure. Saying this, there is no minion wave, and Spoon King can look for an advantageous trade. Will not be able to just because of the wind wall, but look, just having to keep them under tower here, really, really nice, and just like forcing them down. Eames has to move up here, but look at the bot side. They are now rotating towards this Drake. Maru is going to try and take this away. They are aware of the engage, the dive. Won't be able to get that knock up for the easy Yasuo tornado setup, but we are going to see the Yasuo pop out here. Should be a dead Jace. Choosing to give it over to Eames is interesting.
Yeah,
and now it seemed very intentional as well.
Yeah, just a bit of respect, I think. Timotop didn't want to go in onto this one. The Drake is going to be responded right here. You see the jungler top lane. Good response out of Bath to pick themselves up this one. The gold lead is only about 1,000 in the favor of Exeter, but this top lane is becoming a problem. You've got a chunk of CS lead, a couple of kills top lane as well, and some turret plates going down. We can watch this one again. Good flash out of Spoon King to get himself away from that initial knock-up. Still, though, good CC use, and then Timotop just leaves. He could have taken that one. This could have been given over, but I think... Oh, hang on a sec.
We have just missed the start of a Herald fight. I think we just saw an inkling of that being started earlier, right before that replay popped. Timotop should not walk out of this with their life. Has to pop the shockwave for that kill. Maybe could have got away with just autoing. Didn't want to risk anything there, but I think it was a very, very ego thing for Ex Machina to start up that Herald there.
Dive.
Speaking of, there should be an easy dive
Oh,
that collects the kill onto the Rakan. That's 3 kills on this Rakan. If I'm last, I'm flaming in the call. I won't lie. I'm mad. But we should see in response to this dive, a Herald picked up for Maru. Some nice early pressure can help alleviate the, you know, gold differential that we're seeing right now, picked up by Ex Machina. But yeah, I'm not really sure about that Herald play. Don't really have prio here.
All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look at what ended up happening.
Oh,
We're just
wow.
walking in without great engage out of Maru. Timotop, like you said, might have been able to take out with just some auto attacks. Instead, not going to end up happening. And this is different. This is really different because Exeter are usually the team that we see going for the objectives, whereas Bath seem to be responding to all of the kills with objectives, as we might see another kill for...
Hex Flash is available.
They're going.
Looks for that instant W ult combo. Nice CC chain, does get the flash out. Rakan was there for the follow-up, but speaking of, there is a trade going on the top side. We are going to see the ult pop from Yasuo straight away. Will not be enough to chunk them down to a decent percentage of health, but puts Jace in a bad position here. Campo from far away. It's another wet noodle
Maru's
top lane
here, though.
fight. Maru can look for something. Doesn't have any vision as well. Timotop should be aware of this as a little bit of gen to get their health back up. The passive shield is coming back. Has the tornado available. Maru has chase with the W, but can't go too deep as well just because of Jace's health bar and the wave state as well, not being particularly advantageous for a trade there. Will take a lot of damage from that. Jace alone would take a lot of damage walking through that and doesn't really want to lose that wave for tower.
Yeah, losing all of that wave would have been pretty awful, and it was just a bad position really for a gank anyway. Still though, it feels odd whenever you see a jungler walk up and then decide not to go. Eames is trying to sneak down into this brush, has managed to get this far. There's a possibility that you can try to bait in Carlos and Eric. They have gone aggressive flash forwards before.
Really, really nice engage there from the Rel. Will actually land up on the Xayah. The CC chain coming through. This is what we want to talk about. Nice ult block there from Carlos. The Braum really doing the work. No feather pullback left to finish off Eames. Has to use it to its kind of space there a little bit, but will not end up pumping out enough damage on either of these ADCs to actually find anything here.
Yeah, without that Unbreakable, it would have been 2 dead bot laners, and again, brilliant engages coming out from Drippy Darren, but just not quite able to pick himself up the kills. It's just unfortunate that these bot lane kills haven't quite been going over where you need it.
Hunting there.
Eden's so far up.
Eden's also playing in a position where they know they have vision control and they kind of know where Maru's playing from. Caught on that red ward that you can see here coming into their jungle on Pixel Bush. Means that they can kind of play like this. Maru also seems to be a player who kind of knows how Exeter wants to play, and you can see it in just the way that they're pathing, the way they're jungling, the way they're moving around. Although this is a couple times now they've gone for a gank and it's kind of failed. Although saying that, Eames has now ganked multiple times and it hasn't gone quite how they wanted.
Looking to sneak into another brush up in the top lane right now. There is a ward in this second brush, so this is going to be spotted out. Just going to go forwards anyway.
I'm pretty sure that didn't even get in the...
I don't
no!
think so.
This is unfortunately going to be a lot of wasted time.
So much wasted time. Let's see what can actually happen elsewhere if Maru can get himself going.
Look at the engage in the bot lane here. We are going to see the Rakan brand entrance coming through here. The Maokai ult will be popped. Does end up catching Drippy Darren here at the very edge of things, and this should be the kill taken down onto Eric here. Nice at the Xayah's pocket.
Eames is still sat top.
Eames is still top and can't find anything. The Ezreal ult to clear the way before the Herald comes down. I think they can look for a dive, actually. Now that the Herald has dropped, should be a couple plates in that pocket. Mari's taking a couple tower hits. Definitely can't look for anything now. And Last is just kind of just free farming, actually. 20 farm CS lead.
It's huge right here. Can we take a look at the gold, please, observers? Because this is going to be really interesting. 4 turret plates going over to Eric, whereas it's been plenty of kills. We can have a look at this one again.
It's just the edge as well. It's so unfortunate.
Second too late.
And you can see just the concussive blows along with the feather pull back there. It just feels really, really bad. And there's a lot. And I mean, like, yeah, you've got a Merc. You've got like Merc treads. It's not going to be doing too much, really.
There's the gold. So it's not too much dissimilar down in the bot lane. There is a little bit of an advantage for Last, but it's not massive. If you're talking about massive differences, I mean, it's got to be up in that top lane. Timatopa is just seriously far ahead, but he hasn't been able to play quite as aggressive as he would have liked to, just because you always have to be respectful of the Jace. We've got our second Drake, which is usually the one where, like you were saying, Exeter really like to get themselves aggressive, try to get involved in these fights, maybe even teleport a couple of members down. We are past the 10-minute mark, so those teleports are unleashed. You've got one on Timatopa if you wanted to get him involved. There isn't one on Spoon King as well.
And speaking of, we do see Eden has just come off of that reset, hit that Mythic now, really big power spike with the Sork Shoes, going to be looking for an engage down in the spot side. Rakan has popped the quickening, is going to be able to CC chain this Braum out of existence. Last able to pick up that kill, another kill on that ADC's pocket is going to start creating a bit of a difference. Unfortunately, Eric just can't even get close on this. The one issue of playing Zyra into a comp like this is you're just so short range, it's really, really hard to walk up.
It's really difficult to play Xayah into anything that has a lot of poke, and Ezreal just innately has a lot of poke. You're able to mitigate that through having the Braum right here, which has been helpful. Spoke about being able to teleport members down, didn't even need it, just deciding to take out this Braum, and that allows so much of your damage to threaten again, because we've seen multiple bot lane ganks where you're just stopping most of that aggression coming through, because Carlos is there with an Unbreakable, feeling pretty good about that pickup, so get rid of him, dogpile onto him, get that kill. We're seeing the first items coming through, pretty much all completed for Ex Machina at this point. Nothing out of the ordinary particularly. It is going to be one of those Trinity Force Ezreals, but that's pretty much the standard build at the moment anyway. Everything else right as we're expecting. It will be Stormrazor onto the Xayah though, so looking to just deal chunks of damage.
Oh, not able to quite stop the back there for Timothopa. I want to also talk about the Radiant Virtue on the Rel is going to be a massive boost in tankiness. We'll actually be able to look more consistently for these tower dives that we did see fail earlier, especially with that ultimate. And it's interesting because Mario, I believe, is going Demonic Embrace, which is kind of standard on the Maokai, but definitely not going to be nearly as tanky in this early game. First item is crazy here.
Oftentimes you end up seeing a Maokai go for a tanky item as the first one, and then to the Demonic. The Demonic first, I mean, you deal so much more damage, your saplings are so much more annoying, but at the same time, yeah, you're just not as tanky, and it can be pretty devastating for a team comp where you are really the only tank. It's just the Braum as the other one.
Speaking of tankiness, we'll see whether or not that Radiant Virtue is put to good use, as there should be an engage here. Timothopa looking for that tornado, has to ramp it up on this Rift Herald. Not going to be able to find anything. Eames has gone deep with the ultimate knockup. Timothopa taken out the fight. A CC chain hit coming through from the Braum and the Jace. And overextended Eames also going to be taken out. The Syndra not able to walk there, and unfortunately Drippy Darren just doesn't find another follow-up engage there just because of where that Maokai was standing during that fight, and it's just really, really, really hard. And that's another Rift Herald gone down from a failed team fight.
It is. It's just over-aggression right there out of Ex Machina. They thought they could run the play back again. Everybody jump onto Carlos, and if they had have hard committed onto Carlos, perhaps this ends up working out. Watch Timothopa right here. He tries to go in, get a little bit of damage onto Carlos, gets knocked up, and then Spoon King goes in as well and is just able to burst down this Yasuo. And this Yasuo is where a lot of the gold lead is as well. You then have Eames just out in no man's land, taken out.
Oh, nice ult to keep Eden under tower there. Does have the nullifying orb, so keeps alive just barely. And thankfully for that, Rakan Shattering will be able to stay alive. Gold advantage coming through now again for the side of Ex Machina, just from that first turret gold will put them over the edge up to just under 2k. So even though they've dropped a couple of objectives, it's not horrific.
No.
But it's definitely a lot closer than we've seen in any of the games in any
really
of the other weeks.
It really is. Reminder, Ex Machina managed to get here without dropping any games. They cakewalked their way through this entire tournament. Bath got themselves knocked down into that lower bracket right at the very beginning and then made that run all the way through. They are warmed up, they played a lot of games to get here, and clearly they're absolutely taking it to Exeter. And there's members who were expecting to be able to pop off who just haven't. Timotova getting that first kill, it looked so good, but then in that team fight it wasn't really working out. I would like to add though, your 2-item Ezreal was not there. At the time he only had components for that second item, but still, Laspid's in a really strong position and he wasn't there for that team fight. It means that more than anything, you're missing a lot of poke. You get to walk in as Bath with full health because the Ezreal isn't there to poke you out, and it made that team fight quite a lot easier where you're kind of scrambling to find somebody to try to engage onto. So next team fight, when the Ezreal is about, that could be a lot easier. Turrets as well. 2 turrets for Ex Machina and nothing for Bath just means that this map is beginning to really open up for Exeter. It's going to allow them to wander around to these objectives a lot easier and potentially try to go in for these jungle camps as well and try to starve Maru out. It makes it a lot easier, but they really need to pick themselves up this mid lane outer turret because that is the one that really breaks the map wide open.
For sure, and you can just see both teams very, very aware of this objective being the primary thing they need to defend for at the moment. And it's really, really tough as well, because Last, obviously not being there in that fight, has the Muramana now, and very, very strong, as you said. But Timotova, I feel like, even though they had the lead early, it's a Yasuo, and I feel like Yasuo's really, really hard to execute on, like particularly well in team fights. It's not kind of like his brother where you just slam up button and win. Speaking of something up button, though, we are going to see the wombo combo come through onto Spoon King. Will maybe be able to get away with his life. Wow, the flash and the acceleration gate keeping them barely alive, but they should be able to catch. This is two very, very fast individuals coming at you with a lot of dashes. Hex Gate!
Oh, he gets it!
And we'll be able to blast cone. There is the read hit from Timotova. Will be able to follow up and come through. The phase rush is available. I think should be able to get out. I don't know. The CC chain might be a bit too much. Phase rush is out. I think Eames is going to have to take this kill. Spoon King, you can't dodge an auto attack, and you definitely can't dodge a smite. In the meantime, we have something brewing up mid lane. Doesn't seem like a hard commit here. There is a number advantage to Bath, but even then, it's like they can't look.
Mac, cue up the Yakety Sax for that one because that was hilarious watching them give them the runaround, wasting a lot of time as well because that could have been just a quick kill. Still, you end up losing your flash, which more than anything makes Spoon King really vulnerable. That
you see that extra ult damage? That was crazy.
That really
True
hurt.
Shot Barrage literally did like over like a third of the health bar, which is going to be crazy coming into this team fight, as I think if I'm Bath here, I just give them Drake. I don't think we need to really contest it as a team here.
Don't step up. Do not.
Definitely not. This is not a one fight, especially with the Yasuo taking your tier 2 turret in the top lane as well. Going to be really nice. Hex Soul to play for, and I really, really like having Hex Drake active. Really, really interesting Drake. A lot of interesting and useful stats for both teams as well. Yeah. And the Soul is going to feel crazy coming into these team fights. It's definitely going to be really highly contested. As you said, Drake's more important than ever, and I'd argue this one
it's the best one. It's absolutely the best one. Everybody loves to have their abilities happen more often, and everybody loves to slow their opponents whenever you get that soul. So, going to be a huge one to play around Eden.
Sees the Pokemon, sees the Rift Herald taken down. Eden, I don't know if
win this.
I don't know.
I don't think you win this. Okay, with Drippy Darren here, I think you're able to just walk yourself away. That Herald is still going to be able to take that top tier 1 tower, but that is the first turret taken for Bath.
Oh my goodness. And that's first turret taken. It has to be a Herald.
No.
Eden has stepped way too far up. It does not matter.
Yeah.
Scatter Week will not do anything. Oh, the execution there. Okay. Wow. Okay. Syndra moment.
Syndra.
That must be an 100 stack Syndra. That looked like an execute.
It looked like an execute, although having 100 stacks already would be pretty impressive. Now a couple of low health bars.
Insane engage. We are going to see the Feather Sword pop from Zaya, keeping them safe. Double TP coming through, I believe, from both top laners. Never mind
so
that.
much damage.
Look at where the Orianna is as well. The Orianna has TP'd into the entire team, has been caught, and Lass has been free hitting the whole time. Brom has been taken to 1 HP. No, True Shot Barrage not quite available, but look at this. Timotova walks through that wave and is continuing to chase. Lass should be able to pick up this kill. Phase Rush will not save you now, Maru. And that is an ace for the side of Exeter. Why are we naysayers? We've seen it week and week again.
Hey, it was a good early game for Bob. Congratulations. However, Exeter have arrived in the game. Once you give them a tiny little bit of gold, they can just pop off. Having Last in that team fight is huge. Timotova also wasn't CC locked, was able to just get involved, and it came from overaggression out of Bob. They got themselves the outer tier 1. Awesome. A first turret. Get yourself some gold into your back pockets. Wonderful. Eden steps up too far. Pick up that kill as well. Wonderful. You end up losing 1-for-1 because Syndra presses the funny button. Fine. Let's see. Is this an execute?
That was an execute.
That's an
yeah,
execute.
100 stacks
100
already
stacks
is crazy.
already.
But I think, okay, I thought I was,
No.
It's
This
still
is-
a replay, thank
This
God.
is a replay. So, the point at which you manage to go 1-for-1 and pick up the kill onto the Syndra, leave. You just have got to walk away. Unfortunately, Bath, they feel like they can get aggressive, keep pushing their advantage. They absolutely could not. You've now got objective.
Nice
Oh
catch
my-
here. Look at that Syndra damage. I think we were talking earlier about how Eden kind of just loves to sit
Wait,
and
the
play.
bird-
Oh my gosh. Eden loves to sit and play safe and just farm. And we were like, oh, well, he's not really doing anything, so who, like, cares, right? But at the same time, just turns around and does that.
Yeah.
That's a bit mental, right?
It is. The amount of damage that this Syndra is doing already, with just 2 items completed, is disgusting. Having the 100 stacks as well, impressive game. 23 minutes into this one, and all of a sudden, it feels like there's not a lot that Bath can do. They're down by almost 7,000 gold. We were speaking about that Hexo, but are we even going to get there?
It's looking tenuous, Mags. I don't know about this one. And it's kind of crazy how quickly this gold lead is ballooned out of nowhere. It's always one fight. It's always one fight, man. That's what I've been saying. And I think one of the biggest blunders coming into that fight, as you said, it was the overextension. Specifically, I feel like that Orianna TP was very overzealous.
Very aggressive.
Really, really insane. You have definitely a lack of respect as well, especially on Timotopher. That guy might have entered the past couple team fights. That's still a Fed Yasuo.
It's a Fed Yasuo who hasn't been CC locked, because that's what happened to Timotopher in the previous ones. Yeah, look at those. These gold leads are just kind of disgusting. Top lane is insane. The AD carry role as well. To be fair, there's not really a single place in which there isn't a massive lead. There's almost 1,000 gold in the support role, as we're going to see some siege onto this tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Spoon King is around. Eames also hovering off out of Fog of War. And you've got most members of Bath sat around in this mid lane. 40 seconds until this Drake spawns, and complete pit control right here for Exeter.
Are they knowers? Are they knowers? Do they know? Yeah, they'll know about Eames. He's caught on that ward, unfortunately. And Timotopher just walking this wave into the bot turret, looking to siege something. Unfortunately, Spoon King, very, very good clearing these waves on Jace, in a nice position to do so. And I don't know, Jace just feels kind of strong regardless. Although, speaking of, Timotopher's now picked up Hullbreaker, and Eames is just shadowing really, really nicely. Hullbreaker is ridiculous. I'm so, so, so excited for the new season drops, but it doesn't even matter. What an insane tornado read there. That was absolutely, I didn't even think that was going to hit. That's why I didn't say anything. That's crazy. This guy's actually too good.
He's so good. He's showing us that he can pop off in every single role for Exeter. They want to pick themselves up another one of these University Esports titles, heading straight down to pick up this next Drake as well. No contest gonna be called. And Timotopher, he grabbed himself the Hullbreaker and has decided to exclusively stand with his teammates, since he doesn't even need the extra stats. He doesn't need them. He's doing that much damage at this point. We can watch this play again.
Wow.
Oh, it's so beautiful. The jump through to avoid getting hit by that shock blast as well. Oh, when you see good Yasuo play and it's not against you in solo queue, it's satisfying. It's
For
really
sure.
satisfying.
We are going to see the nice ult bait here coming through from Xayah, but
Just
overextending is caught by the quickening there. And yeah, okay, but you baited out Syndra ult, but unfortunately, the rest of the team is there, and you are flashless. It feels kind of bad, and I'm pretty sure they will just get walked on here. Exeter in a very aggressive spot. Eames just looking for the stun. CC chain here on the Brom. This is an end angle, speaking of the, although he's saying that the shockwave is massive, but it doesn't even matter because the Rel is even more big with this Magnet Storm. Timotopper can just walk on these people. I mean, no one can really step close. Eames is so tanky, such a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, Lass is just poking at these people in the backline. Eden's there just because he feels like it. Never mind, looking for something. This should be a double kill picked up. Jace always continues to be strong, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to actually stop them from ending the game. Eden's mana is going lower and lower, has gendered a little bit from the passive, but Timotopper is just free hitting on the tower. We'll get CC chain under stopwatch, thank goodness that item's getting removed. It is going, and Timotopper will get out just with the head strike. It's scripted, guys. Eden executes with the ultimate. There's and Drippy Darren should walk away with his life. Eden is shadowing. Cosmic Drive has been activated. Oh, he's so ego. And it's crazy looking for Maru as well. And Eden is so far forward, so aggressive, and so strong right now. Lots and lots of confidence in this game one already. And the base is cracked open. Couldn't end, but it still feels like Exeter's playing with their food.
Other than that solo kill that happened onto Spoon King, I don't think that Timotop has been alone with his hull breaker for a single second.
That's really funny.
Which is incredibly funny, but when you're as good as Exeter are, when you're as far ahead in terms of gold and map pressure as Exeter are, it doesn't really matter. It's pretty hard to split push from your team when you're in the enemy base. So, you know what, fair enough, and we'll watch this one again. The shockwave is huge. Without that shockwave, you end up finishing out this game as Ex Machina. Instead, they have to fight this one back, and you do actually see a good play out of Spoon King. Manages to get a good deal of damage down because Eames and Last have been going in, trying to get onto Mio. He finally goes down. Last lands that nice shock blast, picks up 1 kill. Plenty of burst damage to get another one. Carlos, possibly caught out right here, does have the Unbreakable.
Oh, we are going to see Raid Bossiasso walking towards us. The Magnustorm catches out Braum here. A little setup in the bush, but I don't think you're even strong enough to really walk on these people. Two-shot barrage will not be blocked. There's a lot of damage will slow. There is a catch angle on Eric. A lot of utils have been burned already, though. Braum is down to half HP, not going to be tamping much more. Mio cannot really free hit on Timotopper here. Look at the crazy engage from Eames here, just tanking so much damage, soaking that all up. Featherstorm will be blocked. Timotopper cannot walk forward, although catches the Braum. Lots of damage coming through. Last following up for the rest of his team. Double kill coming through here on the Ezreal, and everybody is just booking it back to their base, looking to regen, as Exeter is looking to end the game.
Yeah, there should be a finish outright here for Exeter. They've already taken down one of these Nexus turrets, looking to pick up a second one. There are still 3 members alive.
I don't think they can really do much. Maru has unfortunately... Oh, come on, don't give up, guys. Fight back, fight back. Oh, never mind, they are fighting back. Look at the shockwave. It doesn't do enough damage because you don't have enough items, and unfortunately it's a 12k gold lead right now. I think, you know, just pumping as much damage as you can, classic, happens. Really strong showing for Exeter game 1.
Oh, yeah.
I'm scared. I'm scared for the rest of this series.
Hey. The first 8 minutes were pretty close.
We've seen that before, though.
We got 8 minutes of close gameplay.
Can we let up into 16 next time, guys?
Yeah. I think that there is good stuff to build off of, because there were some ego plays that came out from Chocolate's Children, from Bath, that just ruined the game for them. They had a good pick. Sure, it goes 1 for 1. You picked up your first turret. That's something that you can play around. There were good moments. In the early game, there were kills going over, sure, to Ex Machina, but then Bath, they were responding with picking up Drakes and Heralds. This was good. Yes, it fell apart, and yes, we've seen that a lot from Ex Machina, but just showing that you can pick up that much, that is a closer game than we've seen out of them throughout the whole tournament.
For sure, and it sets a really nice precedent for the rest of the series. It is a best of 5, so we've got a lot of room to play with. We should be back after a very short break. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be around. Stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to the University Esports League of Legends Winter 2023 Grand Finals. We are on Game 2. Ex Machina, to few surprise, has taken Game 1 and it was kind of crazy, but it's still their closest game yet. Max, tell us more.
Yeah, it was actually way closer than we were expecting. Coming into this game, we weren't sure how much Bath were going to be able to show up. We knew that they'd had a really impressive lower bracket run, but at the same time, we've seen plenty of teams have impressive lower bracket runs, get into the finals up against the big dog, and completely fail. Bath did not do that. They gave us a really competitive early game. I liked what they had from their draft as well. I think the only bit I wasn't loving was the Xayah. There were a couple moments where in the bot dives it was useful, and that was it. There were moments where you were just ulting to avoid the poke more than anything, and that is Xayah's main downfall. You just get poked out because you are so short-ranged, and versus something like an Ezreal, like a Syndra, you just can't step up. If that was changed, I could see some more avenues for Bath to actually be able to get into this game.
And it's kind of rough as well, because I feel like when we're looking at Xayah's effective usefulness coming into these games, how many times was Featherstorm popped to dodge ults and engage, and then anything was done afterwards?
Yeah.
I don't think there was a single time where I saw Xayah get a huge catch or a lot of damage done. In fact, I think there's very few times, and it's not necessarily on the player, it's definitely on the champion coming into this game, where Xayah was actually that useful at all. Into the wind wall, especially in these team fights, was really, really bad. It completely throws off your feather positioning. You can never pull back and get that damage through, and it means that they have so much room to work with.
Yeah.
I really want to see that mixed up, but we don't unfortunately know where it was taken in draft due to some technical issues, but it doesn't make it any less of an odd pick. If it was picked on first rotation, I'm not a fan.
No, not usually. There's so many counters that Xayah can run into, and we knew that the Ezreal was going to be coming through anyway, so yeah. Not a fan of the Xayah. Am a fan of the way that Bath were playing. But of course, we can't just focus on Bath because they didn't win Game 1. Exeter, I love their composition. I love the way that they played it as well. Timotopher, he's been popping off in so many different roles. Now he's taking over in the top lane. But it wasn't just him. All across the board, and I think the player I'd personally like to highlight the most is Drippy Darren, because some of those Rakan engages were so clean.
They definitely changed the flow of a lot of the things, because I feel like Eames kind of missed the mark on a couple of rail engages where, there's a little bit of miscommunication in terms of where team focus was, or even just the Magnet Storm not necessarily catching who they wanted to. But it feels like almost so consistently that Drippy Darren was like, you know what, bro, I got you. Don't worry, I'll find the engage. I've got this one. And it was just really, really well played, and I'm really, really a big fan of this Rakan pick. Want to see him on something a bit more proactive as well coming into the next game, because it feels like that's definitely where his strength lies. Yeah,
and I think we've got a couple of replays to have a look at to see what it was that Ex Machina were able to do to pick up this game. Taking a look into the mid lane right here, it was a good catch, good aggression, but then we end up seeing this go just a little bit wrong, actually, for Exeter. Eames gets engaged upon by Maru, gets taken down, actually. I don't think he expected to have to flash. You're very early on versus a Maokai. You're not expecting him to deal that much damage. Still does go down.
The E as well is so nice there, and it feels like this was the start of something kind of big-ish, where I was like, oh, there's no that surely this is where they start, showing up oh, we're gonna take on Exeter, and then this happens, and I'm like, we're still in shaky territory a little bit, because Eden lives, Rakan picks up the kills, sure, the support gets double kills here, and this is another risky engage. I feel like if Eames had gone in first, and obviously the Rakan has to go in first to set up for the grand entrance, Eames is tanky enough to live that for longer. And it means that the other two live for longer, and it feels like it was kind of a miscommunication. Lost a great engager, so catch potential, and I feel like this Maokai did a lot more work than we're giving it credit for.
Yeah, during the early stages of the game especially, it was really proactive, but then the decision to go towards that more aggressive demonic build meant that he was just really squishy. You weren't actually able to just tank up the damage that Maokai really needs, and this is the point at which I was really in on Bath. This engage just goes wrong for Exeter. You can see Timotopo just gets stun-locked, taken down over the wall by Spoon King, and then you have Eames out in no man's land, gets taken out as well. At this point, I'm like, dang, they're doing it. But they're still down by 1,000 gold because the individual CS leads and the wave manipulation that you get from Ex Machina is so good. And this is where everything went wrong for Bath. They pick themselves up a kill. Sure, it goes 1-for-1. They don't back out. They end up getting taken down. And from this point onwards, the gold lead was ridiculous. That was a beautiful play out of Timotopa. And then they're able to pretty much just walk this one in and win the game.
And it's kind of another thing I want to like highlight as well that we touched on briefly before the break is just how Last and Eden didn't really feel like they did a ton this game until they did everything, and they were just pumping out damage. I guess that's one of the strengths of the Ezreal and the Syndra, especially the Ezreal, because I feel like you get a lot of Ezreal players who pump out damage but don't feel useful. No, not Last. This is his pick. Very, very good at this champion.
So good.
And very, very effective on this pick as well. And the Syndra as well. I mean, you saw Eden just flash forward and take out 2 because it was funny. The second Cosmic Drive procced, it was just in there, going straight in, taking people out. The Execute doing a lot more work than we thought it would. And having it online so early, it was really, really good as well. And it's kind of crazy. I would be shocked if I didn't see Ezreal taken off the board next game. It feels really, really strong.
It was so good. And that is actually a really great way of putting it. It felt like they weren't doing anything until they were. That is the sort of nature of these champions as well. You know, they need to get 1 or 2 items, and actually Last ended up completing that second item, that Manamine really, really early on, and was just able to shred people from that point onwards. But it's just the way that Exeter play in general. They've had shaky-ish early games, that was certainly the shakiest that we've seen, but then one team fight, usually around a Drake. Instead, it was around their own tier 2. A little bit of a departure from the norm, but still, one Drake, one fight, and then they pop off. They're able to just absolutely destroy whoever's in front of them. And so far, we've not seen a University team who's been good enough to actually stand up against them. Bath showed us a good early part of the game. I want them to transition that into a stronger mid game, and I think part of that is protecting your turrets, because they ended up losing their top and bot lane turret really early on in the game, and it just meant that they had no map to really play around.
For sure, and then we'll talk again, I think, briefly about the effectiveness of their mid and bot lane picks. Orianna is fine when you've got facilitating, you know, junglers to work with, and Maokai should be that pick, and yet we kind of saw every shockwave that was really, really good come through in a position where Orianna's kind of just not ahead enough to actually pump out any damage. Zaya's never around to free hit.
Yeah.
And it feels like both of those laners outside of top lane kind of weren't really doing anything even when they weren't so behind. It feels like in order to get picks, they were like kind of facilitated by other people. And yeah, that's kind of how the game works, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it's like there's no real like solo outplay potential really coming through, and I guess that could be chalked up to like the time the game went on to.
Yeah, possibly. It ended pretty early on, and we didn't see the junglers actually get that much effective ganking going. There were 1 or 2 good moments, top lane, a couple of nice ganks bot lane, but for the most part, it was around the skirmishes for objectives rather than individual ganking that was happening, and I'd like to see that different. I'd like to see Mario be able to actually step up, perhaps play something more aggressive, or on the Maokai, go for something tankier and just try to gank. Now, out of Bath, we did see them ban away that Jarvan, which has been one of those big picks for Eames. So that's the premier ganking jungler gone, but you still have got other picks at the moment. The Sejuani is fine. The Maokai still a pretty good pick. There are things that you can play that can get aggressive, and beyond that, the Wukong, I don't like it, but I mean, Maru does, so fine. The Viego, picks like that where you can be really aggressive and try to solo carry through the jungle as well. Maybe that's the way forwards, because Bath, clearly what they just tried was good enough to get themselves 8 solid minutes of game, and then things began to fall apart. If we want to get to the 16 that you were asking for, we need just a little bit more and more places to play around.
I'm kind of a firm believer as well that when coming into these drafts and we're talking about these engaged junglers, that blue side kind of always wins on this patch, and it's kind of felt like this way for a while now. You can see that with the rel priority, when there's things banned away like the Jarvan and there's less facilitating junglers available, it just kind of generally means that blue is going to have that advantage coming into this. And as you saw, Xmark had side selection because they were from the upper bracket, they were the highest seed, and it kind of meant that they can kind of just pick the rel and be really effective. And we're taking the Rakan as well, crazy strong engage followed up by their support. Now, I think Bath probably will take blue this game. I'd be shocked if they didn't, won't lie. And to be honest, taking something like that away from the side of Exeter could be really big. Could leave the Jarvan open, ban away the rel if they're more comfortable on that.
Possibly.
I doubt Wukong's ever getting through draft against Maru. There's absolutely no way whatsoever.
But his Viego is really strong. I've been looking back through quite a lot of what he's been playing, both in solo queue and in the previous games that they've played up in this bracket. And that Viego has been incredibly good, but it is a commitment. Like, you are committing to playing around that jungler, whereas when you do put them onto something more like a Rel or a Maokai, you're facilitating the rest of your team. You're not the main carry, so I could see I could see it going either way, to be honest. I could see Maru deciding, hey, I'm just going to keep trying to get the rest of my team going, or him trying to pull it back onto himself a little bit. I would just like to see something different in the jungle, really, because Rel versus Maokai, it's not the most inspiring of matchups. I think something interesting to note, though, is that Spoon King was given a carry and wasn't able to get anything done with it.
I wouldn't say not anything.
Okay,
I feel
that's
like,
fair.
I feel
That's fair.
like at one point, I mean, towards the end of the game, we
Yeah.
can just see, even though the Jace is quite behind, it still pumps out a lot of damage. Spoon King knows what they're doing. They know how to play it as well. We saw in the team fights that went wrong for Exeter. It kind of was because Spoon King was playing well. Now,
Individually in lane matchup,
it
though,
wasn't great, and
no.
it definitely didn't feel good. And Timotopper, as we've said, coming into this premier player, very, very good, very confident as well. And those they could diff in that 1v1 and did, unfortunately, for the side of Bath. But we might see something else coming through as we see a Cassante lock. Ooh,
Okay.
that's interesting. Now, Cassante has been nerfed about last patch, has a slight buff, but I want to touch on the nerfs briefly because they haven't really been touched by the buff. Really, really impacts his laning.
Yeah.
Really, really strong. Massive damage nerfs on Q. Mana almost doubled. It doesn't scale down properly. Well, it doesn't scale down nearly as much as it would before. Down to that 15 of before. It's on 28 now, level 1. You can't mindlessly smack wave. You have to be very deliberate with how you play this Cassante. But
Into a rumble as well.
that's rough. That is really bad. And I feel definitely very, very bad.
Oh,
Oh,
we said. Lucian?
Lucian got buffed.
He did.
The dash is up more often.
He still doesn't deal that much damage.
No, I think especially into... I want to see... I really do need to see... pick
Into a
order.
Braum as well. Oh.
That Lucian part of me is like, that got picked on 4, and then they picked Braum,
Yeah.
and they picked Jinx.
Yeah.
Because they want to outrange the Lucian.
Yeah.
Lucian could never look for them. And then the Braum got... And then the Blitzcrank got picked like, nah. I got you.
Yeah. We were talking about the way that the Blitzcrank can be really good into immobile AD carries. Jinx is really immobile. If you manage to land that hook, she's just dead. She does not survive that one. Even with a flash, even with a heal, you probably are still going to die in that situation. These team compositions, though, are really different to what we saw last time around. You can try to play around the bot lane if you're Bath. You could try to play through your Azir once you get into the team fights. Cassante, like you said, is less impactful than he used to be, but still pretty strong as a champion. Whereas Exeter, that's a Lee Sin, that's a Rumble. I mean, recipe for early success?
Okay, so... I'm not trying to BM any players here, but
Okay.
I don't rate Eames Lee Sin that much.
No?
I don't think it's that crazy. I think he can play
Okay.
it, but... And especially into this kind of team, I think Eames is definitely confident enough at the moment to play into it, but we saw last game, if you can't execute well on the Rel, are you going to be able to execute that well on the Lee Sin? Like, as you said though, early game pressure, lots of like, this Cassante should be in a really, really rough spot, you know, just taking away a lot of like, you know, top lane pressure and should be putting Timotopper even further ahead. Has played the Rumble before, also all the way back when he was playing support.
Yeah.
Which was like something that he's definitely like
He
cooked.
pulled it out mid too.
So this guy
He loves this champion.
definitely knows what they're doing, and it's going to be really, really scary for them to play into. Granted, I don't know. It's really hard. I think it's really, really tough. This game's really, really hard.
I would like to congratulate Eames on his undefeated Lee Sin. Now that you've said that you don't like it, he's just going to pop
Really?
off on it. I agree it's not his best. I think that the Jarvan is absolutely incredible whenever he manages to get it. That's why it's one of the first bans every single time. I think his Lilia is also really strong, but he has such strong individual mechanics that the Lee Sin does work into that. If he can get aggressive, it's going to be really good.
Now, I think this Lee Sin is, I don't know, I guess I'm thinking about external tournaments when I'm talking about the Lee Sin.
Right.
But, as you said, undefeated in this. Not particularly crazy.
Yeah.
I really do feel confident about how Exeter should play into this game. I think we're going to a short break before the actual match, unless I'm mistaken. I think we're ready.
Yeah.
I think we're going to a break. But anyways, make sure you stay tuned. This draft is going to go crazy.
because I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay. You know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving, cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt, it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving, cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from
You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody.
To you I'm anybody, but to you I'm anybody, but to you I'm anybody, anybody, but to you I'm anybody, but to you I'm anybody, but to you I'm anybody.
You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody, 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 anybody, but to you I'm anybody, but to you I'm anybody, but to you I'm anybody, anybody, but to you, but to you, but to you,
To you I'm
Hello everyone, how are we doing? We are back with the University Esports League of Legends Winter 2023 Grand Finals. I think we should be coming into Game 2 kind of shortly. Now, very interesting. We came off of a really dominant performance from Exeter against Bath.
Yeah.
Lots of things to say about that one, but we've already said all of it, so just go rewind the VOD. Yeah, so any comments about the draft that we briefly saw before we're coming into this game? Lee Sin. I don't rate it outside of uni leagues. However, I definitely would rate it against this team, mostly because I think ease of execution threshold is a lot lower.
Yeah, I would agree. We've seen how Eames is actually able to just run the map pretty much, although the role performance wasn't the most impressive. There are a couple of whiffed engages that just weren't really it, so hopefully he's able to, clean that one up, get a better performance off with the Lee Sin, because when Lee Sins pop off, the game is just more interesting. It's always a good time when a Lee Sin can pop off. Also, Rumble in the top lane into Cassante as well. That is a horrible matchup for the Cassante.
For sure, and we briefly touched on how Timotopper has played Rumble in all 3 roles he has played across every single split of University League Esports, so very proficient on the character. We should be jumping into game very shortly. And by shortly, I mean like right now, so make sure you're not going anywhere, because like the game's ready to go, guys. We're in it. We're ready to go.
We're 30 seconds into this game already. How much have we missed?
Oh my goodness, right. Well, let's have a gander at this then. Nothing. Nice. Okay, so we have moved to live, so the names might look a little bit different, but I assure you that is Eames. I assure you that is Big Fudge, although we've been calling him Drippy Darren since the start. Drippy Darren, my OG, my GOAT.
He's so good. Although,
I love that guy.
How good can you look on the Braum? I've seen good Braums, but it's nothing as flashy as the Blitzcrank, because Carlos actually, I think, had a really good game last time around on a couple of the potential Braum plays. But you can never look that flashy on the Braum, whereas on this Blitzcrank, you can really change the way that this bot lane can work out. Drippy Darren and Lasp are going to potentially help out for Eames, try to get him a nice early start onto these camps. Late invade, though, is always a potential.
I was going to say the Carlos angle on the Blitzcrank, maybe fishing for that hook, but I don't know if they'll be able to look for anything specifically, and I'm pretty sure X-Markin is like, yeah, we know. We ain't fools. We're not silly about this.
Yeah.
I think we did also talk about this Lucian pick coming into this just briefly. Now, it has been buffed on this patch. A lot more mobility at early levels has been reduced on ECD quite a bit, so we'll look for these skirmishes a bit more frequently than you would have seen before. Obviously, Jinx does have a slight range advantage coming into this Lucian, and we were concerned about Lucian's damage output as well.
Yeah, he's been a little bit weak in terms of just pure damage output. If you can get the culling into somebody during a team fight, you can just 100-0 them pretty easily, but it's not as easy as a lot of these ADCs have been recently. We saw just how much damage the Ezreal can lay down. Don't expect quite that much out of the Lucian without him managing to get a good couple of kills during the early game, but...
Look at top lane, by the way. That's 1 farm on Cassante.
Yeah, when we said that this top lane matchup is miserable, we were not kidding. The Cassante has a really tough time stepping up.
The health.
You walk up, you get a Flame Splitter right to the face, as, Timotopper is very helpfully demonstrating to us right here, is looking to slow push a nice big wave under the turret, possibly get a Cheetah's Recall in as well, and just continue to make this top lane harder and harder to play for Spoon King. And Spoon King had a tough game last time around. I said it was a bad one, and that was definitely overspeaking. You were right to correct me on that. He had some good plays on the Jace, but still, it was rough during the early game, especially versus the Yasuo, and it's looking like it's going to be another rough game for him right now. Junglers did start on opposite sides of the map, so we are going to see Eames up in the top side now, whereas Maru on the way towards the bot lane. There is a good ward which would spot him out if he went for a gank right now. Instead, I think it's just going to be straight full clears for both of these junglers.
I wonder if that ward will end up catching Maru before they're actually able to move down into this bot lane, as the lane is kind of naturally shoving. I don't necessarily think Exeter are in a position where they can just go for a reset. Eden is walking. Wow, do they want to tower dive this already? Or are they just checking where that jungler is? Smart. They know they've started on that blue side. Bot lane should be ready for it. Has that ward ready to go as well. However, not walk through that tri-bush, so they kind of can know that Rel is in that river right now, taking this crab. Lee Sin looking for something on the top side. Could look for an early dive on this Cassante, although I guess he wouldn't really want to dive it. They have increased the damage reduction on his W this patch.
Yeah, it would be a real risk to dive, and we have already seen dives go bad for Ex Machina during this series already. That being said, very low health Spoon King, just going to have to go back to base and teleport himself back into this lane probably as well, which is terrible to lose out on that already. Carlos going to miss onto that hook, so Maru's potential gank not quite going to work out, although...
Ooh, but they have no vision. They have no vision. There's no way they know. Surely they're not knowers.
They're so far back.
No,
they know.
They definitely know. And you can see even as well, Eames is walking down to this. Although I'm pretty sure that should be a kill onto this Cassante. They have overheated on this Rumble, but they might have overheated in the bot lane as well, as Last has been caught out. No flash, no heal available, although Eames is here, ready to show up. First blood does go down onto this Rel, able to clean it back on to the Lee Sin. Although double kill for the Lee Sin would be absolutely massive here. I don't think Rel will be able to live out of this one. Has already burned the summoners. The ward hop for style points and the E-pop, and I'll shut up about this Lee Sin pick. You know, I stand correct.
At this level, Eames is going to be able to pop off on this one. 2 kills onto the Lee Sin. It makes losing out onto that first kill down there feel a lot less bad. You do end up getting a kill onto Maru though, so it's not the end of the world in that bot lane play, as Eden's getting the runaround from Carlos, is going to be able to walk away, and all of these wave states are just messes at the moment. Everybody's got minions every which way. It looks like it is going to be pushed in right here though for Eden, and he should be able to go back to base because low health, low mana is not a great place to be sat as an Orianna. Did tick the 6 though, so can threaten a kill potentially onto this Azir.
I know that Eden will literally just slam ult on the wave as well to shove it under tower and like be aggressive in the way they play this as well. I mean, cannot even step up for the 6 here. Doesn't end up hitting it as well because of the Blitzcrank in the lane, and especially with such a large wave, wasn't able to find anything onto Eden without it being like a really bad trade. Orianna's happy to trade inside these waves. Blitzcrank can't really do anything other than walk up to you and punch. I don't think they'll be able to catch this Lee Sin, although saying that, yeah, Carlos goes wide on that hook, a little embarrassing. But
not ideal.
Yeah, not great. Could have been a nice shutdown pick up there, but as I said before, and I'll say again, don't fancy Lucian's damage.
Yeah, Lucian just doesn't deal quite that much. We are going to get a return gank in the top lane. Equalizer.
Very, very nice counter gank here, and the Equalizer going to be able to keep them off them for a little bit. That is Brom on the top side, so not going to be as much strength as a jungle coming through. Timotopper has overheated, and he's ready to go. The stun coming through, taken lower and lower, but that is a Cassante who has gone all out, pulls them back in, and we were just talking about how good this Rumble was into Cassante, but a really nice gank setup from Maru means that there is, or counter gank setup, sorry, means that they actually put Cassante a little bit more back in the game. The wave state hasn't been completely horrific into Timotopper, not completely out of it, and a nice kill picked up there, but loses so much for that as well. Drippy Darren doesn't actually convert anything onto Timotopper there, and has completely zoned off the wave, but Eden, I don't know what happened there. I'm going to assume he got Shurima shuffled. Has done, didn't flash.
No.
Interesting to save that.
Actually just walked that one out, knew that he was going to be able to survive. Very confident, actually, right there out of Eden. And this is overall a terrible set of plays for Ex Machina. You end up losing out in the top lane, losing out in the bot lane, and I think it's important to remember that seeing a Rel and a Brom in the top lane can make you think, oh, the 2 supports have arrived. But Maru is the jungler in this game, which just means that the Rel is going to have more gold, more damage on that champion. And so just about was able to come out on top. Timotopper still was dealing a ridiculous amount, but the shutdown was a good pickup. And although the CS lead, you know, is a bit of a gap right now, you're at least keeping yourself within touching distance as Spoon King. So this early game, it's been pretty back and forth, a little bit of a gold lead for Ex Machina, but nothing to write home about. Again, a good first 8 minutes, I'd say, out of Bath. Can they keep it up, though? We need to see more ganks landing out of Carlos, and I'd like to see some aggression around this Drake. If you take a look towards the bot side river, there's a ton of wards all over this Drake pick. They're going to know if Ex Machina step within a 50-mile radius of the thing. And if they can get it for themselves as well and turn that into some Drake stacking, that could be a really huge way to get yourself into this game and potentially take us to a full series.
For sure. And it's interesting as well, we talk about like Drake pressure and bot lane stuff. Lucian does want to get ahead early as well, so being able to play around this, and obviously it kind of is dependent on Carlos actually stepping up on this blitz a little bit, landing these hooks. Drippy Darren trying to freeze the wave.
Eric?
Can just for free with the unbreakable. Like, yeah, your Lucian is not doing anything, can just hop out as well. Blitzcrank won't be able to find
Mario's
anything.
here,
Oh,
though.
the hook actually lands this time, and that should be a kill down to Drippy Darren. Eric hunting for a little bit more, will just force last on the tower, but this is a dive angle, by the way. Although, I mean, they could go for it. Massive wave here as well. Will just choose to go play it safe, go for the Drake, trade an objective. They know that they should know the Herald is being taken by Eames here. As you can see, the mid and the top walking for that to make sure they secure it. They're not going to gamble it this time like they did before.
I like this. Don't go for an over-aggressive dive. Instead, just pick up what you know you can. Trading this Herald over for the Drake. First Drake can be really impactful if you can turn it into more. Rocket going to come through, not actually going to be able to steal away. But first Herald, depending on where you use it, if you can crack a first turret blood, can be worth more. See if there's going to be something aggressive, because Mario is still hanging around right now. And sure, the Lucian doesn't deal that much damage when compared to standard AD carries at the moment, but at the same time, once you get an early kill, if he can get an early lead, you can put yourself in a really strong position. So it's a good start for Eric. He needs to continue that one on. And I think that Drippy Down and Last just stepped too far forwards, you know? Getting caught on that hook, terrible.
And also burning the W stand behind me a little bit early there to try and dodge the hook. Nice save there on Carlos, and like fishing for it and finding it there. Really, really important. Meant they actually able to actually balance out the gold a little bit. Early Kraken Slayer picked up here for the Lucian. We were talking about damage problems. This should be enough damage to pump out. Speaking of damage, though, Timatopper. Ugh.
He's got some boots and a book. One book. Not even one of the really aggressive books.
Just a little book.
Just a tiny book. Equalizer.
And just to stop the recall as well.
That's confidence right there out of Timatopa. It is really going to ruin Spoon King's day, though. He's going to have to go back to base. However...
Oh, I don't think he will. He's going all out. Might actually die for it. Will die in the end. Timatopa going down onto Maru. But, like, the fact that he dies there is kind of nuts. Maybe could have waited a little bit longer for Maru to come.
Timatopa had just teleported to lane. Spoon King still has his teleport up. That's actually a really good play for Bath. The fact that you're able to trade it 1-for-1, Timatopa, that's pretty good. But decent bait, actually, out of Spoon King to sit there like, oh, I'm so sad and low health and you need to not dive me instead.
I think there might be a catch here coming through. Never mind, just dodges the hook quite nicely. Very, very nice. Re-engage angle here from the Sonic Wave. Really, really nice play there from the Blitzcrank and the Azir to actually keep Orianna away from the tower enough that the play goal doesn't actually go down from the Herald. Really, really nice shockwave catch, but is actually Shurima shuffled back under that tower. Eden will be picked away, still sat of that flash, by the way.
Yeah.
That's 2 shuffles in a row that he's not burnt that flash, and I'm a bit curious about that one. Super Mega Death, but not quite finding the mark there. Would have been crazy if it hit, and I definitely would have popped off. Unfortunately, it did not hit, so there was no pop-off.
Not quite. That's now a second kill Kraken Slayer completed for Eric. He's getting himself into a pretty strong position. This was a really nice Shurima shuffle, but like you said, Flash just still available for Eden. Has decided he actually wants to save it for a mystical third engage. As top laners are fighting once again, Timatopa is going to get caught and pulled back. Amaru is here. He needs to turn tail and run.
No equalizer, but I think has the Flash available, so can just space quite nicely. And I think this is maybe the reason why we saw Eden save that flash earlier and just be taken by the sand there on the Emperor's Divide, because Mara was there with the engage. So if he flashes, Mara just goes onto him and he dies anyways. So it's kind of like still between a rock and a hard play situation, or more accurately, sand and a horse. So I don't know if it's... oh, we are just seeing trades come through into the port side. That's a dead Blitzcrank.
Just dies. Carlos just gets taken out. Eric now needs to run away as well, as Eames is going to just chase him off, threaten. A couple of turret plates still available in this bottom side for Lasp to get if he can shove this wave in. The wave clear on the Jinx, pretty good. He's going to be able to shove this one underneath the turret, and Eric might be in trouble right here. Drippy Darren.
Oh, and burns the TP out. Drippy Darren sacrificing with his life. Gonna be able to get the concussive while he's down 2 Mega Death. Insane.
Wait, they all survive.
Shut down. Doesn't have the shuffle. Able to trade nicely, though. That is one more. Oh, it's just a support, but it's something. Although Jinx shut down feels kind of nice.
It feels really nice to get a shutdown onto the Jinx.
TP as well, actually.
Yeah, getting the TP out, I think, is possibly the bigger thing because Eden now is able to shove in massively. We've also got the Drake coming up in a minute's time, so that's a big objective that you're just not going to have anything for.
Is available. Eden should be able to just walk
Has
up
flash.
There. Okay, please flash it this time, man. Come on. Doesn't need to flash it, apparently. We aren't seeing Azir go that deep
Carlos
for it.
is here.
Oh, Maru.
He flashed!
Oh! Insane!
He survived! That is what he was keeping the flash for.
Oh my goodness. Great. Oh, wow. Okay, clearly, he's like 8 light years ahead, and we just don't know about it. Oh, I don't know if he actually ended up collecting that plate. It would have been really funny if he had.
He did, I think.
Nice. Good. Very nice. Okay,
Eden,
all worth it.
All worth it. Teleports back in. Has got that Leandri's completed as well. So actually, he's in a really strong position.
Nice stuff. And with the Drake coming up as well, has the Leandri's ready to go, as you said. A lot of like first item completions coming through here. We aren't going to see the same TP pressure coming through on the top lane for X to this side coming into it. However, with the Rumble walking down, is ready for this team fight. Has no equalizer yet, so might not fish for a fight, although we have seen Timotopper is happy to skirmish without that cooldown available. Blitzcrank but will go wide. Eden just zoning with the ball, keeping a little bit vision on mid lane, and being a general guardian whilst they take this Drake.
It's going to end up being one apiece. Maru is in the area, could potentially look for a steal. You have quite a lot of damage on the Rel. Instead, not going to go in. It is going to be picked up by Ex Machina. And I think the key point in this one is that Akiyama Mio just didn't have that first item completed. Everybody else, supports, have those first items completed other than this Azir, and that means that you're just missing out on a ton of potential damage. Anytime, though, that a Rel is in the area, there is the potential for the steal, because that Q plus Smite combo does actually ridiculous amounts.
And even with the Cassante left alone in the top lane here, we aren't actually going to see any significant tower push come through, although we know the Spoon King was fishing for that engage. The all-out ready to go, has overheated here, ready to burn down Cassante. Will be taken low, but as we know, the Omnivamp comes through, and it's just Q after Q after Q, and in the meanwhile, Eames has picked up a kill on the solution in the bot lane, so there is a nice cross-map trade, but Cassante actually putting in work and proving that even through the nerfs, All Out remains an incredibly powerful force to be reckoned with. I don't know if this rocket is going to be caught on vision. Bye-bye! Oh, good W reaction time there. Well, not reaction time, but like, good W. Really nice
Good W.
That was because they buffed the W damage reduction this patch.
They did, and the ward in that tri-brush spotted out the incoming missile. Well played out of Spoon King, because if that had have killed him, it would have been incredibly hype. Still, though, Eric does go down in that bot lane. We didn't see what actually ended up happening. You're now in a position where actually Last is really strong. And we saw last game that Last wasn't dealing a lot of damage until... Wait, hang on, Maru.
Whoa, Maru going straight in here. We are going to see an insane wombo. And, you got to feel so... Actually, I'm not going to feel bad because he locked Orianna.
He did.
But at the same time, you got to feel a little bit bad because that is just repeat.
Yeah. But at the same time, you know that you have a target on your back right now as Eden, and he keeps stepping up. He keeps being quite far forwards in the lane, which, you know, if you know that you're going to be targeted that much, you can't keep stepping up in this way. It's going to turn into a Herald as well, so good plays out of Bath. And I'd honestly say that they have kept this interesting for 16 minutes.
For sure, and this must be part of, you know, Ex Machina's infamous reverse tempo trap theory, like part of, you know, just setting up. It's like the new, like, the Ball setup. It's the Eden, you know, just inting strat on Orianna, int to win, just bumps out insane damage, doesn't matter. It means that, like, Last can free farm and is just bullying the solution in lane. Bursts are actually taken down on the top side here, which is actually very, very interesting.
Yeah.
I think this Cassante probably has Demolish ready to go, and because it had so much time alone and a massive wave crashing into this tower, Timotopper walked down to this Drake fight. Spoon King, who was down but never out last game, definitely in a position to kind of carry this one, and especially into something immobile like Last, can look and fish for that pick for the all-out later on.
And we really haven't seen Eames actually get involved in any fights recently. He's just been around after that initial couple of kills, just hasn't done anything. That is a problem that you can run into with the Lee Sin.
Told you.
You did. You
I
did.
said I think that Eames personally has an ease of execution issue. I think when you struggle on things like, you know, the Rel, and you have to be on the Jarvan if you're not on like your farming specialized junglers like the Evelyn or the Carthage, which manipulate the way the game works so much, but it doesn't even matter. Really, really nice kick over the wall. Well, actually, not really. That was actually pretty bad. And
No,
actually,
that was good.
I mean, it's a disengage.
It was good
I
out
guess.
of Akiyomio.
It was a good shuffle.
Yeah,
The kick over the wall
the
is
kick.
interrupted obviously by the Empress Divide. The position's been changed.
If you wait a couple
Mind
seconds
control.
and a couple of seconds longer, just waiting in the bush, I think, and then you can get the rest of your members around that fight, and then it turns into a really good kick over the wall. Instead, yeah, doesn't quite work out. You do get the shuffle out, so that's going to be down for at least the next 30 seconds or so, as we see the bot lane tower fall as well. And this is a real reversal of what we saw last time around. Exeter had a couple of turrets advantage over Bath, and it meant that Bath were having a real struggle playing the map, whereas this time, it's the complete opposite. Couple of towers for Bath, they're playing the map, and I really need to see this Lee Sin find a way into this game. Potentially now.
Oh, but no ult follow-up available. Drippy Darren actually swapping places with the Lee Sin here. Not going to be able to find anything, just stopping those resets. Maybe caught on vision there. Now, it's really interesting. Isn't this like the first time we've seen X Machina on these broadcasts actually take their tier 1s, having their tier 1s down?
I think
the
so.
other team? That sets up something very, very interesting for Bath to play with.
It does. You've got so much more space to work with. These Drakes are right now one apiece, so you could potentially try to push in onto this one. Still, the mid lane turrets are available, which means that the maps are not wide open. Constantly, though, Spoon King has got a big push in the top lane. He's now going to teleport behind Lasp. Oh, Lasp is in a really bad position.
He's going for the tower. He wants the passive overheat. Not going to be able to put out enough damage on Eric there. I wonder if he doesn't take the W and he keeps all three. He's actually able to get more with that Kraken Slayer ramp. But unfortunately, a very terrifying Cassante running straight towards you there. You're on that timer, knows he's going to die. And because of that TP, they've now got Dragon opened up a little bit more. And because there's been a 1-1 Dragon split already, no one will be soul point off of this. But it is a kind of relatively slow Dragon take, but it is a Dragon take nonetheless. Turret taken down at the cost of Last's life and a TP.
He gets the turret, and I think, importantly as well, top lane is now getting a huge shove off as well. This is now going to be turrets apiece. And a big chunk of gold into Timatopa's back pocket. Still, though, the Drake going over to Bath. They've got to be pretty happy with that one, and I really like the TP decision out of Spoon King. I do wonder how much this Ignite on Timatopa is going to come back to bite Ex Machina. They have so much less map to really play around when you're just having to send Orianna into side blades. Sure, Orianna is fine at catching a side wave, but she's nowhere near as fast at pushing something out as a Rumble is. He's not great at split pushing potentially either, but still, just not having those options for putting people into side lanes and then getting them in for the team fights. It's kind of the opposite of what we expect Ex Machina to want to do. They like to get more members to team fights.
Mio not going to be able to find anything here, but was fishing for it. I think they kind of, they're knowers this time. They're not going to get caught out once more. Although, speaking of fishing, that is a Lee Sin. Gonna not be quite the full delivery service I expected.
Oh, hang on, Jinx.
What an insane CC combo. It ends up being a double kill coming through for the Lucian. The Jinx reset will not mean much when Last is kind of just being free hit on by the Azir. Spoon King also forcing Last back. Not in an ideal spot to actually look for anything or an all-out engage. That's cleared up the team a little bit. Timatopa, as you said, is just not able to get there. Taking the Ignite for the lane pressure and then losing the lane.
Yeah.
Really bad, actually.
Really
and with
bad.
no TP, and what is this Ignite really for? Who is this executing on enemy team? There's no real significant healers. Maybe Cassante, I guess, in all out?
Maru?
Oh,
he doesn't do it.
Yeah, I think, that wasn't a fail. That was just a, I'm not going to do it. That's stupid. Okay. And also, it doesn't have Magnet Storm, so nowhere near as tanky.
If he'd have had Magnet Storm, he would have gone for that one, and it would have been the right call. Without Magnet Storm, absolutely wrong to have done that. Equalizer comes down. I don't know if that's actually going to help anything, flashing away from the hook. And Maru has to go running as well, as Drippy Darren has returned to this fight. Low health bars.
I don't know. That's a Blitzcrank, remember?
Yeah.
I don't think you can step that far forward.
Lasp just stepping up like he has 9 extra lives. I'm sorry, buddy, you really do not. Although, he has been using Fancy Feet to great effect during some of these team fights. Eden stays.
I just feel like almost great.
He misses again!
I mean, I'd say the first time was because of a miscommunication with Lee Sin buffering a little bit, kind of being off, but that was just a whiff.
That was a whiff.
Bad.
I mean,
oh no.
Hey, Akiyama, that was a pretty good, good sliding line.
He sidestepped.
But at the same time, seeing 2 Orianna ults whiff after such an iffy early game as well. Eden's usually a lot cleaner than this. Instead,
probably too sleepy. That guy does not sleep at normal times.
No?
No. Inhuman. Clearly, they just need to go to game 5 and he'll be insane and popping off. But anyways, we did see this last game where we were like, oh, well, Eden's not really doing anything. And then, just killed everyone. All it takes is one ball delivery service to change a game. Like,
also, look at what he's building. Look at what his second item is.
That's really... I kind of like it.
I love it.
He's pushing so much damage, and he needs to as well. Otherwise, because, like, realistically, you're playing into a Rel Cassante. If you're not pushing as much damage as possible, you're not killing anyone this game. And by going the, you know, the Leandri's Rabadon's build, it just makes so much sense, and you're just pushing so much damage, and will really, really help. It's just going to help. It's
good. Like you said, you just have to hit one, because the consistent damage is already there. The consistent magic damage is coming through from a Rumble, probably the equalizer onto the backline if Timatopa does his job correctly, and the consistent AD damage is coming through from your Jinx. So you are there for your Shockwave and for it to deal a bajillion damage. So just build like that. Leandri's straight into that death cap. I love the build. It's very aggressive. The Dark Seal sat in inventory with 2 stacks is incredibly funny as well. And I'm just waiting for Eden to pop off. Lasp too, he's been free hitting in quite a lot of these team fights, and it just hasn't seemed to actually get him any real damage yet, although now that he's completed that eye edge as well as the Kraken Slayer, that's the point at which he can really begin to pop off.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of complete items here, we are going to see the... Oh, never mind. Forget about the complete items. Look at the insect there. Won't actually be able to get close enough to Last to actually make anything work. The shutdown going onto Braum, getting Last to reset, but will actually trade onto a Lee Sin and shutdown on the Braum. Not great. Ignite. Actually, not Wait, no, it wasn't even Ignite. He just took it.
He just took it.
It must have been Braum.
Yeah. It must have been, because that's unfortunate to get that one through. There just wasn't any of the big wombo combo damage there. Neither Timatopa or Eden were in that fight, and so sure, you get the cool insect, but the ball delivery system doesn't work out because there's no ball to put on him. These fights have been messy, I'm gonna say. Ex Machina, it does not feel like them, because they have been known for being just insanely clean during team fights. Sure, team fights look like a mess in League of Legends, even when they're well executed. Lots of flashing lights and colors, but usually at the end, Ex Machina walk out with all of their members perfectly happy and the other team 6 feet under. This time around, it's just not working out like that, and I don't know if Ex Machina has been pushed to a position where they're in a gold deficit. I mean, it's 300 gold, but I haven't seen that.
If Ex Machina lose this game, it is proof that blue side is broken, 100% win rate, insane roll, ridiculous. And you know what? That's fine, that's fine. But I want to point out that, like, it's kind of, if any of the rest of you are watching the rest of the University Esports split, you'll know that Ex Machina has never been put this down before.
No.
This is incredible.
This is really good to watch.
This is actually good content. It's a really, really, really good set of games. And I'm really, really excited. We're on game 2 right now, Max. Very, very cool.
Carlos?
Never mind. What on earth is that?
Gonna miss onto that hook still, though. They get that turret. That is a mid lane turret now cracked, so the map is wide open right now for Bath, and we are 25 minutes into the game, so there is a Baron to play around. Now, you are going to take this one pretty quickly as Chocolate's children, but still not fast enough that you want to just try to sneak it away. Instead, I think they're going to want to find themselves a pick at the very least, and thankfully, they have a Blitzcrank. Sure, we did just watch him miss a hook, but if you're able to hit one onto a key target, say Last, or Eden, who doesn't like flashing in this game, those are really good targets to try to look for, get a potential pick, and then turn it into a Baron. At the same time, though, Ex Machina seem to be wanting to look for picks off of insects again and again and again. Hasn't been working out so far for Eames, but once you've got the whole team around for a team fight, there is the potential to just make it work. All it has to do, and all that Ex Machina have really had to do in a lot of their games, is make it work once, and once they get that little bit of a lead, they do not give it up.
So, I guess I get what you mean, and I think you're right. I'm just looking, like, coming into the rest of this game as well, is I guess Ex Machina just have so much damage output as well. It's kind of funny that the Lee Sin's been taken, because it's kind of just the reverse of what the rest of his team wants to do. But also at the same time, the Lucian has also been taken, and he kind of does the reverse of what his team wants him to do. So, in a way, it's kind of, you know, you're trading like a little bit of early game pressure, but like, oh, okay, you know what? Blitzcrank just finds Eames, and he's dead over Raptors.
So when I said picks are good onto Lasp or Eden, if you want the Baron, well, taking out the jungler also really helps. Bath should just be able to take this one. Now, there is going to be an equalizer potential, which is huge in a choke point like this, but do you even go?
No.
Do chuck on the equalizer. Good block onto that Super Mega Death Rocket. Bath got the Baron.
That's really big, and I do think that Bath should be able to convert a lot from that. Although, saying that, I think that it will be gone by the time Drake is up as well.
Yeah.
So it's about really pushing for as much the map as possible, cracking open these tier 2 turrets, and actually, you know, working with it. Because right now, I guess they are on a timer.
Yeah, you've got to get as much out of this right now as possible, because as Buff, I'd be cognizant of the fact that Exeter, they find one pick and they can just turn the game around. They know how to do that. Still, though, you're up by a good chunk of gold. Almost 3,000 at this point is huge.
17, by the way.
Yeah, this
Really
Cassante
strong.
is looking good, and we were not big fans of the Cassante, but just misplays actually out of Timatopa. Getting a little bit too aggressive. Doesn't work out, has to run right now. Maru gonna go in.
Sound almost full heat. No equalizer ready to go, and they are just going to keep cracking open these turrets. That is 2 cannons just going to be left alone. And this is another point. It's like they were listening to the cast. No overextension.
No
really
overextension.
Nice.
They've been playing a really calm and collected game, actually. For University Esports, this has not been a lot of kills. You usually see a lot more explosivity and a lot bloodier of games. Instead, it looks like Bath, they're really being calm, collected. They know what to play around 1.5 minutes until the next Drake, so let's see what the setup is going to be. Because there is the potential of the wombo combo if you manage to land an equalizer and a shockwave on top of each other. That's a recipe for disaster. Lash then gets 1 kill, gets excited. That's all you wrote. But if you stop that with good vision, good setup around this objective, you can't really just walk in because there's this Blitzcrank. And sure, it hasn't had the big flashy hooks a lot of the time, but remember, it was a hook right onto Eames that meant that this Baron went over, and just the threat of a Blitzcrank can make you pause before you try to walk into any objective.
I think as well, like setting up in the early vision there, as you saw, like they're not even trying to get deep vision on Drake. I think they're going to completely give it. They cannot flip the game over this. If they die for this, it's all over. I think there is a genuine end angle here for Bath. So what, in my brain, Exeter are trying to do is give this soul. It's risky.
It's
the
so
Cloud
risky.
Soul.
It's good. Cloud Soul is good on these champions.
For sure, and that's why I think it's particularly risky, and they have to be flipping for Elder. There's no way, and I think it's enough to turn a game. Elder, especially because it should be on similar time to Baron-ish. Actually, no, I don't think it will. This could be a massive angle for Carlos, but doesn't quite find it. Drippy Darren also ready to sacrifice himself as well. Jumps in front of Timatopa there. This is a really scary fight angle, guys. I know you've got the equalizer, but Maru has Magnet Storm. Lunges straight on. Mio able to free hit onto their entire team. We are going to see the Lucian follow up, and oh my god, what a shockwave. Takes him low. Maru is still full HP. Eric is there and should be ready to dash back over the wall. Ends up missing and going a little bit wide, but it saves his life because the ball isn't able to finish him off. With enough damage, it should be taken out.
Oh,
Last is dead. Has to pop. That goes. I think Spoon King was ready to go all out. If he actually lands that W, is able to follow up off of that Q, he's in a really particularly bad spot. Jinx can actually space as well and put enough damage down to actually kind of put Spoon King in a bad position. Has the LDR, makes it really, really hard to, you know, kind of play this out. Although does, again, as I said, has Cloud Soul, dashes through the traps before they're active with the Unstoppable. There's so much happening. I'm scared.
I don't want to jinx it, but Bath, they're doing it. I'm not saying they've done it, but they are doing it. Like you said, a flip around Elder or Baron.
Oh my goodness.
This play, if Eden manages to hit a big shockwave here, perhaps while his team are still alive, maybe there's a chance. The equalizer as well, it hits onto quite a few members. This shockwave is beautiful. If you've got the Jinx around right there to throw in a rocket, perhaps land a couple of auto attack to get that first kill, that's a completely different team fight, but you have to send somebody top lane to try to deal with Spoon King. It turns out that Lasp is the only one who seems to be able to survive, has now completed 3 items, that is LDR as well, so it's going to be able to deal actually a pretty good amount of damage to this Cassante.
No sums.
No sums.
No sums for next fight, by the
way.
So we were saying that Jinx can deal with the Cassante somewhat due to her raw damage output, but that mobility is now gone. It's really, really hard to play these fights.
Both.
And that's really bad coming into this. Cassante able to just walk at her. Pops his own ghost as well, so it's not terrible, but has the TP available, can keep pressuring these side lanes. Jinx forced to farm up here. Not necessarily unhappy. Should be going for a rapid fire cannon next. They will just look to siege mid lane here, and they're going to be bursting flash.
2
really rough Glacial Fisher there for Drippy Darren. Quite slow timing. I think expected. He's mid lane to land the thing, but you're happy to burn the flash. But even then, I don't think the ult was necessary. I think it needs to be used more defensively.
You're using that onto Carlos, who's like, sure, Carlos is having a decent game on the Blitzcrank, but he is not the main threat that you should be blowing that much aggression onto. Akiyama Mio hasn't died a single time in this one, has been spacing really effectively after what was a pretty impressive game one, actually, to be fair. Possibly could be a carry that we need to look at going forwards in this series, as the base is being sieged onto. Ex Machina, they are on the cusp of losing a game in this finals as well, is huge. I mean, we wanted it to go to at least 4 games, hopefully 5 games, because that's always the most fun that we can ever have with these series. But I don't know if either of us truly expected it to actually happen.
Okay, resets the back there means that it has to burn. I mean, not resetting before Baron feels kind of bad for Akiyama Mio, but does have the TP, so it's not necessarily terrible. We are seeing an interesting thing with the build here come through, the Lich Bane, which, you know, kind of follows off from the on-hit stuff, the on-hit changes we saw from Azir. Just wanted to point that out for people at home. But yeah, I think they could just look for an instant Baron, and this TP here from Akiyama Mio means that they can't really step, and the TP here from Spoon King definitely means they can't step. I think Eames is definitely in a really rough spot, can't even look for a steal. That is one dead Baron, and yeah, sure. Oh, you get a tower.
Oh, Eden, run.
Yeah.
That's a scary Cassante.
I think this is a really bad spot. Look at this catch. They're kind of pinstering them in here. This Cassante is keeping them trapped. Cannot walk up to their own tower. Very, very confident coming into this. Last has been caught, I'm pretty sure. Eric should be able to just free him onto them. Ends up having the stopwatch as Spooky can follow up with the all-out, ready to go. The culling happening. I don't think we're actually going to be able to see anyone get out of this. Eames is just chased down. Eden gets away with a sliver of health. The Shockwave still, not sliver of health, decent amount of health. Timotop is on a sliver of health. Has to burn the flash. Has the Shockwave still available, so can clear waves. Baron buff is up though. That's a lot of MR for these minions, and might actually be able to end off of this.
Yeah, quite possibly. It looks like Bath are going to try to push forward, see if we can send Ex Machina into the losses bin for at least one game in this entire tournament. They're pushing on. They've now taking down the inhibitor.
Oh, this is
just going
over. Burns the flash here, and the Shurima shuffle we've been talking about all game lands directly onto Eden here, and that's all she wrote. The ace coming through for the side of Bath, and that is, in this bracket series, the first loss Ex Machina have taken. That's crazy, man.
That's crazy.
Oh.
Wow, okay. Hey, Bath came to play. That was a good game.
That was good.
That was a good game.
Like, we can talk all we want about, like, oh, well, Timotop did, like, misplayed top lane, or, oh, well, Eden stepped a bit too far forward, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't necessarily just that. It was kind of just, Bath got their stuff together.
Yeah.
They kind of just played better that game.
They played good League of Legends.
For sure, and you could definitely see inklings of it in game one. I think, I mean, again, just proves my theory that blue side is broken, right? But at the same time, you can definitely feel like they adapted to the mistakes they made, and they just didn't make them. Rarely overextended. Really, really good catch. I think the Cassante definitely threw me off, and I'm very happy that I was proven wrong about that. I find Cassante quite an interesting pick.
Hey, what were you right about, though? The Lee Sin?
Look, I'm not trying to BM anyone, okay? I just don't rate it. I think it's way too hard to execute, and I think you have to be very, 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 very good at the Lee Sin to be able to execute at this kind of level of, like, organized play, and it's really, really hard for you to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And we just saw here there was just very few opportunities, especially
double kill, and then
especially
then
into, like,
what?
into Lucian, into Azir, into Cassante. What are you hunting for here on Lee Sin? What are you kicking here? Who is following up on this? Who can free hit into this? Like, yeah, Jinx has range advantage, but can't really, like, walk on them, and it was just really, really hard. Blitzcrank so much zone control, and obviously Mario on the Rel can just turn people straight into us. We should be able to see a little bit more as we jump into these replays, but, like, there was so well, you know, executed all around, and it's just. Oh, I mean, this was the start of things, really, is when we saw this engage on Mario after last stepped a little bit too far forward, burning that flash, and it was on this gank, but yeah, sure, it trades onto the Lee Sin, is able to go down, but it meant that Maru definitely wasn't inting as much on these engages like we saw, well, I want to say we saw Eames do on the Rel before, but the Rel engages were a lot better executed. Sure, Timotopia trades onto Spoon King here, but
it's all trades.
It's a lot of trades, and it's the fact, and it's like, are we playing Valorant? why am I seeing so many trades?
Yeah, everything seems to be 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. Like in this one, you managed to get a kill. Another 1 for 1. And any situation in which it wasn't a 1 for 1, it felt like it was Eden. Getting Sharima shuffled, not blowing a flash again and again. Last, I can agree with this play. You know, at this point you're dead.
I think
Just
this
pick
is
up
fine.
a turret.
Yeah.
You're fine in this situation, but the overarching theme of the game was almost. If that
hits, that's a different game.
Yeah,
that's a different game. 100%.
Almost.
I just
For Ex Machina, if things were just slightly different, they would have been able to come out on top. But that can be said for a lot of teams. And
I love the Blitzcrank hook so much. It's so funny watching this champion. But again, great engage, and you can see what I mean here about Last can't really hit.
No.
What can Last do? That walks forward and doesn't get caught. The Cassante's there, the Blitz is there. It's really hard to walk forward on the Azir in case you get shuffled.
Yeah.
Sure, if the rail's already engaged, like, oh yeah, well I can hit now. No, you can't. Not really.
There's something else always threatening, and I think that the Blitzcrank was just constantly on the edge of being able to just get on top of you. Look at this shockwave.
Oh,
if that happens in that previous fight we were looking at with the Lee Sin in the mid lane, if that happens right here when you've actually got Last around, this is a different game. Again, it was a game of inches, and one that in a different universe where things are just slightly different, you know, it's 2 degrees warmer. Somebody ate a different sandwich for lunch. In that situation, Ex Machina make those plays, and they end up winning this game, but Bath better executed on the day, which is something we never say about the opponents of X. They're always the ones who turn up cleaner, but Bath, they looked really good this game.
Sweet. Saying that about the game of inches, though, I kind of do feel that Exit didn't have a top lane in this game.
Timotopia had a really good first 5 minutes.
But this is the thing, is, okay, this is going to buy into something that I don't necessarily agree with, but I see a lot of people say where they say Rumble is kind of just a cheese pick.
Right.
I don't agree with it. I think it's wrong. But I think this game is very much a cheese pick, and it didn't really get as much value as I would have liked. The Equalizer we didn't really find any useful value on, just mostly because of like the things that were picked into it. It just wasn't killing anything really.
Yeah.
It wasn't creating enough space. They weren't looking for these fights. And the fights weren't really theirs to trap. It was more always a reactive equalizer. Any equalizers that were thrown like preemptively to stop engages, they just walk forward anyways. Like, who cares? It's like, I swear they were like double radiant. No, I meant not double radiant, but one of them was running radiant. So that doesn't mean that like any damage that's pumped out isn't really that effective. The second they got behind in that lane with that ignite, it just made the game so much more unplayable, especially without that TP. So hard to be there for objectives. Loses so much around their side lanes. Anyway, let's jump to a break. We'll be back for Game 3, and it's not going to be a 3-0 series. There will be at least 2 more games of League of Legends. Will blue side be the winning side? I'm sure Exeter will pick it next side. So let's find out. Stay tuned.
they're not super destroyed and only putting on the big round of
Everyone is do hate snakes, and this snake will end it here for double kill versus Kyrie on the back of his fight. Cancels Francis forward, but she
Hello everyone and welcome back to the University Esports League of Legends Winter 2023 Grand Finals, and what a game we've just watched.
We've got
Max.
a series!
We have a series!
Yes!
It's 1-1! Somehow Exeter lose a game to Bath. Bath plays absolutely incredibly. Chocolate's children were out for blood, and they said it since the start of the bracket series, and they're really showing up today.
Oh yeah. I mean, they lost one game, which put them down into losers bracket, and then other than dropping one single one, I think, they've been sweeping through, actually. They've had a very impressive run as well. Not as impressive as Exeter, which is why we're surprised, but happy. We are really happy because we've got an actual series on our hands, and I love watching more League of Legends and more of the way that this series is playing out, because in game one, it felt like it was the solo lanes that managed to carry things through. A really good Syndra performance. And then in this second game, it just wasn't happening. The Orianna had Flash.
Sure did have that summoner spell equipped, yeah.
Had Flash.
I mean, no, I think we're misspeaking. That Flash went crazy
It
that one
did.
time.
It did.
It went crazy that one time. It was held for like 8 minutes, but don't worry about it. Anyways, point being, I think it was... Sure, we can chalk up a little bit to like X-Mark and maybe not playing at their peak, but at the same time, I think it's a little disrespectful to say that Bath didn't play kind of crazy that game.
Yeah.
I think it was really good execution, and I would personally argue that the draft diff for Bath, and I think it was a draft diff because I think
it was
Bath's
good.
draft was really, really good. I think that, other than the Cassante, which I wasn't convinced about, I think it was like, I'm happy to be proven wrong. I like being proven wrong. I like when players show up and like show me what they're made of, and Bath really did. For sure.
The Cassante actually turned out into a really good pick. Sure, it was getting bullied out by the Rumble early, but if you don't get bullied out by a Rumble early, are you actually playing versus a Rumble? Like, that's just the way that this champion works. But the second, and I mean the second, actually, the Spoon King had that ult, had that all out, it changed the landscape of that matchup immediately and was turning it into such good pressure. And I think beyond just the champions and the execution of the champions, summoner spell choice as well. You take the Ignite, you get yourself that initial kill, but you turn it into a 1-for-1 because the jungler's there, and then beyond that, the Ignite kind of isn't useful for Timatopa. Now, we know Timatopa's a really good player, but it felt like a mistake to not have two teleports, because actually Bath were using those teleports to great effect, and it's something that we expect out of Ex Machina. That is the team that is usually bringing multiple members to each team fight. You think that you've got a skirmish going, and then they teleport two members in, suddenly it's a 3v5, and you lose. Instead, it was the complete opposite this time.
And I especially think that even though there was a lack of teleports, I think that Bath didn't really put themselves in a position where they could be caught out, where there was any real TV angles in general. And it's the fact that there was so much discipline compared to that first game, and there was a real change in style just based on how they kind of acknowledged how they were playing in the first game, a complete switch up, which you rarely see from teams like a series, because a lot of teams will just go away and they'll, like, after like they lose a series, they'll be like, oh, we made this mistake. Teams don't adapt on the fly, at least in my opinion, at this level of play.
No.
So it's really, really nice to see out of Bath, and really, really good just in general. And once again, I'm proven right about Lee Sin.
Yeah.
I think that character's terrible. But he's not
Personally,
terrible, he's just, you know.
No, I think that you can find some real issues with something like Elisa, and I personally dislike the Wukong for similar reasons, where if it pops off and you manage to get yourself 5-6 kills during the early game, you can individually carry, but you're so reliant on your lanes helping you out to get you fed. There were multiple times where those insect kicks looked real flashy, but there was no real follow-up, whereas something like a Maokai, a Sejuani, a Jarvan would have just given more to the overall team composition and would have just been more useful in general, I think.
For sure, and again, I'll just keep waffling on about ease of execution, but at the same time, it stands true. Like, we saw issues on the Rel, and I just really wasn't even convinced by the insects that we saw from the Lee Sin. And my main issue with Lee Sin is when they pick up the early gold as well, and they kind of don't really give their team room to breathe, or gold, and they're not really converting their lead anywhere, especially when it's on something like the Gore Drinker Lee Sin, which provides a lot of like bulkiness and utility, but isn't really executing anything, and isn't really converting that like gold lead into like a strong early execution item. Anyways, enough about Lee Sin. We're in draft. Let's go. And we actually get to draft live to you guys, so we're actually going to be able to commentate on what happens as it goes. Same bands as per usual. Actually, no, Rel is gone. Good, as it should be. Exeter has that blue side now, and in my opinion, anyone who takes blue side in this kind of games will take that Rel. I think it's way too strong to leave open. Yeah.
The Rel or the Jarvan would have been first picks, and this actually turns into 3 jungle bans coming out from Bath. They clearly think that shutting down Eames is a good place to go. Gonna first pick a Syndra. There's not too many counters that she just can't deal with. Is always going to give you a lot of extra AP damage, so they're going to be happy with this one. What is Bath going to respond with? You've got quite a lot of high-powered supports and AD carries left available. Something like the Zyra Khan could be really strong at the moment, although you probably don't want to blind pick it. You can just take whatever you're comfortable with into the Syndra. We've seen Azir be played well. I think in the last game, Akiyama Mio had a really good time on the Azir, even if I think it just doesn't give quite as much. They're just going to run it back, and why not?
Yeah, I like it. We're going to see Pride and Azuma picked up here in the top lane, and definitely showing off a lot of Pride in the playstyle last game as well. Really, really like, strong into a lane that I personally think is pretty terrible for Cassante, especially just because you can't play nearly as confidently as you would like pre-nerfs, but it's clear this player has an insane mastery of this champion. We kind of knew this coming in. Vayne left open was banned for the past 2 games and has now been picked up for last, ready to pop off, and I'm very, very excited about this pick.
I am incredibly excited. Last is a psychopath on it, let's say. Just goes in, and where a lot of people get Vayne syndrome, go in, just die. That's not usually the case. It'd be interesting to see what you want to pair up with the Vayne, though. Usually, you want to have a little bit of potential engage or just an Enchanter, but Enchanters haven't been that good recently. That is one of the best picks that we've seen Timatopa on recently.
Ooh, I like this.
I love it.
I mean, Timatopa hasn't lost a game on this Aatrox.
No.
I mean, they've not lost a game full stop, but Timatopa, correction, has not had a bad game on this Aatrox ever. And it's really, really nuts, and I think it does well in Cassante as well. Caitlyn could be a real problem into Vayne.
That hurts for the Vayne.
It's good that they have a solution, because we're waffling about the Vayne, and we're saying, it's really, really good, really, really awesome. Caitlyn's really, really annoying.
Really annoying into it. Both fascinating to see if Exeter want to just ban away the Lux in order to just not have to deal with the Caitlyn, or something we were waffling on about before these games even started, the Zyra potentially. If you can pick that one up into the Vayne, those are picks that you get a lot of poke onto the Vayne, a lot of potential lockdown to just burst her out before she can do any trickery. Looks like they are going to at least get rid of the Lux. You don't want to play against Lux, Caitlyn.
Yeah, and especially since we were talking about Lux is like very snowbally, will actually put out as much damage as this Azir will. It's ridiculous, and it's very, very hard to play into, especially for this Vayne incredible range advantage. I think E kind of like plays itself now, and I know it's like a really small thing, but the quality of life buffs Riot have done now with like the camera lock stuff, so it casts automatically at like max range instead of walking, means that Lux can effectively page max range always really, really well, really, really easily, so it's not even hard anymore. So it's a nice ban.
It is a good ban. Don't deal with that. I like the Viego ban as well. It's something that we have seen Maru have a lot of success on during these upcoming games on the way to these finals. So what do you want as Exeter right now? You still need to pick yourself up a jungler, and you need a support. Something to pair alongside this Vayne.
Oh, and the Premier supports are gone as well here. The Rel is gone, the Rakan is gone, the Braum is gone, and obviously for the side of Bath, the Lux is gone. Caitlyn Karma makes a lot of sense.
So much poke as well.
And Karma pairs really well with the Ezreal, which doesn't surprise me too much to see taken along with the Caitlyn. We'll be able to guide Cassante really nicely into these team fights as well. Chase down this Vayne, which is going to be the primary target for Cassante that needs to go.
You have to get on top of her, because if she's free hitting, you just die. The Syndra you can deal with the Azir, with the Caitlyn. The Cassante needs to just be chasing around this Vayne, making her tumble away rather than in and getting aggressive. I mean, it's not one of the usual pairings that we see with a Vayne, but then again, we don't see the Vayne that often, and we saw how good the Blitzcrank is. The Vi also going to be locked in, one of those really aggressive junglers that we haven't seen for a while. It's a good mix between gank heavy and individual carry potential, but come on, look at the Sedge. I like the Sedge in this situation.
For sure, and it can shut down this Vi a lot. I was going to say, here comes Vi, but apparently not. Here comes Sejuani. So It's really interesting because Vi has like two options here. You can go kind of like that standard bruiser lockdown, ult, remove them, like CC them, kind of lock them down, keep them out of the fight so Vayne can free hit, or you go all the way, you go Eclipse on that fight and you remove that Caitlyn yourself. And it's always, in my opinion, I think it's like kind of troll.
Love it. She's like, you're
mine. Dead now.
You're dead. I'm dead too, but you're dead.
And this is interesting as well, because I think if you take the Vi and you take it alongside the Blitzcrank, you can kind of do that twice.
Yeah.
Where obviously the Blitzcrank will live after getting a pick, but it means that I think Vi probably should go the Eclipse Burst thing here, in my opinion. Saying that though,
just remove the Caitlyn from the map.
Yeah, I mean, like Caitlyn Karma primary targets can take on the Azir as well, I guess, and it's actually really good into the shuffle, for example. Saying that, Cassante Sejuani, bit useless into that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still think it's the angle.
You do not do any damage to the Cassante or the Sejuani, but I think in that situation it doesn't matter because the Aatrox and the Vayne and the Syndra can deal with that. You still have a tanky bruiser who also does quite a lot of damage in the Aatrox. You've got plenty of damage carries, and you've got the Blitzcrank to try to absorb as well. I think that Vayne deciding, you're mine, we both go down, we don't get to play the game, handshaking on that, I think that is fine in this situation. Looking at Bath's team composition, they've got a lot of poke. This bot lane specifically, you're just looking to poke people out, but when we get to team fights as well, you're throwing out so much poke from the Caitlyn, from the Karma, you add the Azir in as well, and that all-in potential with the all-in from the Cassante as well as that Glacial Prison from the Sejuani, you can pick somebody off very easily, and you can see a situation where a lot of members of Bath go flying in as the Vayne just kind of walks past them and goes in onto the Caitlyn as well, and you just sort of miss each other, and then there's a bloodbath.
I think there's a game plan for both of these teams that work well against each other, so I don't think either team is in a specific draft disadvantage. Once again, like last time, very happy to be proven wrong, but in my opinion, this is very much a game of team execution, not like, oh, well, this is the clear advantage in this draft. I think there's a lot to play for here. Very, very exciting. And if Exeter loses this game, Exeter have been known to tilt when they lose red side. If they lose on blue side, you kill. Anyways, if they lose this game, I could genuinely see Bath doing a 3-1 sweep.
Potentially, because Exeter haven't been in this position.
100%.
We've seen it before, where teams who have come in undefeated lose a game and just tilt off the face of the earth. We obviously don't want that to happen. 5 games would be ideal, but can Exeter have that mental resilience?
I'm very, very excited to get into this one, Max. And unfortunately, because we're not on TR, we do have to wait for that spec delay. We'll be back after a short break. Make sure you stay tuned for, arguably, in my opinion, probably one of the most exciting games we're going to get this series. think we are ready
Yeah.
to jump into this next game. We are the University Esports League of Legends Winners 2023 Grand Finals, Game 3, here with Black Boxer. I'm the GOAT, the Mac. This is the other GOAT, Black Boxer, and we're here for like one of the most nut series you're going to see on this channel across any game.
Yeah.
League of Legends is where it's at, okay? That's what I'm here for. I'm here
This
for
is
some League
where
of
it's at.
Legends.
Go,
Let's
flash,
go! Let's go!
flash.
Flash Q! No! Oh, it was so close as well. I wanted some action.
Oh, that would have been so funny if we'd have jumped right in and gotten that. Maru, just gonna
Fair enough.
step up. All right. So, these compositions. That's a Vi. We've been seeing Vi on and off recently, and I actually really like this composition that we have got out of Ex Machina. I think that it's got a lot of aggression that you can use, a lot of good parts, but you need to get this rolling. I think you have to get this composition going as early as possible, because otherwise it just isn't going to work out. Whereas I think that you have a little bit more potential to sit back and scale if you are Bath, which is different to what we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, so they do actually spot out that ward. It's interesting that like Aatrox and Syndra walk to this for the XP advantage for their lane. They're like, yeah, we'll be up a minion. We're happy with that.
Yeah.
I'm good to go. I'm ready. Also, obviously, they kind of know what side they're starting anyways. It's no surprise to anyone in particular, so I'm not particularly shocked. But yeah, it's going to be nice to have that slight XP advantage coming into this. Blah, blah, blah. Anyways, I want more exciting stuff to happen. I want more crazy stuff. And...
It's not going to happen for a while.
No.
Unless we get a really crazy hook out of Drippy Darren, this should be relatively calm. What we're expecting to see is just a lot of poke. Caitlyn and Karma, it's one of those poke lanes that we haven't seen recently because the Lux has come into priority in this bot lane. But whenever we do see the Karma, you can just constantly be stepping up using those Mantra-empowered Qs and just chunk out the opposition, especially when you've got a range versus melee support matchup. You can see that this minion wave already going to be pushed in. Couple of those empowered Qs as well, just going to be landing, and it makes you have to step back. At the same time, though, when you are up against a Blitzcrank, this works a little bit less effectively than against most other supports, because you always have to be respectful of getting hooked. He's got the Ignite as well, and versus a Vayne, you don't want to give any of those early kills. Both junglers are going to be looking to get aggressive early as well, and have started on the same side of the map. Both started topside, so we could end up with a bloodbath in the bot lane, and for Eames specifically, with that bot lane pushing in quite so far, it makes them juicy targets. That's why this ward has been placed to spot him out.
We are going to see, I mean, again, it's one of these things where they're caught on vision, but you kind of expect it. I think if both junglers aren't pathing for bot lane this game, they're crazy. I think it is absolutely 100% the correct play, and whilst we're seeing a lot of top lane action before, I think this is the ultimate 1v1 brawl style top lane ready to go. Now, it's interesting because I don't think Sejuani pathing down here is necessarily the greatest thing, and it's really, really cool that Vi's actually avoided vision here, has wrapped around, is waiting for Maru, and I wonder if Vi is going to pull the trigger a little bit too early, has not read the Sejuani moving. The Blitzcrank hook will find that Kadem is not able to be thrown into the wall. Carlo's going lower and lower. Who is going to find that first blood? And it will go on to Caitlyn. The E keeping them barely just alive, but that is a double kill now going on to Eric. And Drippy Darren in a dangerous position of health, cannot step forward at all. Pretty much all of their utility gone with that Q, and not a great start at all. And this is kind of what we expected, but a really, really like kind of nice counter gank read from Maru off of that vision. And it's actually crazy. I actually think that I was going on about like, oh, they know where they are. They didn't. They had no clue that Sejuani was walking.
They had absolutely no ideas. You can see in this engage, it's a good hook, and at this point, you've just decided as Eames that you're dead. So just decides to go in, try to pick up that kill onto Carlos, doesn't manage it. Last manages to pick up that kill. If he hadn't have done it, would have been a complete disaster. You do get a kill onto a Vayne, so that's okay, but 2 kills onto this Caitlyn is huge.
I think the insta-heal burn pop early versus that Ignite as well was very nice. It actually gives Carlos enough health that he can get deep enough into his team where they are in a position where they can actually, you know, take them out and follow them up. Very, very nice. And again, double kill onto this Caitlyn coming into this lane is a Noon Quiver and a Longsword coming into this. That is going to be a ridiculous amount of damage. And, oi, oi, oi. I think that we are now seeing this. I mean, it's not necessarily terrible. We've seen Exeter go behind early before and kind of sprint it a little bit, but it does feel a lot more tenuous than last time.
because we know they can lose now, there was a feeling throughout all of the last game that you were waiting for the moment where they just found the team fight, where they just turned it back on, picked themselves up a huge fight around a Baron, around a Drake, and then they won, like usual. Whereas now, we see that they bleed, that they are not the undefeatable kings that they have been throughout the rest of this tournament, and that's a really scary position to be in all of a sudden as Exeter. Like you said, they have not got the strongest mentals historically as a team. We don't know if they've managed to fix that. It would be good if they had, but still, putting more and more losses onto their plate just increases that mental strain.
Wow, I really wish we had seen that. I hope Replay Ops covered that, because that would have been a sick 1v1 here. I don't think that World Ender was even active to be popped there.
He's 5. Timatopa doesn't even have it. Spoon King managed to clear a wave fast enough to get himself level 6, use it straight up to pick himself up a solo kill. Timatopa also has to blow that teleport to get back to lane. And that's huge, because like we were saying during the draft phase, Timatopa's really, really good on this Aatrox, and all of a sudden it's just not happening.
Okay, so I don't want to comment too much, because I think a fight is about to break out. Insane amounts of damage coming through there from the Caitlyn. Will not be able to find that last auto onto Dripping Down. Has to flash out, but Eames has just gifted another kill to the side of Bath. And I assume that was a really nice catch there on the last. Trades enough damage down onto Carlos that it's like, you know, it is a traded kill, but it is just more gold in that Caitlyn's pocket.
Yeah,
in my opinion, I think Caitlyn is a pretty ineffective champion, if not really ahead.
She's really ahead.
But she's really ahead. So I'm worried. It's not looking good. Well, no, I say that. It is looking good, because I think people want to see, not Exeter dethroned, but I definitely think they want to see them, you know, eat it a little bit.
Yeah.
You would love to support the underdogs, right?
Of course.
Let's
we'll
see
get
how
to
this
see
goes.
the spot lane play. It looks like Carlos just gets caught out. Pops back and forth. It's another kill onto the Vayne, so that is going to be good. Lasp has picked up a couple for himself, but still, 3 kills, 1 assist onto this Caitlyn. Picked up a turret plate as well, so just going to be in an incredibly strong position. As this top lane continues going back and forth, Timatopa has not been having the best time on this signature Aatrox as well. One of those champions that he's just been known for having good game after good game on. Have to always be pretty respectful, and if you once again lose out on this game, I think you have to think about banning out this Cassante, because Spoon King seems to have found a lot of comfort on this one, and even on the Jason game 1 where he didn't have the best early game, he still turned it into a decent mid to late game, despite the fact that the team was getting run through. They were in a really weak position overall, but he was definitely the bright spark that they needed. In this game as well, I'd like to see a little bit more out of Eden. In the previous one, it wasn't the best performance on the Orianna. Gank top lane though.
Maru has the ultimate available. The Glacial Prison will just go wide, but all out has been popped. No worlds ended today. Instead, will be cut down. Gods can bleed. And Cassante is a monster hunter as well, taking him down very, very nice. It's interesting as well. I want to point out the rune real quick. Aftershock's really interesting on Cassante, and I wonder if it has decent synergy into the all-out with the bonus like resist converting into AD. Obviously, the damage falls off a little bit from the, you know, Aftershock. Like, you know, when it dissipates, you obviously lose those resistances. But at the same time, it's like, does it stay because it goes? I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do with this? What do you do with this incredibly strong Caitlyn? That's my question right now for Ex Machina, because you have to deal with it at some point. 3-0-1, that Noon Quiver completed as well, going to be well on the way to picking up that first item. Clearly the answer is going to be to bring Eames down into this lane, see if you can sneak him into the brush. So far not been spotted. Once you clear out onto these final caster minions, you should be able to sneak him into this first brush. He's still sat there. They're not controlling this wave very well. There we go. Now now you could go. This is a lot.
So much time committed.
This is so much. We saw this in the previous game.
This has to work. He has the 6. There is the angle. The
hook.
Cease and desist.
It's called cease and desist now.
Good.
Good.
The cease and desist is still available, but look, they're holding the wave. They don't want them to walk up. I assume
it won't freeze because it's only 2.
But they might assume the play. I think they have to, because Vi's been off map. They know where she traded. Look at the question mark ping. Where is my team? Where
this is nearly
my
a minute.
laner?
This is nearly a minute.
Time is actually ticking away. You know what? Sejuani's more than happy to get this reset, start clearing again.
Yeah.
It is so patient, and I actually think this might be very
Look
stupid.
at them sweeping. They're like, do they know?
Do they know? Surely they don't know. I think this is just clearly superior intellect. No, surely they're not just, like, you know, playing it kind of safe, right? No!
This is, don't let this work!
No!
It's gonna work!
Why? And the shutdown goes to Vayne! Oh, I mean, everyone's ult gets popped, even the final hour for some reason. They can't actually get anything off of that. Maru is here for, like, whatever good that means. And honestly, even though they waited a minute,
Is that worth?
I don't know. I don't think
it's
so.
It's a kill onto the Caitlyn. It was a shutdown onto the Caitlyn. About 150 gold worth of shutdown onto
From the Vayne.
No, it was 300. Yeah. Okay.
300 onto the Vayne.
Onto the Vayne. I think that's worth. I think that you can accept your Vayne not being quite as strong because you've fallen behind on CSing just a little bit as well, though. Look at the CS difference. It's not that massive. You've not missed out on that much. I think that's a worth play overall for Ex Machina, even though it was such a risk. Because if you don't get that kill right there, or if accidentally Drippy Darren steals that one, it's so
bad,
doomed.
for
It's
sure.
so doomed.
And especially, as you can see, you're just thinking really carefully about the item that was going to be picked here. I think initially buys the Kraken and is like, wait, no, I'm never free hitting on this team. What am I talking about? And actually it picks up the Storm Razor instead, playing for that Q poke that is like very, very strong right now, because for some reason they've just overbuffed Vayne Q ridiculously.
She's so strong.
It's really good as well.
With the Storm Razor, she's going to be able to burst people down, and that's what you
Triforce
need.
next?
You could go towards the Triforce if you just want to weave your way through these team fights, and honestly, I could see that being pretty good. Because you're not going to be in a situation where you could just sit and free hit onto anybody, so the more damage you can do, the more you can weave through.
Not the reverse tempo trap. Oh my goodness. Surely, well, I mean, they know this time because the ward's in the bush. Like, they're just going to let them push this one. They will drop, like, a couple of minions. I think they're more than happy to do this.
Maru is now the one trying to do something sneaky, although...
You cannot reverse the tempo all over this trap. Like, it's not happening.
You know.
I mean, the Drake is
know.
coming up. Like, I think Maru is like, okay, we're caught, but like, who cares? I'm just gonna put Herald bot and we're gonna go do Drake.
Yeah, it's a
Because at the
good
same,
play.
it's not like a massive commitment like what Eden's did as
No.
well. So there's no pressure to actually like make it work because they have Herald. They can force plays down onto their carries, or in this case, just greedy gold for themselves.
Yeah.
But then they
Eric
can just go
didn't
do
get any.
Drake.
Yeah, you also get to turn this one into Drake, whereas if you take a look at what Eames did, he walked top, sat in a bush for a second, and then has had to just go back to base. He is up in CS, so clearly sitting in that bush for a couple minutes wasn't the end of the world, but overall I'd say that...
Ops, can we see gold? I really want to see this gold. Yeah, this Vayne is actually really close to Caitlyn in gold right now. Cassante with a 500 lead feels kind of nice, actually.
Not again.
Not the reverse tempo trap. Burns the flash, but the cease and desist coming through. Comboed with the hook. Actually, the anti-play coming through here. Drippy Darren picks up the kill. Lash should be able to get this kill on Carlos. Never mind, pops the heal. Really nice discipline. Almost takes Last out to that tower as well. Part of me wonders if there's a little cheeky mantra Q coming through there if they die. But yeah, I mean, Blitzcrank taking the kill feels kind of meh, because I mean, they get close enough in gold anyways that it's like fine, but if Vayne gets that kill, it's a completely equalized lead.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage if you manage to pick up that kill. Still, it's a kill. You managed to get that one down, take a reset right here, and I think you've got a completed item as well. We've not been interacting with mid lane really at all, and I think we will continue not to do so, because this is kind of the typical island of mid lane that we've seen throughout the last year. We'll have a look at this play once again. Everybody goes in, cease and desist goes on, and then the hook lands to just yoink Eric right back away from the potential damage that you could have gotten out of Eames. Like you said, anti-play, good heal coming through from Carlos as well to keep himself alive. And this bot lane continues to be an absolute bloodbath. Mid laners are just going to keep farming up, and then we'll see them once we get to these skirmishes. Same with top laners too, though, although it is 2 deaths to Timatopa. Mid lane, hang on.
We've seen this one before. We've seen this one. Oh, he actually flashes this time. Can he live this one? I don't know. Already burnt Scat of the Week on this one. Eden slowly moving out.
Oh, no.
Headshot. Boom. Headshot. Taken out, you know, from downtown. Another kill on Eric here. You know what? You're talking about equalizing bot lane lead. Never mind. I think Eden's like, nah, let's make this game a little bit spicy.
Yep. I was not expecting anything to happen mid lane. Clearly, I was wrong. Oh, that fell Flash feels so bad for Eden. Flash clearly has not been his friend throughout today. And another kill over onto Eric. The bot lane has stopped being quite so in his favor. The gold equalized just a little bit.
Oh, the all-out popped here. We aren't going to see maybe the chase we want. Never mind. There's so many cooldowns available. Gets pulled away barely by the Infernal
He's still
Chains there. The
going.
dash has been cancelled, but there's so much damage coming through the TP right
He's still
behind.
going.
Spoon King needs to focus on this trade. Eden will pick up that kill. Another teleport burned. Shut down on that Syndra. They can't go deeper for that one. They don't have the shuffle available. Could have knocked in maybe with that still up. It's so rough about those Infernal Chains actually catching that Cassante there. In the meanwhile, we are going to see the bot come through. They are
Final
forcing
hour.
them off the wave. Look at how much damage goes down onto the last. The trap forces last to reposition. The hook going wide as well. Eric can free hit. They're not scared anymore. Vi gone over that wall, ready
Vi.
to go back in. Oh, it's really silly to assume that Vi has gone, and an absolute disaster. And we talk about overstepping. An overstep coming through from Bath.
Yeah, it seems to be the name of the game right now. Whoever oversteps gets bitten massively. These teams are good at punishing out on mistakes, and that was a mistake. To step back up after you've managed to get away. I was so worried for Colossus' life. He was sidestepping back and forth and back and forth. Drippy Darren does end up missing out on the hook, but you just get over aggressive, step too far forward, get a little bit of an ego play, and you can understand why. Your Caitlyn was in a really strong position, but at this point the Vayne has gotten back into this one. You're on equal enough items. The the Vi is around. And the top lane play also ended up going 1-for-1 too, so it was overall a good set of plays for Ex Machina. Next Drake going to be spawning up in a minute and a half. It's been 2 straight over 2 Chocolate's children.
Nice catch, but doesn't have the all-out quite available yet. Was going to look for it.
This is harder actually for Spook. You'd think that it would be a harder matchup for the Cassante to go into the Aatrox, but it's not. The range is what's really going to keep Eden alive, and the fact that you've got yourself those, armor boots, plus that frozen gauntlet, plus...
Where's your MR, bro?
There's no MR.
Where's your MR,
There's no
bro?
MR. You don't
Yeah.
get any MR in this situation, so every single time that you land things, yeah.
I like these little side steps, by the way, with the E. It feels
Yeah.
really good. This guy's actually good at the champion, but we've seen his other champions, for example, plays the Akali. Love me an Akali player. I'm not biased, by the way. Anyways, enough about Akali. Let's look at what's actually happening in this top lane right now. It's a Cassante versus the Syndra. We see Vi hovering around, can't really look for anything too deep. All out is available, has commed that, definitely aware, and around the health where going all out doesn't really matter that much because you're never losing any health there. You're already gaining, has the aftershock back on cooldown as well. Go slowly coming back up, and in the meanwhile, all while that's happening, Bath is now taken down, I believe. That's not quite first turret, but they've equalized their tier 1s coming through. Jeffrey Darrow not finding anything off of that hook, but now has Drake Pio. That is the first time we've seen Soul Point off 3 Drakes if they get this one. They have to fight this.
You have to try, surely, but, you know, still going to be quite far away. There is respect actually coming out of Bath. They don't want to just step up. I'm going to pull this one out. What can be done?
TP for Aatrox, no TP coming through here for Cassante. On the way, no, we are going to see TP coming through from Cassante. Look at the position, ready to go straight in. Not going to be able to go quite all out here on the Blitzcrank. Getting taken so low. The Infernal Chain's actually working against him. Spoon King going to find some low-key damage here onto Eden. Will not be able to catch Cassante, just chasing after. In the meanwhile, Eames has already dived in, has been taken out, just not tanky enough. The shuffle being a really nice disengage. Last so far, and what a hook here onto Azia, going to change the entire pace of this fight. Timatopa ready to go back in. Spoon King all out, going off of cooldown, but so low. Eric has to walk out of this one. The Infernal Chains will drag them back in. Has to be a full dragon disengage. Neither team really willing and ready to flip this. It resets, but not quite enough, going down to around 4k before Eden with an insane flash scout that we coming through here. Timatopa also feeling quite confident moving forward, just not get the follow-up. Maru able to queue out of that one, and Carlos and Maru willing to go for a steal. I think still playing very aggressive. Carlos losing the flash for it. What on earth am I watching?
Can we just get a little zoom in onto Eden right here? Because this man, those Scatter the Weeks are the only reason. He woke up. Those Scatter Weeks are the only reason that Ex Machina were actually able to play into that team fight. Incredibly impressive. It doesn't translate into straight kills, but you get yourself the Drake. And if we end up getting a replay of this team fight, you need to watch what he's doing. There's so much explosivity all around. Some really good hooks hit, a couple of really unfortunate ones missed, including a flash hook out of Drippy Darren. But watch these Scatter the Weeks out of Eden, because they are consistently just pushing everybody back. The Cassante, teleports into the back line, and then just immediately gets Scatter the Weak. And as we already discussed, he's got no MR. Gets taken so low, doesn't quite go down for a while, and then manages to just about get himself away. And then Eden comes back, rejoins this team fight, and then just continues to land Scatter the Weak after Scatter the Weak onto multiple members. Great hook out of Drippy Darren, and still Eden stepping forwards, happy to just play aggressive, and lands another one just after that replay ended onto 3 or 4 members. Brilliant, brilliant play out of Eden. And when you can play like that on this Syndra, it doesn't matter if you're getting the kills, because it just buys you so much space to play around as a team.
100%, and especially in that team fight as well, the Scatter the Weak's actually finding the angle for the Blitzcrank to get these hooks to actually change the entire course of the fight. We don't see, you know, in my opinion, that was a lost fight.
Yeah.
That was a lost fight. I really feel like Extra was about to lose that one. They had a really nice, like, you know, forcing the chase on the Cassante. Eden was not there with the team. They had, like, you know, maybe, like, tried to, like, they found the shuffler, they'd force him off a little bit, they found their jungler, so they have the smite advantage now. But nah, it is that Syndra doing the work. It's that Syndra making the difference, and it's really, really big.
It's huge. It's... Oh, I love to see a player pull it back, because in the previous game, Eden was one of the main reasons I'd say that Ex Machina lost, because the Orianna just wasn't working. The shockwaves missed again and again and again, whereas this time around, he seems to have, like you said, woken up, been finding his footing again. We're at a huge moment, because 2 items are being completed onto multiple of these carries, which is huge. 2 items on Vayne is pretty much the point at which the Vayne is at her strongest, whereas Caitlyn has now just about completed 2 items. You're really looking for that third to be able to completely take over the game. Still though, Eric is in a strong enough position. Still, very little MR onto Spoon King, which he's going to need to fix ASAP, because once he goes in onto any of these team fights, it doesn't matter, because Eden could just take him out pretty much single-handedly.
Look how patient both of these players are in this top lane. They're literally just waiting for each other to go. They're like, no, you go first. No, I insist.
Yeah,
oh.
you go. It's fine. I don't want to...
We are seeing gargoyles, by the way. So that is a nice response. It's kind of what I expect as well. So obviously investing that early gold to kind of put Aatrox behind in this lane with this, you know, anti-heal armor item. It doesn't... I mean, the Bramble Vest is, like, fine, I guess. It does discourage Aatrox from taking trades just so that he has to play around poke always. But at the same time, it's like you're so far away from your gargoyles now, which is like such a key component of Cassante.
It does just put you that little bit further behind. I can understand it into an Aatrox, but I do not see Spoon King actually laning into Aatrox at really any point in the next 10-20 minutes, because we've seen how that ends for the Aatrox. Timatopa has a bad time. Instead, Spoon King, that hook. I swear Drippy Darren's hooks are missing by just couple of inches.
I think they're ready. I think they've been watching the VOD as well. They know the Drippy Darren Blitzcrank is nothing to be trifled with.
Yeah.
So I'm not particularly surprised. But like, but he's landed them when he matters.
Yes, a couple of them have been really impressive. Spooking is still stood in this bush, just waiting, just chilling out. I mean, we've got 1 minute until the next Drake. I feel like I only just recovered from that previous Drake fight, and we've only got a minute until the next one. It does seem like there's a couple of extra members from Ex Machina around the pit, going to be laying down a little bit of vision.
Lots of TPs available, by the way. I think all 4 available, so
Everything's
actually should look to play at different areas around the map. Interesting thing is, with the Baron up around this Drake, it means that there's a split objective potential, where they can try and force a fight on Baron, and then someone goes for the Drake, and it depends on really who you feel is stronger at this point in the game and which members are stronger, who they can afford to play around. Obviously, this Syndra being absolutely monstrous, and I personally don't think Azir is even remotely close to as strong as Syndra without the proper team setup and, you know, getting these shuffles and actually landing them and finding them. But, like, I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy. I just feel like it's really, really hard to play this next minute.
It really is, and it's going to be on execution once again. These teams are in an incredibly even position. There is about 2,000 gold of a lead for Ex Machina, mainly coming through these individual player CS leads. You can see it. The bot lane actually has gone back to being pretty much even. We've actually got a much bigger gap in the mid. That's where a lot of the gold is coming from, but overall, things pretty even, so who's going to pull the trigger first? We know that Eames likes to try to go in.
Pulling the trigger, but once again, the Scatter the Weak going absolutely crazy because Sante is fishing. He's in that backline. He has Eden access. He's going all out. In the meantime, Timatopa is the world ender. He is chasing it. He has already found this Karma. He is literally 1v4ing right now. Has been able to... I guess they're just kind of trading top laners here. Whether or not, like, you know, I think Timatopa comes out of this one.
Buying good time.
It doesn't matter.
No, he's buying
because
time.
It means that they've actually been able to kill this Cassante.
Eames is running back from base. This all you have to do right now. He gets out. He gets out, but he's still bought enough time that Eames is going to be back for this fight. This is exactly what you wanted. Oh, he's going to stay.
Oh,
He's staying.
I mean, it's Aatrox, so he can, but like, oh, it's cheeky. It's so cheeky. Oh, what a setup! And he can do. The shuffle has to burn the Emperor's Divide. I mean, it's Infernal Rift, sorry. So they do end up having Blast Cones to get out of that one, but that's scary. And there comes my DPs. Eden is back in this fight. Spoon King is ready, but no all out. Just going to be wet noodle slapping with this tank form at the moment. Timatopper low, has no teleport, so cannot really afford to reset.
Just gonna give it up.
Yeah, this Drake has to go out after all of that fighting. It ends up going to Bath anyways. My emotions are being toyed with.
That Emperor's Divide out of a Kiyomiya was everything. If you don't manage to hit that Emperor's Divide, you lose multiple members and the Drake. All of a sudden, you're sat at 2 Drakes apiece. It's now Soul Point for Bath, and they're going to head straight towards this Baron. This is a really bold call, but they know that they're in a strong position.
They are at a gold disadvantage as well, so they do need to look to actually take this Baron, force this fight, turn it, and they absolutely can turn it, by the way. Although saying that, we do see Cease and Desist taken down onto Eric, actually keeps him out. Last just completely obliterated Mio, and there is just a multitude of colors on my screen right now. Eden has landed so much to keep these players off of their team. Last is able to free hit with the amount of coverage they're getting from Timatopper, and it is a complete team obliteration. Look at him go.
What a fight. You do leave Maru alive, so there is a potential for a steal that would be incredibly bold. I think Maru's not even going to try for that one, which I would agree with right now. So, Ex Machina, they may lose the Drake, but they're going to pick themselves up this Baron. And what can they do with it? Because so far, they've not been able to push these waves very effectively. It makes sense. You're against an Azir and a Caitlyn. That's brilliant wave clip, but you're going to have to start cracking these turrets at some point, really be able to put your stamp into this game, because, I mean, damn. What a team fight, right?
Okay, so let's break this down here. The Cease and Desist comes through as
and
well as the World
on the back end, though.
Maru actually gets hooked away from protecting their team, has to pop the Glacial Prison onto Timatopper. Spoon King is not able to find anything and ends up just getting solo ulted by Eden, which is the ultimate counter into this Cassante, and I don't think they have Gargoyles at this point in the game anyways. And I think we really underestimate how much that hook from Drippy Darren actually prevented Maru from covering his team. Eden with another nice find, catches okay, dies for it, but gets a tower and gets the Caitlyn just as an ego thing.
Yeah.
But that is 700 gold shut down into Maru, and it's just Maru.
It's Maru picking it up, which is not ideal. Just going to be able to use that Arctic Assault to get away.
Last but just look where Mio is. Mio can look for the shuffle. Actually, really, really patient play here from Last. Really, really nice condemn here.
Wow.
Nice follow-up from the team as well. This is a lot better. This is so much better than I expected, and I'm very, very happy.
I think the Ex Machina took that one personally, losing that last game.
Good. I want to see him play better. I think it was embarrassing last game.
It was not a good game from them last time around. This one has been much, much cleaner. Despite the fact that bot lane went pretty badly, actually, the Caitlyn just wasn't able to pop off, not in the same way that this Vayne has been able to. Last can just walk people down. The Condemn in that last team fight was brilliant. Just going to have to walk this one away. Have still got the Baron buff available, so they're going to have quick recalls once they do get out of here. Is Maru going to look for an ult here, really?
No, I don't think so. Right, so, to be honest, this is just proof of what I said. I think blue side's broken. 100% win right blue side.
Yeah. I mean, it's strong at the moment. I think counterpick is undervalued. I think that teams are just bad at counterpicking. They leave it onto the wrong player. Oftentimes, when they do pick up a counter pick, it's not actually something that their player is good at, or it's just, statistically, this is the best counter, so we'll pick that one.
I went on OPGG, guys.
Yeah. See that?
Look from downtown, by the way. Eric
Eric.
not get... And this was the strength of that Vi pick that we even spoke about in the draft. Okay, you pick Caitlyn Comet, and I said this earlier, I think Caitlyn is kind of useless if she's not, super ahead. But unfortunately, even though Exeter fumbled the bag earlier, Caitlyn didn't get super ahead, and they do have a Vi who could just point and click kill her on repeat. Has really good team follow-up because Vayne is 8 billion move speed and can just catch these always. You obviously got the Blitzcrank hook as well, can follow off of the Cease and Desist. Key target removal in these fights as well. It's just really, really strong overall, and it's honestly very, very impressive. Now, there is, I want to know how long is left on this Baron buff. It can't be much time left. They are trying to crack this inhib turret open. I don't think they can. Probably just going to play with these caster minions and these turret minions here.
There's
They're
the Baron gone.
Yeah, so just resetting all these final Baron recalls, I like it. Now, Drake is up in 45 seconds. I do not want to see a split fight like last time. I want to see it clean, easy. I want to see well executed from both of these teams. It's in Exeter's hands to win this one. They've got a 10k gold advantage now. It's really stacking up. Huge power for Syndra as well. Has the Rabadons. Should be able to completely one-shot, in my opinion, the ADC, the support, and maybe even the mid lane. Whoever they feel like. For sure. And look at this vision control as well. Has swept out so much. One ward remains untouched. Timatopper just zoning Spoon King off the fight. Means that Eden is able to free hit and do that. It doesn't even matter because able to just space out this one. Vi choosing to go in. Look at where Cassante is while the rest of his team is getting obliterated. Eden once again able to free hit, so much facilitating.
Last, it's just walking.
Last is
Last
going.
is just walking.
This guy is just running at them. And what can they do? What can they actually do here?
Turn tail and run. You just have to run.
Look where Timatopper is. You can't move the Cassante into them. All out cannot be popped here. You will just die. I think Spoon King is probably just going to die anyways. Won't be able to dash out the Infernal Chains on this one. Does have the W. Pops the World Ender to stop them getting out. That is 2 Infernal Drakes now. And after coming off of like no Drakes, the fact that they have the 2 Infernals coming through, they want to end.
Whoa.
Okay, let's see what this is actually holding. It doesn't. I think that was just kind of stupid. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I mean, you now have got good pressure top lane. You can push in onto this turret because you've got the mid lane push. Yeah.
The inhib all ready to go. So they've already cracked that inhib open. They're gonna look to take down that inhib turret, and I think this is looking close to kind of game. They don't have all their cooldowns available. Cease and desist not available. We do have like unleashed power, so they can still one-shot, and they can look for the one-shots on the tank as well. But it's final hours also just come back off cooldown. There's a lot to play for here.
Huge amount. Baron is going to be spawning in just over a minute's time. It looks like Ex Machina don't want to be over aggressive. We've seen them fall afoul of that a couple of times. Instead, just going to look for some resets. Got a lot of gold to spend, you have to imagine.
Just look at this play. And he flashes straight out of this one. Maru cannot find him. Ends up choosing to Glacial Prison, the target that's on his ADC. But you're unstoppable during that ultimate. So even regardless of whether or not that ends up actually going on to anything, it doesn't matter. Because you've already locked down that target with CC. They're dead anyways.
There's nothing that you can actually do in that situation. And the fact that Carlos just takes that much damage without the ult even being popped. A lot of Syndras, I think, in that situation just pop the ult to get the kill. He knows that he doesn't need to. The rest of the team will be there for the follow-up, and if you don't kill the Karma at this point, the Karma's expired. I'm sorry, but the point at which the Karma is good in this game is in the lane phase where you're constantly pushing and poking, and then once you get ahead, you get some extra speed-ups. At this point, she's not really adding anything, not in the same way that Drippy Darren is with all of these knockups.
Right?
Yeah, the Caitlyn kind of have also gone down. With the rapid-fire cannon, you have to admit she does a lot of damage, but she has to have the time to free hit, to lay down those traps, to get set around an objective, something she just does not have as this third...
Flank TP from Cassante here. They're going to look for the pincer here. It's just... Okay, it's 4.
It's so
they
late.
don't have it. They don't have this. They're just out.
Maru's just going to go.
And the scat of the week! They missed the Glacial Prison. The scat of the week comes through. Maru's just running like a psycho, but I think X is ready to turn this one. Last popping the final out will get caught by an insane Emperor's Divide, and look at who's getting picked up here. Eden is still free hitting onto this team. They can't find him. The cooldowns are so low on the scat of the week. It doesn't matter that the rest of the team is dead. Look at the towers are getting cracked open. Aatrox here with the World Ender instead of choosing to end the game. So much healing, and look, Eden's still free hitting. All out, it's almost over. Spoon King is almost dead. Maru is taken down. It doesn't matter they're taking Timatopper. Eden has been found. Wait, Eden has not been found, sorry. That is Vi taken out. The Zonya's popping through. I don't know if Eden was able to get the scat of the week off to live.
Eden
long
lives.
enough to stay.
He lives.
It doesn't matter because we see the Vi flash forward. That's one tower gone in the base. There's so many minion waves crashing down onto this. It might be a second tower gone. This could be an open nexus. What am I watching?
And the inhibitor.
Oh, and the Baron's up.
I don't even know if I can say that Bath won the battle but are going to lose the war.
That was
I
no
don't...
one battle.
No.
That was a loss. Eden was alive for that entire fight. They could not find access to him at all. Try as they might, it doesn't matter what they throw at this guy. He's still alive. I think Syndra's crazy this game, and
there was a
really
divine judgment that said he was not allowed to die in that situation. Oh my god.
Mental.
What happened? I mean, I want to break that back down for you, but what happened?
I think it was like an 8-year fight, so I don't even think you can catch it on a replay
You breathe. Bath decided they had nothing to lose. And they were right in a way. They were also wrong in that they lost all of their inhibitor and Nexus turrets. So that's not ideal. Baron is going to be started up right here. I don't know if there's going to be any response. I think that Bath have used all of their aggressive engage.
I think this game is as good as over.
It is as good as over. I think to look into the minds of the Bath players, Maru missed the Glacial Prison and just kept going. Usually you miss that and you back out.
And it's like, we were talking about how the TP came in so late and we were like, oh, well, they're so far out. There's no way they can look for this. And I think it's really interesting that Exeter was the one that turned this. And we're like, you know what? You want to go? Let's go. We're sending it straight back in. And this should be the game-ending play coming through here.
There's a turret.
Oh, it doesn't mean they can't hit on the Nexus here. And we are going to see Eden is immediately taken out of this fight. But Last is still free hitting. There is no all-out ready to take them out. Empress Divide will come through. Doesn't mean that Last can't free hit. And we've still got Aatrox ending the game with a Baron-empowered minion wave. Blitzcrank also hitting for whatever it's worth, to be honest. What a game. What a game. And to be honest, Exeter, they stopped inting. I don't know what to say to you, man.
Okay. So, Exeter took that personally, actually. They took that quite personally because that was one of the most insane endings to a game that I've ever seen. It ended as we were expecting. You are 10k up. That should just be a clean wipe, but something in Bath snapped and they decided, no. We're going down, but you're coming with us, and we ended up with just a complete bloodbath. There were set situations in that team fight where Last and Eden should have died. By any metric, they should have died. And they were just, on their merry way, wandering around that team fight. How Eden didn't die in a couple of those situations was crazy.
And one of the most insane things about that entire team fight, and the bit that baffles me the most personally, is that after all of that utility stone, after every ability, Zhonya's is still there. He still has Zhonya's. How and why he still has Zhonya's is beyond me, but it doesn't even matter. This game is over. We should be moving on to the next one. I would be shocked if Bath does not take blue side after that one. I need a break, so I'm gonna cut to break, guys. Make sure you stay tuned. We've got great games coming up. Oh my god, it's game 4 now. Very exciting. Stay tuned.
If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay. You know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving, 'cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt, it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving, 'cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from All I ever wanted was a sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here?
Everyone, if you hate snakes, then this snake will end it here for the double kill points of Kyrie on the back of this fight. Cancels back and forth.
If this next game goes like the last game, I'm not going to have a voice, everyone. Welcome back to the University Esports Winter 2023 Grand Finals for League of Legends. I'm the Mag, this is Black Bloxer, and we are very, very exhausted after that last game.
God, I mean, hey, I'm just sat there watching it going, the base, the base. The base! And you have an actual job to do during that team fight. Incredibly enjoyable from a color perspective to watch both teams decide that they actually didn't want to play good League of Legends all of a sudden. Because we have seen, up to that point, 30 minutes of good League of Legends. And then all of a sudden, both teams decided to take their brains out of their skulls and just fight. It was fun, though.
I mean, like, that second to last team fight was absolutely baffling. Before we jump into replays, I just want to quickly talk about this. I think it was insane that Bath chose to commit to that fight after the Mist Glacial Prison.
Yeah.
And even more crazy that Exeter just absolutely sent it in there.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't even think Bath was thinking of backing off. I mean...
Probably not that too.
I don't think they were thinking of backing off, but it didn't matter because Exeter did not give them a choice. Let's jump into these replays, by the way. Let's see the clown fiesta the last game was. I mean, it wasn't really a clown fiesta. It was actually pretty well played.
The first bit was really interesting. A lot of back and forths. This early fight looks terrible. This was the beginning of a good early game for Bath. You managed to pick yourself up a couple of kills onto the Caitlyn, which is exactly where you want that first blood to go. Lasp just about manages to turn it back to stop it from being a complete disaster in this situation, and then bot lane just never stopped being like this.
It was kind of crazy, and again, I'm always skeptical when I see a Caitlyn picked up where I'm like, okay, it's got kills, but like, is it going to do anything? And once again, like, it doesn't really matter how much damage Caitlyn was pumping out late game. Because people talk about Caitlyn being like the premier single target damage. I mean, this is just crazy, like overextension. But people talk about Caitlyn being like the premier single target damage AD carry. There's a Vayne.
Yeah.
That's a Vayne.
That's a Vayne. And the Vayne was doing work. That Condemn, specifically around the tier 2 mid lane turret, was insane. I don't think we're going to get a replay of this one. Instead, we're just going to see some of these team fights. This was the Scatter the Week team fight where Eden decided that actually he was going to play really good this series. Just showing up, making sure that Spoon King couldn't sit around, constantly pushing people back. There was some
nice
good
dodge there on the Emperor's Divide, by the way.
There were some good Emperor's Divides, but none of them were game-changing. You know, they were enough to delay a team fight from going completely wrong for Bath, but not enough to really get themselves properly into this game. This one is insane.
So messy. I mean, there's just so many things that kind of go wrong here for Bath, and not because of like any specific thing they do, but it's more like a series of things just happen to them, and we already broke it down. If you missed it, make sure you go rewind this VOD. It's really, really good. This has been like an incredible game. If you've just tuned in now, I beg you go watch this one after the broadcast is over. Make sure you stay tuned though, obviously. But it's really just one of these games where it's like, damn, they're kind of just going, and they kind of just go until the game is dead. It's such a shame we don't have like the 8 billion year long team fight.
There's a reason for that. We have to go into the next game.
Once again, if after this series, I implore, if you've just tuned in now, go and watch that game. One of the most insane games of League of Legends I think I've ever cast. So, you know, here we are.
If you're looking for the team fight, it's the team fight where the Sejuani misses the ult and the whole team decides to just keep chasing anyway. It's a very enjoyable set of plays to watch. But what do you take from it as Bath? Beyond the fact that that last team fight was silly, because up until that point, you were in a pretty good position. I mean, this Caitlyn got kills. You just don't have that same level of impact, I think, with the Caitlyn Karma when compared to the Caitlyn Lux. So when you see the Lux banned out, do you pivot? Do you have to maybe take the Caitlyn later on so that you can guarantee to get a good support with it? Do you maybe pivot away from the Caitlyn entirely? As Ex Machina, what are you changing in this situation? Because what you had worked. I much preferred seeing a gank-heavy jungler, even if it was the Vi, which still has that individual element to it, of course. But still, a more gank-heavy jungler that has some individual agency of its own to actually be able to turn that into a situation where you can make your own plays. You can get aggressive with that cease and desist, with that Vault Breaker. So I like that decision out of Ex Machina. I don't know if they need to change anything, really.
I think they cracked the code and it's just put Eames on the easiest jungler possible. I think unironically, where Eames is, because like they are like so heavily focused on Evelyn and like this isn't like a slight against him, by the way. I think it makes you really mindful of like the way you're positioning, the way you actually play around, and the way you kind of like can set up and catch people. Something like Vi, by the way, such a facilitator for this. It really does give them the opportunity to just go in, to focus on that one target. No need to worry about like, you know, messing up or any of that kind of stuff. Same with the Jarvan. It's why they're so good on that Jarvan, because, you know, it's just you go in, you Cataclysm, and they're done. You find them or you don't. It's just
That's
how
your
it
play.
works. Whereas something like, I feel like the Lee Sin, way too, like, you kind of need to just know what you're doing with that. And, like, yeah, it's been picked before, but it's just too, like, it's too kind of risky in this situation. And also, like, I didn't really, what are they picking the Rel as well? I know it's not, I know it's like Rel, so it's not like that hard. But at the same time, it is kind of telegraphed. It isn't necessarily the easiest to farm fights if you're not like super coordinated. Whereas if you've just got a go button, it's completely different.
So the Vi, the Sejuani, that kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. And we should see this jumping into this next game. Bath putting immediate respect back on Vayne.
I don't want to play against that again.
I kind of respect it. They
Yeah.
tried cooking a draft against and it just didn't work.
It didn't work. It's fine. You have decided not to play against it again. I respect that. It's going to be the same bans out of Exeter. You have to imagine the Wukong. Oh, yeah.
That Syndra gone. I
It's
wouldn't
been
be shocked.
terrifying for both teams. Actually, whoever's managed to pick this one up has had a really good time. But if you don't, you leave the Jarvan up. Okay.
Okay, so in my logic here, if I'm Bath, I'm like, okay, no, we don't need to ban the Syndra, guys. Get rid of that Jarvan. We'll
First
take
pick it.
Syndra on first pick.
First pick it.
It makes
Can't
so much
take on.
sense.
But the Rel's good.
Rel.
So surely as Exeter, you take the Syndra right here. It's
Yeah.
super strong. Of course you do. Now you need to pick into it. Do you want the Sejuani alongside the Rel?
I don't like this I don't like leaving Syndra open and taking Rel. I think that Syndra is way too
She's
good
so
into
strong.
Rel. And also, it's specifically Rel as well. Like, if you are looking to take that Rel off them, look for the engage, you can put it either jungle or support. Point being, you take that Syndra for yourself. In my opinion, it's not particularly hard for ease of execution, which we keep going on about. I'm very sorry, viewers at home, but it is so important when you're coming into this level of play.
Yeah.
But I think that Syndra itself is just so... I respect the Xayah-ish. I'll get into that in a second. But I would have preferred, you know, Bath taking that Syndra there. They can play, you know, anti-engage for that Rel. The Scat the Week doing so much work as we see last game.
Okay, so with the Xayah picked up, you pick either the Azir or the Orianna into the Syndra, and you lose that matchup. That's fine. We know how this one works. With the Xayah picked up, do Bath respond by picking themselves up the Rakan? Because if they don't, you leave it open to a Xayah Rakan. And I think the Xayah Rakan plasters over a lot of the issues that Xayah can end up running into. And indeed, as soon as you leave it open, it is going to be picked up. Now, Rakan individually into Ezreal isn't great. If it does end up being the Ezreal-Rel bot lane duo, it's not individually great into that, but it is just great into team fights in general. It's the better part of Xayah Rakan, I think. And the Xayah is just going to be safe enough. And we have issues with Xayahs because you can get poked out constantly. There is plenty from the Ezreal in the individual lane. This is going to be tricky. But still, once you get into these team fights with a Rakan and a Syndra, you're able to buy enough space potentially for the Xayah to be able to play and not have to pop that defensive ultimate all the time.
I'm also seeing now why Bath chose to take that Rel off of them. Because if you take the Rel, you take the Syndra, what do they get? Rel Orianna.
Yeah.
And that's really, really hard to play against. Sure, they give the Xayah Rakan open. It's kind of more playable. And Bath taking away last Ezreal, kind of respecting... I mean, not taking it away. The Xayah was picked, sorry.
Yeah.
But Ezreal, you know, it is fairly safe. Whether or not they'll be able to play as well as last is a different story.
We'll see.
I kind of think it's doable. I think, you know, everyone at this level is, like, very good.
Yeah.
So Ezreal, it's more about whether or not they can actually find ways to be effective in team fights here. And I think that's going to be kind of hard into like the Syndra Rakan. Although Rakan maybe not as much, but definitely Syndra in my opinion.
Yeah, it's just really tricky to try to play into a Syndra in any situation. Some of those Scatter of the Weeks that we ended up seeing out of Eden were just so good, but at the same time, Ezreal does have the ability to jump away from that with the Arcane Shift and just constantly pump out damage.
She is.
The Vi is going to be locked in right here as well. In this team composition, you've got 2 go buttons, you've got plenty of damage. From the top lane, I just want something big and tanky. Now, in terms of big and tanky top laners, there isn't actually that much left, but it is going to be a counter pick top for Timatopa, so you're not too worried about this one. As Bath, you're looking for potentially a jungler for yourself and a top laner. This is match point for Bath. They have to do something right now. They are going to lock in that Aurelia, and they like the Blitzcrank. It works well with the Ezreal. I don't see any reason, honestly, to move away from this Blitzcrank in this situation.
For sure, and especially into Rakan as well. I feel like it kind of works quite nicely, where you kind of just hook them off the engage, can't really heavily disengage, kind of CC chain that a little bit. Point being, doesn't matter, Aurelia got locked, and that's kind of nuts. Yeah. Obviously, we know that coming into this, that like they're able to play really high mechanical execution junglers, like Spoon King's top laners.
Yeah.
Spoon King's not like unknown to be doing that. Again, we've seen the Akali, the Cassante. Aurelia's another one of these picks that will like just be so versed. Who cares? Trundle's locked.
Trundle. I mean, it's good into the Aurelia. That pillar is going to be huge in this game because you can stop a rail engage dead. You can stop a Blitzcrank engage potentially as well. You can obviously get hooked through it, but just dropping it down, stopping him, slowing him can give you the ability to get away from him. And so these are really interesting compositions out of both of these teams. Vi wants to gank a lot early, get herself a good lead. You can gank top lane pretty easily with the Trundle and the Pillar, scatter the weaks into the mid lane, Rakan in the bot lane, a lot of options for wherever you want to play. I could, however, see, Eebs just wants to go bot lane, I think. Again, this is another situation where trying to get a lot of kills bot lane can be good, although Ezreal does make that a lot harder. Whereas if we're taking a look at what Maru wants to do, surely you have to try to get the Aurelia ahead.
I mean, like, Aurelia is one of those champions where, in my opinion, it classifies under feast or famine.
Yeah.
And if Aurelia's not in a position where she can kind of take over the game, it gets really, really hard. Now, again, as I said, Spoon King can get ahead.
He can.
Guy has been ahead.
Yeah.
And has been ahead into a bad matchup as well. Granted, with a little bit of help. The jungle is definitely there to facilitate a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's all right.
Point being, though, Aurelia can take over this game. I think it can cause a lot of issues in these late game team fights as well if it is already ahead. Aurelia is just kind of annoying as well. It's one of these champions that you can just like whack the whole breaker on eventually and just send to a side lane, which you will see with Trundle.
Who do you go to? If the Trundle's not ahead, he loses that matchup. If the Syndra steps up too far, you lose that. You're really playing around that scatter the weak, and Aurelia has a lot of dashes with minion waves around that becomes quite risky. It's hard. It's really tricky.
It's hard. I think they've taken a very specific draft where it's like, yeah, we know you're going to lock something easy to gank, but we're not going to make it easy for you.
Yeah.
You will have to give something up. And we were talking about trades is like the name of the game for Bath here. Chocolate Children, obviously, in game that they won, was very focused around like, we'll take an eye for an eye. That's what we'll do. And they very much did that. They were never really particularly behind, and they eventually slowly crept their lead up, and it started being a little bit dangerous for the side of Exeter. Now, I think we're going to cut to a short break just before the next match. I have a lot to say. I think we're going to save it for the game because I do want to see how this goes. I don't want to, cast or curse it. And I think we both know that this game is not going to go how we envision it at all. Make sure you stay tuned. It's going to be a banger. Are you happy? I want my £5 Ocean Krog. I deserve my £5. I hope you're happy. The Matt Gritty is real. The Matt Gritty is real, okay? Are you happy now, chat? Will you leave me alone? Just watch this game. It's game 4. It's crazy. University Esports, League of Legends, Winter 2023, Grand Finals. I can't comprehend what's happening. Are they going to win? Who's going to win? We don't know. Blue side probably is going to win. Who cares? We're going to go game 5.
League of Legends.
Pulling it out. League of Legends.
League of Legends.
League of Legends.
Let's go.
Oh. Cut to game.
Yeah.
Cut to game, please. Like, come on. Cut to game. Make it happen. Please, Prod. I love you so much. Also, shout out to Prod. You guys are the goats. Been having a great day today. And honestly, even throughout like half the stuff that's been happening, Prod's been amazing. Love you guys. And also, really good opportunity for students to get involved. I think pretty much all students can pet EX here.
Yeah.
So really, really cool. Really, really awesome as well seeing on the inside of that on our end. Like, really, really
They're
cool.
wizards. The behind the scenes are wizards.
It's kind of crazy, actually. But yeah, I'm really, really excited to jump into this game. It's going to be nuts. And if it's anything like last game, I'm going to lose my mind. And my voice.
And your voice. Yeah, you do not.
My voice.
You do not actually get to speak. Hello and welcome to the Mac Loses His Mind podcast. I'm your co-host who's just watching this descent into madness quite gleefully, actually. I'm having a really, really good time. But this game, the drafts made us do this. They have sent us insane. We have an Aurelia. We never get Aurelias. We are being spoiled with an Aurelia versus Trundle matchup in the top lane. There's a Blitzcrank again for the 3rd time.
Yippee!
This is why I love University Esports, because these are really good players who just want to troll. Like,
it's great.
It's ingrained in the university player that they want to have the most fun possible, which is a great way to live, and so we get drafts like this. I love it.
I mean, watching the average team fight, like, really? Are you really a university team if you're not absolutely sending it every single opportunity? I think you're doing something wrong. Game is ready. We're going to jump straight into this, and we're getting the first stack. The first stack of the series. Send it. Flash Q, please. Make it happen, Carlos. Please deliver for the audience. Never mind.
Nope.
Okay, whatever.
Game's over.
I'm here for no reason.
It's fine.
I'm here for nothing.
Alright, so let's see where these junglers are going to be starting, because right now you've got a lot of spicy options. There is a potential to try to go bot lane and keep that gravy train rolling that we had from the previous one, where there was just so many kills back and forth, but these are very different lanes right now. The Ezreal Blitzcrank has the potential to go in, but you're really waiting on that second item, that Manamune, to come through for Eric to be able to actually deal the damage that you need to make that bot lane work. And last, he's really good on the Xayah, but into poke matchups doesn't always have the best time. So top lane could potentially be a really explosive lane for us to watch. And I gotta be honest, I've not seen the Trundle Aurelia as a matchup, even in solo queue, in quite a while.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely one of those matchups where, like, I'm not surprised. Trundle's been on a bit of a rise recently as well. I've seen it picked a little bit more. Now, it's probably going to be the most interesting matchup coming into this game as well. I think every other lane is particularly kind of dry, especially mid lane. Again, as I say, control mage, epidemic. Like, it's never particularly fun to watch the lane phase of these games until the junglers get involved, which, let's be real here, they probably won't be. I just watched myself gritty on stream on someone's phone, so that's very, very epic. But, like, look at this immediate early trade here from Spoon King. Even though the passive is fully stacked, Timotopper goes
flash.
instantly. And it doesn't even matter that the passive is stacked up, that the lethal tempo is ready, because Trundle will just run you down level 1. Like, the Q steals so much of that, like, bonus damage early, it's ridiculous.
It's insane how much damage it steals as well.
Engage here from Drippy Darren on the Grand Entrance. Might not actually find anything. There's a level 2 kind of wet noodle fight here. Carlos just slowly backing off, trying to get Last in a bad position for the Q. Last pops the W, and it's going to be particularly stronger with the Rakan, although not able to be there follow-up and add a little bit more bonus damage onto that. Oh my goodness.
Ghost was popped right there. Last has already blown a summoner spell just to try to get as aggressive as possible. And I love how much these players just want to fight, want to get themselves as many early kills as they possibly can. Junglers did decide to start towards the bottom side, are going to be working their way up towards this top lane. And you can see Ping's already up onto that top lane. Maru going to be heading straight there, has decided not to clear his blue or his Gromp.
Oh, and it's interesting, we already see Maru just like pathing straight up as he said. Spoon King's looking and actually lands the CC. Timotopper has no flash and Ghost has already been popped. This should be one dead troll on my screen. And that's first blood picked up by the Rel. Not ideal. You'd love to see it on the Aurelia here, give her a little bit more pressure in this. However, saying this does crash the wave quite nicely. Should be able to get a recall off, although saying this Trundle does have the TP, will not lose out on any real XP or gold and shouldn't lose a ton. However, what this has given is a little bit more room for Lass and Drippy Darren to play a bit more aggressively in lane. They know that that Rel is on top side, has skipped the camps, will have to take time clearing that all significantly behind. The hook actually lands, but Lass is still free hitting onto Eric. Drippy Darren willing to take a couple of tower shots there like a Chad, and actually is in a fine position. Maru also getting leashed here on the crab to catch up a little bit before Spoon King resets, because he knows he's never getting back to lane in a state where his wave is playable. So he actually ends up just going to help his team, and that's like quite nice, and you love to see it, because like, obviously just so far behind on this.
He's already decided that he's going to have to teleport back to lane. Might as well give his jungler a little bit extra, and with that first blood, as well as that extra leash, you're in a really strong position right now as Maru. And Maru's been having a decent series so far. Timotopper, great cancel with that pillar, although he's still taking so much damage. Maru is here though, he could potentially just go in again. Repeat this gank.
Interesting buys the 2 cloth armors as well, probably also going for a bramble vest just at the start, just like that. Also not buying damage kind of hurts Trundle a little bit. Maru going wide on the Hex Splash will not find the Q there to secure the CC. Would have been really nice as well, with Spoon King has a nice wave to stack the passive off of. But in a way, it's kind of nice that he just gets to farm up. That wave is quite a farm disadvantage right now. Trundle was able to free farm up off of that death with that teleport back in lane. But in response, we do see Vi step up into their side of the jungle, take away these Raptors. They know that Rel is a little bit slower on the clear, can afford to take away resources here with this Drake coming up as well. They know where Rel's position is, and it's once again one of these things where it's like, okay, we kind of know where you're playing around the map, and a couple of missed plays can start adding up, and Exeter will find leads elsewhere.
And it's really interesting to take a look at the items that are being built right here. Spoon King going straight towards the cloth armor. He's going to get a decent amount of damage right now onto Timotopper. Has got that 5 stack up. Timotopper needs to run. Does take a turret shot though, so both top laners going to be pretty low on health. Looks like Spoon King going to try to go back to base right now. Went with the double cloth armor, so it's clearly going straight towards a bramble vest. Might even invest into bramble caps as the start, and then you can just play into this Trundle. This Trundle is pretty neutered once you don't have that just constant healing, although the damage reduction does still come through, and it's still not a great matchup, but it is far less devastating.
Popped as well here.
Wow.
He knows he's not doing anything this game, actually. I like it.
Not necessarily not this game. Definitely not in this
lane phase. Yeah, 100%. Trundle kind of like just does that.
Yeah. He's great at just neutralizing a lane, which, you know, at some point it can work out. When you've got something like an Aurelia, just neutralize it. We've got a good look at the first Drake we've got available as well, but junglers right now are not really in a position to take this. I mean, Maru's here, but
This feels kind of bad for the side of
So bait.
Exeter.
Look how far forwards they're walking.
I mean, like, they're just zoning and they're forcing the wave to actually crash towards them. They can't ever walk for this wave. Sure, they'll have to get jungle help down here, but Maru has Drake advantage here. Is caught doing Drake on this red ward, by the way, which isn't great. But what are they going to do about it? What's this Vi going to do?
Nothing.
Rel clears this Drake surprisingly
So
quickly.
slowly.
No, I'd say surprisingly quickly for a tank jungler.
Yeah, considering it's a Rel, doesn't also take that much damage from it. I know I've been trying to take it as a Sejuani by myself. I'm like, this sucks. 6 years later, I have no health and the Drake is still absolutely fine. Spooking's kind of been caught behind that pillar, taking a huge amount of damage. Just having to do the absolute most to get away from that situation. Usually, the way that you play versus Aurelia, the play pattern is, she has 5 stacks, you die. Or she has 5 stacks and maybe you manage to limp away and survive. Whereas it seems like a 5-stack Aurelia right now just doesn't mean anything. Timotopper is perfectly happy to keep getting aggressive. The first Drake does go over to Maru and everybody on the team of Bath, so they're going to be pretty happy about this one, as look at that, Eden's on a little bit of a walk towards the top lane. This will be spotted on a ward, but you could still go for the guy.
No vision control at all, actually.
Oh, hang on.
Nice ult pop here from Vi.
Has flash?
Won't be enough. Ends up flashing the feathers just at the very
Double tick!
final opportunity. The support ignite curse will always kill. If it's always looked like it's going to die in one tick, if it's the support ignite, it will. It just does more damage. Everybody
just
knows
does.
this. Everybody knows
Yeah.
this. It's how it steals kills so often, you know? It's one of
Support
these
Ignite
things.
just is better.
It's better.
It's better.
It's better. True. Anyways, really good execution there. Like, I mean, well, I say really good execution.
Oh,
He
hang
did
on.
just press R.
Oh, Maru didn't make it over the wall.
Oh, that's really rough. Although we are going to see the ult popped here onto Timotopper, but should not be able to live. The Spoon King going to be spoon-fed a kill into the top lane. Should be able to follow up, crash this wave into the tower. Could look for a plate as well. Has passed the stack. Instead, they're going to walk towards this Herald, maybe?
And
No.
just going to pick this one up for themselves as well. Nice and easy. It turns out that it doesn't matter that Maru didn't make it over the wall. You don't need to make it over the wall. Instead, just going to turn this one into a Herald, a kill as well, and it does go onto Spoon King. Picked up the Cull, still managing to pick up a kill for yourself as well, puts you in a really nice position, actually. You're going to be pretty happy with the way that this one started out for Spoon King. Didn't die, I think, is the key thing. As we watch Maru... Just,
Yikes. It's a W over the wall as well.
yeah, it misses out. It's not the end of the world. Shockwave just lands right onto Timotopper, gets taken out, and right now, Bath have had a pretty good early game for themselves. Gold is completely even though, but it's about where the gold is right now. If we take a look at those gold graphs, top lane, there's actually about 400 lead for Spoon King. That's pretty big considering that the gold overall is even. Where you're managing to pull it back is around the jungle pretty much, and the bot lane. Last is in a nice enough position.
I did not think that Last would actually be ahead in
He
gold.
got a turret plate.
He did, actually.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy as well, because like, we saw how Last was kind of getting zoned off of waves. It was really hard to play this lane state. But just one play can completely turn a lane on its head.
Especially that first plate. That first plate is worth a lot. Speaking of, Timotopper going to pick himself up that first plate and
Can
good
he
job
walk
in
out?
the second.
I don't think he can walk out of this. He's got a minion wave ready. We don't see the Vanguard's edge ready.
Huge pillar! That pillar was brilliant. I think Spoon King was looking to have one more dash in and then pop the Vanguard's edge.
Look who's lurking. We see Eames in the bush, but does Spoon King read it? I think he's going to get ego and maybe go in. Once the ult is up, which should be... I mean, look. We've seen Eames wait in a bush for like a minute straight. This guy will do it again.
There's now a ward in the next one, but I don't think the next one's going to save you, actually. To spend on if Spoon King is going to step up. He's gonna.
Will he just randomly sidestep? No, he won't, and the pillar should actually come up behind him after the season desist. Will not actually look for it. Oh my goodness, he actually kills Eames here. I don't know why there was a reluctance to use the pillar there for Trundle. It feels like a bit troll, if you will. To
Get
not
out.
What?
Leave.
The joke's so obvious. Speaking of, we do see the hook onto the Rakan.
Just
the
dead.
ult actually ends up hitting the Ezreal. Last cannot follow up. I'm confused why he didn't E back, but he could have already been
I think he was
burned.
already dead, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of hard as well. I see the W angle from behind.
Scout of the week? Where is it?
Scout of the week has been burnt already,
Okay.
and Eric has just killed last bot lane. Oh, he got hooked.
He got hooked. And that's why
Blitzcrank, MVP, picked all 4 games, best character in the game, confirmed every... Wait,
Carlos is really good on this, champ.
I think I really enjoy watching both of these players.
Yeah.
Both of these supports are really, really good on the hook champs. I think hook champ players are really, really awesome. I'm very biased. One of my close friends is a Pike one trick.
So why doesn't the pillar come through? Pillar.
I'm confused. I
Pillar.
think the pillar...
It misses.
Wow, that's... So I think his logic is, oh, well, Spoon King's going to keep walking out. But in my brain, I'm like, he's going to keep fighting. Speaking of keeping fighting, Timatopa ends up actually walking out of this somehow. Mario completely missing the W. That could have been another kill.
It could have been, and instead it just turns into a little bit of nothing.
Oh my goodness.
This game has been crazy. 6 kills to 2 already. Only about 1,000 gold lead because you get kills right now on buff, but you're just getting better CS leads. Pretty big one beginning to form in that jungle position. I mean, dang, that's about a 20 CS lead. Mainly because it seems like Mario's been having to get into lanes constantly to try to stem the bleeding. Has been pretty effective at doing so. But instead, Eames has been able to just sit back, farm a little bit. And what this means, this kind of explosive early game, is that both of these teams have actually got kills onto some of their key carries and are in a position to fight pretty effectively once we get to these skirmishes. Speaking of, Eden.
Oh, we are looking for a heavy engage here. Scatter the Weak doing work, by the way. For some reason, walks into the really nice dodge on the Blitz hook. Does walk into that range. I feel like if he walks up, maybe he lives that.
Possibly.
But I guess he was trying to read the ball. That would have actually been really smart if that was to dodge the ball. Or unfortunately, Orianna just chooses to big brain it, keeps the ball on them. It's interesting to see the crown pick here as well, because they aren't actually very long range as a team. It's pretty hard for them outside of the Sinjo with the Scatter the Weak, which is a Scatter the Weak burn, to actually remove this crown. So you are getting a lot of value out of that damage resistance. Now, the magic damage it provides, or the bonus AP it provides, is actually flat now, so you aren't getting a lot of value from having it for a long uptime. We are going to see the TP burn for... I think it's just Eden,
it's just Eden.
To secure. I mean, like, why would you burn it on Timotopia? It's not even up, but like, it would just be silly to burn it here. We are just going to see boring top lane wet noodle slapping until jungle shows up. So, you know, it's just one of these things.
I don't know how you just described Aurelia versus Trundle as a boring wet noodle fight.
It is a boring wet noodle fight.
Is
just
it?
really, really fast with really sharp noodles, and you know what I mean? It's wet with lava apparently. So like, you know, I don't know what to tell you really. Anyways, it's a Cloud Soul this game, which is interesting, I guess, because when Trundle pops ult and Ghost, you're never running away. Same with Rickon.
God damn it! Oh my god, you're trying to kill me on this one. Jeez. League of Legends. Okay. Multiple members are sat around this bottom side. You could try to get onto Eric and Carlos, but that's always a risk. The closer that they are to their own turret, the more of a threat that hook is going to be. Maru, once again, sat in a bush. We've seen this from both of the junglers.
They are knowers, and there's only the Ghost available to get out of this one. The Magnet Storm keeps him alive, but Timotopper actually has the angle to get out. Spoon King's Q is not available. The Radiant Virtue keeping Maru alive long enough that they can tank up this turret, and it feels really, really good to be the side of Bath right now. Speaking of, we are going to see a dive come through. Really, really nice hook coming through from Carlos. Is this enough to keep Eric alive? We are going to see the Featherstorm come through. Not enough of a catch here. A 1-for-1. Nice trade hit and more gold on that Aurelia. That's terrifying.
Yeah, Bath are really trying to get us into a game 5 right now. Absolutely what we want. I want 5 games of this. This has been so fun.
Oh, it must be nice for you. You don't have to talk your voice off, but you know, fair enough. Anyways, Eden's just took a really disadvantageous trade in the mid lane. Misses the Scatter the Weak, but the ult kills anyways because it's Syndra, guys.
He pressed the funny button.
Press the funny button.
He pressed the funny button. Manages to pick up this kill. Drippy Gyre and has to run away because Spoon King would have been able to absolutely murder. These top laners had an absolute roller coaster of a game so far, where it seemed like the Aurelia was doing really well, and then really badly, and then really well again.
Ezreal just misses, by the way, on the Eden.
That would have killed Eden.
Actually caught him in base, I think almost...
Nearly killed him in base.
Wow. You know what? Fair enough. Almost really good read.
Timotopper just doesn't know, gets caught out. Multiple stuns, they all land. Really good layering of the CC. At this point, he gets to run away, has to walk through that Vanguard's edge, though, and that slow just gives him that little bit extra. At this point, I was getting a bit nervous, but Maru knows, don't try to hit anymore, just walk out, tanks up the maximum number of shots that he could, allows his Aurelia to just pick up one last kill. Spoon King is going to say thank you very much, and now has got that Bork completed. So this is a very scary Aurelia in the 1v1. When it comes to the big team fights, if you get CC locked, very squishy to be able to take out, but that's not what this Aurelia is about. He wants to sit in the side lane and just constantly try to push, bully out this Trundle, who was bullying her out so much during the early game.
For sure, and they are 9 gold away from this cull being finished as well. That is going to be a kill's worth of gold spike. Will be 100 gold bonus gold total from this cull as well, and should be able to sell it for a cheeky amount of gold. Obviously, a little bit less because it's the same as a starter item, but at the same time, it's still a pretty significant gold lead. My wonderful observers at home, well, not at home, in studio with me, I guess. Can you show me the gold differential? That is 1.2k
Yeah.
in top lane already, and
That's
that's
huge.
really, really big for this
That's
time in
huge.
the game.
Bot lane pretty even, mid lane pretty even, jungle even are really even. The top lane is really where most of this gold lead is at. It's about
Top lane
2,000 for
weak
Bath.
roll, by the way.
Oh yeah, so weak.
Smile. It's actually insane. I mean, I think I read a comment from someone that said it is crazy how broken top lane is right now, where both top laners last game were literally 1v4 in each other's
Yeah.
backline. And it's true. You look at that. Rewind to last game, not this one. After the broadcast is done, obviously. But rewind and you'll watch the Cassante and the Aatrox just tank 8 billion damage.
Yeah, just
and
sat in the
not
backline
die.
and not care.
it's ridiculous. And they literally just dive each other and neutralize a fight completely. Now, we won't see this the same, but we will have Timotopper sending a Mach 10 enemy ADC. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter, it's an Ezreal. It's still dying today.
Yeah, you're just going to run straight at it, and you've also got a pretty good target in the Rel to steal stats off of.
For sure.
You get so many stats off of a Rel. That's a death rush.
That's terrifying. First turret is down with that Rift Herald. Really, really nice. Gets that. And I feel like cracking first mid turret open
It's
this
huge.
early is so good. It
So
really opens that map. Provides a lot of vision line, a lot of vision space here.
Something like the chickens. It's just yours now
For
if you
sure.
want it. You could just walk up and try to steal those away as much as possible.
Yeah, and it's never safe for Eden to walk forward. Eden's one of those players that kind of really likes to play it safe, farm up, not put themselves in disadvantageous spots, because you saw what happened when that was the case and they got ganked on repeat. However, with this mid lane tower gone, Eden is now forced to step into territory that never feels comfortable.
Yeah, just constantly. Eric
Oh, Eric is about to die right here, and I don't like it.
doesn't have flash, does have the E.
I don't care. I think he's dead. I think Drippy Darren still finds him. The instant TP response coming through here. That should be an Aurelia. Will it get cancelled by the pillar? It is not quite. Spoon King looking to follow up on this team. Insane Orianna Shockwave coming through. Spoon King hitting for free onto this Vi. Last is going lower and lower and lower. Not quite caught by that Rel, but taken incredibly low. Might lose a turret for it though, because that is a Trundle in your top lane.
Trundle with Demolish as well. You're going to absolutely lose a turret for that one. Timotopper picking that one up. It is not first turret. It was already picked up by Bath. And so Bath are going to turn this one into a kill and a Drake as well. Sure, it's 1-for-1 in terms of the kills. The fact that it was only 1-for-1, I think, is really lucky for Exeter. That could have turned into a really nasty situation very quickly. Instead, they managed to get away with it being pretty even across the board.
It wasn't a 1-for-1. It still was. The Ezreal died as well. The Ezreal, and I swear the Vi got caught. The Vi died and is just coming up off back of base.
The Ezreal died, the Vi died.
Oh.
One.
Oh. Wait, no.
Hang
Am
on.
I stupid? Hold on, let's replay this
Ezreal
fight.
dies here.
Ezreal dies, the Vi dies, no one else dies. Drippy Darren gets picked as well, no? Or am I stupid? Yeah, Drippy Darren
Drippy
also
Darren
drops.
dies.
I knew someone else died
Okay,
here. I
right,
think
yeah,
we're just
you're right.
very tired.
I completely missed that Drippy Darren had
The
died.
fact that Last even goes that low against a
Yeah.
Rel Orianna hitting them, by the way, is
Is
crazy.
huge.
And especially has to pop that Featherstorm just to keep the rest of the team safe,
Carlos.
push down damage. Carlos not going to be found. Insane instant. I think it was an instant E
Yeah,
away.
had to be, because otherwise you get hooked right there and you just die.
That could have changed everything. Eric looking for really aggressive trades here onto Last, even with the Vi here. Won't be able to find a kill from the Vault Breaker. Has shadowing from Maru. Just going to be a little bit of a slap fest here. Eden Scatter the Weak isn't going to be scattering anything, unfortunately. Just poking down damage onto them, getting a few splinters in her pocket.
Could we click onto the Syndra, please? Just to check.
I want to see the splinters, yeah. Hey, bestie.
88. All right, we're
80,
pretty
that's
close.
That's pretty good
Yeah.
already. Has already empowered Sky of the Week, which is going to be doing a lot of work in these team fights. Having the slow on top of... I mean, it's literally like a 90% slow. It's like a double stun. It's ridiculous.
You just don't get to move, and especially when you hit mass Scatter the Weeks during big team fights, at that point you can pretty much immobilize the entire team composition, which can be huge for these single target damage dealers, because this is not a game where you have a real big wombo combo. Sure, you can try, I think, with Azaya, but she's not really built for that either.
They are deep. Why
So
is
deep.
Vi here and gets hooked back in? Eric with the True Shot Barrage. Last is free hitting. Can actually look
gonna
for the
get it.
kill with the Feather Storm. Eric is moving. Maru is here, and we are seeing the TP
Magnet
response
Storm.
come through from Eden. Will it be enough? Able to guide out Drippy Darren. That should be an ult kill onto Eric. Maru looking for more. Spoon King is not there in time. Might be able to dash to the wave. Won't be able to find the E onto Drippy Darren, but look where Mio is. That's a shockwave that trades this nicely. That is a 3 for 2.
Yeah.
To the side of Bath, making it a little bit more even, but overall really scary. Maru is still looking.
No.
Look where Spoon King is, pops the ult, flashes the ult as well on the side of... Wait, does he flash the ult? Who flashed?
Eden flashed.
Eden flashed?
Eden flashed to try to get away from that Vanguard's edge. Did manage to not get tagged by the slows off of the edges. Did get tagged by the initial part of it, though.
Yeah.
Still goes down either way, and that's really unfortunate. This game has turned...
That was a 4 for 2 then.
Yeah, 4 for 2, huge. And Bath are putting themselves in a really strong position. They are up by, what is it at this point, 3,000 gold?
Blue side broken.
Blue side is broken. So far, blue side has won every single time. Unfortunately for Bath, if they win this game, I would expect Exeter... Hang on, there's Carlos.
Carlos could be found. We are going to see the cease and desist instantly.
Teleport behind.
This could be really big. That immediate cooldown is gone. Eric is still free hitting. Maru is creating a lot of space. His fight has been caught. No Vault Breaker out of this fight. What on earth happened?
I'm not sure what happened with that Vault Breaker, unfortunately.
I think it just got stopped, like
Yeah.
mid-dash.
Must have been. Drippy Darren stuns up, does have the E to try to jump away.
They are deep scat of the week. It's
Wait, they
keeping
can
them
turn
so
this, they can
safe.
turn this.
It's so winnable. If this is able to not quite take out Spoon King, so tanky coming through here. Maybe onto the Maru could have actually been a little bit better. Not going to quite find Eric here. Eric's so confident, still free hitting. In the meanwhile, Mio is getting ran down by Timatopa. The Crown will save them from part of the initial burst damage, but it's still a Trundle. Running you down under your tower, it is terrifying. I don't think the ult is available. Will end up dying.
the golden
Zhonya's! Unlucky. I think you just forgot about the item.
Yeah, Zonya's diff right there. There's a reason that they're going to be changing this item around a little bit.
It's basically the same next season.
I hate it. I don't think it should be in
I
the
should
game.
have removed it from the game. Smile. Anyways.
It's all good because you've managed to outplay the Trundle. To be fair, in that situation, if you don't have that, the Trundle just walks at you and keeps walking at you and keeps bonking you on the head with that club. Instead, gonna be a return kill. Timatopa does go down. He's been pretty good at getting into these side lanes and trying to pick himself up turrets, but still hasn't really amassed a massive gold lead. Has died 5 times, only got 1 kill to his name. 2 items completed, not so far behind as I would have expected in this lane. Still, 3,000 behind.
And even we say, like, oh, 3,000 behind, you know what's really cringe about this Trundle pick is it can go, like, 1 and 8, and it doesn't even matter. Because the second this guy buys Hullbreaker, he's now an immediate threat.
That's the thing.
I see this series won by a Hullbreaker Trundle, I'm going to be very upset.
Just in the side lane, bashing onto turrets, you don't necessarily need to ever get him... Great sixth sense out of Drippy Darren there to be like, yeah, I need to...
Someone check his computer!
You need to get out of that one. He was absolutely correct. We are once again going to see Timatopa and Akiyama Mio sat in the top lane as... So is Eames. Eames is top 2, so you're just conceding this Drake. A Cloud Drake would also work really well onto Bath. Could potentially just be a Baron play, but that would be really risky. Eden is also nowhere near. Does have a teleport available.
Where is the reverse tempo trap, guys? What have you been taught? I mean, they're always waffling on about it, and I don't see any tempo trapping or any reversing.
It feels like they don't know what to do in this situation. I think because they've got a composition who's very single target, really wants to find themselves picks, and unfortunately the only person you could really try to find those picks onto is the Orianna. We've seen multiple times where they go in onto Eric and he survives for just long enough for the rest of Bath to just descend and it turns into chaos.
What am I watching? What am I watching? This is tough. And it's really, really hard as well, like, for X to actually find anything. Now, speaking of finding something, we are seeing the Blitzcrank land this initial hook onto Bai, completely turned around. So much damage. Two-shot barrage will not do enough damage to actually find anything. So many ults being thrown down. We do see the quickening. We see the Magma Storm. What a hook, but it's not going to find anything. In the meantime, Last is being freehand through. Won't actually get any feathers down. The cease and desist is still here, but you are overextending now. What is this? Has to pass back into Timatopa, but you are inting. What am I watching? We are still having this Ezreal free hit. He's too bulky to be taken down. You have no follow-up. Eden is across the lane. This is just bad play.
It's not good. You've tried... so many ultimates were being blown directly onto Carlos, which is...
can still look. This is a dead Orianna.
You still get Baron for that, though, right?
Can they?
Surely.
I don't think they can. Can they?
If they walk up, they're losing.
They're going to lose
turrets.
2 turrets. They're going to lose 2 turrets.
Don't worry, Carlos is going to deal with it. Let's see, this Baron is getting pretty low. There is a smite available. Can Eden stop this?
Even if Eden can't stop them from doing the Baron, he can stop the resets. What's Blitz going to do? Clear the wave?
Wait, he's dead, though. Now
Okay.
Drippy Darren's dead.
Okay, and the inhibitor is gone.
The inhib is gone.
Oh, I hate Trundle so much.
He doesn't survive, at least, in this situation.
Yeah, I think this is a very dead troll, unfortunately.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
No. Don't do this to me. I hate this game. I mean, I love this game. Never mind. It's fine. Trundle.
I love this game. Watching Timotopus survive in that situation just brought me immense joy.
I think that infuriates me to no end, but I'm glad we have differing opinions. It makes a cast more diverse and interesting.
Look how many ultimates are being blown onto Carlos right now. He is not the primary target. That is the Blitzcrank. Sure, the Blitzcrank hooks have been pretty impactful. That Blitzcrank hook was the opposite of that, unfortunately. Lasp is just caught out on the backside. You can see that Timotopus trying to get involved, like, oh, I can join, and then realizes that that's actually a terrible decision.
Well, the Aurelia shows up at that point. It's just really hard. I think if they're able to go in before that Aurelia gets there, it's actually a really smart fight.
Trundle back to top lane. He's now got another inhibitor to go hunt.
Bounties are available as well, so getting this gold down is really, really important. Now, Eden obviously trying to clear these waves into a Baron buff isn't great, but at the same time, it is still a Leandri's as well. We'll actually be able to pump damage through that MR shield.
Yeah, it's not going to be the end of the world. Still, though, like you said, it's pretty rough. The Baron is going to be onto, I think, most members of Bath.
Yeah, I think it was because they just stalled for so long before it came up. It's actually really, really impactful. They're able to actually match the tower push here. Being able to get this back up when the inhib is obviously broken down, being able to match the super minions is so important. I know, I see the angle for Mio, and the crown is not popped by the Trundle. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that's good that you don't manage to lose that one. Timotopus just going to keep the pressure up right now. You're constantly keeping one member over here. It would be more impactful if you were actually closer in gold. With the giant gold lead, 5,000 that you're sitting on right now as Bath, you can't really win out in these 4v5s. It's just not working out. Timotopus,
doesn't get it.
Doesn't get it.
Well, Orianna W, right?
Yeah, just going to be able to pick that one up.
Look at the items, by the way. That's Hullbreaker.
That is Hullbreaker.
Ooh. Don't like that one. Anyways, enough about that. Let's look at what's happening around the rest of the map. Eric is just slowly sieging mid lane. Can play really nice range as well. It feels really, really hard for Xayah. I feel like every time we've seen this character picked out this series, she's never had room to breathe. And this feels like no exception, right? When has Last actually been able to fight in these team fights and actually play them the way he wants to? What's the answer? He hasn't. So it's really, really tough. And especially coming into a fight like this Drake fight, when is he ever walking into this pit? Like, he maybe, okay, sure, I guess, like, oh, it's just really, like, Ezreal being annoying, but, like, the rest of the team is creating so much space. Like, if Orianna's still in the side lane, then sure, she's not there, but Spoon King is so ego. Why is Last just waiting for this to happen? And that is an insane engage follow-up there from Maru. Ends up getting over the wall. Spoon King willing to burn the flash. Maru will flip the Drippy Darren back in, not able to find it quite yet because
they can push into the base.
This could, I think they need to end this before Trundle can actually do something. They need to get these waves up. Look, you see the instant defend pings on that turret back there. Someone needs to reset and deal with that. We haven't seen anyone yet, and it will be Aurelia just walking directly to there. They'll choose to start up the Drake, sorry.
So this tier 2's dead. You're going to get the soul right now for...
Is it dead?
Yeah, it's dead.
You sure?
There's no way that the Aurelia stops this.
Even chooses not to fight it as well. Like, that's bad.
So you lose soul, which is pretty big, but that is going to be a objective bounty tier 2 turret taken out, which is, you know, not the end of the world. Timotopus took a couple turret shots that he really didn't want.
Surprising amount of damage. Pops the ult, but you saw how much he was jetting back
Can
up
we get
from
the
that.
mid lane turret here? Wait, this is just... Eric's dead. Wait, he... Oh, the golden...
And he dodges the ult with it as well. So they have no immediate burst damage to get down into the scatter. The weak won't be up for another like 3 seconds. So ends up being able to walk out of that. Really, really nice stopwatch there.
Okay.
I wonder if he'll spec into it full time or if it's just going to turn into a GA or just a sell angle.
I think you need the full...
I think the Zhonya's could actually go kind of crazy.
I think you need the full play.
This is crazy. I don't understand.
He just walks up.
I don't understand why Last actually doesn't immediately walk back out of that one. I think it's really, really cocky to be standing that far forward. This Aurelia is really, really powerful in a very, very strong position. And I think that even if you have 2 of the members of your team there, it's still an Aurelia, right? It's full build almost, and it has pot active.
And it's not just a full damage Aurelia either.
Oh,
You've got that frozen. Yeah, you've got the Iceborne Gauntlet as well. You're in a really strong position to just be able to tank damage, step up, be perfectly confident in this situation. It looks like the play right now out of Exeter is going to be to try to get multiple members onto this Aurelia, though. Can they manage it?
The Vault Breaker will end up finding that there was no vision control there actually to spot out for this engage. Spoon King will not live with that life. I'm pretty sure they burnt that flash earlier. There's only so much fancy footwork you can do, and it won't be quite enough, but it's going to be able to finish off, secure the kill.
It's taken so long.
Eric is now moved up. Timotopper will not be as effective without the solo impact here.
Wait!
What am I watching? and Eden is here to clean up the scat of the week. Last finally has a team fight. Why? They're gonna end. They're gonna try and end. They're gonna try and end. No, this is insane.
Mio's got to recall. Mio's going to be caught though. Mio is not going to be able to get this recall.
They'll be able to stop. They'll be able to stop. Look, has to walk. Eden just looking to clear the waves. I wonder if like Timotopper even cares about the whole breaker stats at this point, because what is it really providing? They clear this in him. They are going to walk it into their base. Wait, no. X is up 2 games already. This is it.
This would be the end.
Oh no. This is
Mio
all
has to
or
stop
nothing.
This. Uses the ult to clear the wave. You have to do that.
Matter.
There's 20 seconds until anybody's back.
Oh no! What a disastrous end to a well-played game by Bath, by an even better executed final team fight. What? Oh, what do I even say? What do I even say about them? I love League of Legends. If that's how University Esports League of Legends Winter 2023 finals are gonna end, I don't know what to say about that one. How do we even commentate that? How do we even go over that game? Because in my opinion, I don't even think anything specifically interesting happened. I think they were kind of out of the game for a while, and then Chundo was like, you know what? No one's gonna attack me in this final team fight. I'm just gonna gen back up off of my full stack Ravenous Hydra, gets the AoE damage onto 3 people, so he's never dying there, still has the ult active, has the W active, never ever dies, has TP active, Eden's on the fly, he's like, I got you, bro, I'm wave clearing for you. It's fine, the game is over. Max, what just happened?
I have a different opinion. I think that was the perfect end to that series. I think that series could end in no other way. I would have loved a game 5.
Oh my gosh.
Drippy Darren with that 3-man knock-up into the scat of the week, the 3-man scat of the week out of Eden, was so good. We'd been seeing it teased throughout the entire game with them trying to get that going, and I thought that was going to be a terrible play. You don't have your Trundle on a split push flanking, he's getting caught out, you're trying to use your whole break it up Trundle to find a pick in a side lane with multiple members around. That's kind of the opposite of what you actually want to do with those items. But it doesn't matter. Let's watch some replays of what we just witnessed, because it was happening and then it was over so fast.
I think there was so much to process in that final fight, and I'm definitely not saying when it comes to that final fight that there was poor execution from the side of Exeter. I think it was perfectly choreographed. I think that was genius. Do I like how it ended? No, not at all. Not particularly. But, like, even then, we saw, like... This game was chaos, and it really felt
Eric
like at one point... Like, sure, it gets through onto Eric here, but at one point, I forget which point in this game, it's definitely not this point. I know, I think it might have been this point, actually, where they're able to trade this kill.
Yeah.
This Aurelia felt really, really scary. There was a massive kill lead. They had every Drake. In my opinion, Cloud Soul isn't necessarily the most impactful.
No.
But at the same time, it's still a soul to play for. They've had Baron objective. They've had, like, control of these things. But once again, it feels like every time I ever try and be like, oh, well, you know what? Someone's going to find the angle next, so they're going to crack the case wide open. I'm wrong. I'm just wrong every time, because they just pull something like this off. It's almost like the Trundle was picked not to win the game. Not to win the lane, sorry, but to win the game. They knew how they were winning this game.
And I think it was perfect in the way that we got to see some of the best picks throughout the series showcased in this game. Maru had a great game on the Rel. I think that Eric was showing off the way that the Ezreal has been super impactful as well. And Carlos, that Blitzcrank on both him and Drippy Darren were excellent. This was just such a brilliant play out of Bath that it feels like they should have lost it at this point. The fact that they lose this game in the end, and I'm sure we'll see it on the recall. So you go onto the Aurelia. Now the Aurelia at this point is 10, 1, and 5. Almost full build, like we said. It takes forever to kill her.
What's Trundle health bar? So they actually get the Aurelia down. Mari obviously doesn't have enough burst damage. Eric cannot free hit here. He like has, like, we know he can. He is free hitting. What happened? So Drippy Darren just hits the most insane knock-up of his life, and Trundle is on his W, and he's just genning. That AoE gen absolutely changes the game, and it is the instant double TP.
They know.
And what can Mio do? Like, yeah, there's no resistances there, but Trundle is the ultimate, like, really fast tower taker. It doesn't matter. He has the W, and there's nothing he ever does here that wins the game, unfortunately.
No.
It's so hard, but what an insane series. And you know what? congratulations to Ex Machina
Yeah.
for being our Winter 2023
I feel
finals
like-
winners. I feel like we're glossing over this.
Yeah.
Like, that's
In
insane.
the insanity of that final game, I feel like we missed the fact that they just won the split.
That's insane.
Congratulations to them. Honestly, what a run it's been. If you only watch this finals, you probably don't think that that team is as insane as they were. This was the only series in which they lost any games whatsoever. They had been just cleaning house, absolutely sweeping whatever opponents they came up against. Every single member as well was just really, really impressive. There were individual carry performances pretty much out of everybody on the team. And they deserved it. They deserved the win in the end. Of course, we would have liked to have gone to a 5th game to have something, you know, extra special to be able to cap off this split, but I think the winners, in the end, Ex Machina, were the best team that we had.
And part of me, deep inside me, has always known this since I first watched Ex Machina, like, not even this split, but last split, and then we saw the makings of it in this split in our first broadcast together as well. This team has been a step above everything else we have seen so far. Even dropping a game today, Bath, no matter how well they played, no matter how good they were, it feels like it was written. The script has already been wrote. They were going to win this. They were going to win this. I can't see it any other way. And they won it in the most Ex Machina way possible. Does that make sense? It literally was a Deus Ex Machina, right?
They won it in the absolute most them way that they could have done. The second that they lost a game, it felt like a flip just switched. They were crazy in game number 3, and then in game number 4, I mean, they were so far behind, but they never gave up, and they were willing to just go crazy, find that final fight. And when you have a split pusher, when you have something like a Yorick, a Trundle, even a Gwen, something like that, who can split push really effectively, you misstep on any team fight and you lose multiple turrets or the entire game.
And there's so much trust put on each player for the side of Ex Machina coming into this game as well. I think especially something like the Trundle, the way that Timotopia was playing is something that you only really let happen when you really know your players. This team is one of the most weathered rosters out of every university esports team coming into this, and sure, there's been a couple of changes over the years, but it's still the same Ex Machina. And honestly, what a crazy series. If you have only just tuned in for the finals, I implore you, I beg you, please go and watch the rest of this series. It has seriously been some of the best League of Legends I've casted. It was really, really fun the whole way throughout. We'll be back after a short break. We should have an interview with one of the winners. Make sure you stay tuned.
they're not. Super different and OnlyFans rooting on them this round of
Everyone, if you hate snakes, then this snake will end it here for the double kill points of Kyrie on the back of this fight. Cancels back and forth.
Christmas.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the end of the University Esports League of Legends Winter 2023 Grand Finals. I am here with one of the players from the winning team Ex Machina. Love to see you again, Eden. Oh.
No.
Hello. Oh. Hi, how are we doing, guys?
I'm good. So we just witnessed a pretty crazy series.
I think it was nuts. I personally am
can't
like,
hear anything.
I don't know. I'd love to get their opinion on it. But
I would. I mean, you've heard our opinion.
so I was thinking that wasn't a reverse tempo trap, but that was a lethal tempo trap. If you think about it, because not only did it, I mean, it was a swift final execution. I think
It was.
It was, you know, they took the tempo. Although I would say they did reverse the tempo.
Tempo was reversed, but it was reversed lethally.
Yeah.
A reverse lethal tempo?
Ooh, but that just be Conqueror. I mean, what? Anyways, we should probably give some actual insight on this game while we wait for the tech stuff to be sorted. Unless
Really?
it'd be really bad if if Eden was just talking this whole time and we were just like, oh, yes, ignore this guy. Yeah, but wow, what a game! What a series of games!
Really impressive, genuinely, out of both of these teams. We're gonna obviously talk about Ex Machina a lot, but I would like to just give some final parting congratulations to Bath for making it this far through that lower bracket run that was absolutely insane. Getting knocked out in round one can do a lot to the mentals of teams, but to be able to make that kind of lower bracket run where clearly they were playing in really good form as well, just kept themselves in it, and then to get into this finals and actually trip up Ex Machina, that's huge.
And also to put up that much of a fight is crazy, but that game as well in particular wasn't even like poor execution that got, I mean, it was one mistake.
Yeah.
It was one mistake that lost that game.
It should have gone to a game 5.
For sure, and I was totally expecting it. I was really, really impressed overall with how Bath showed up. They kind of put me in my place in terms of when I was a naysayer early on.
Yeah.
And sure, they didn't take the W at the end of the day. So, you know, at the end of the day, Exeter did win. But a lot has to be said about Bath. I think they're really, really impressive players.
Second place is
insane.
Huge.
It's
for
still
a team
nuts.
that we've not seen getting into the upper echelons of the tournament in ages.
And I wanna particularly shout out like Maru, who like that everything, and I know people from Exeter have been like, yeah, Maru's the GOAT, like they're the best player ever.
Yeah.
Maru's actually very good.
Really
I
good.
think Maru is like very, very good, and we've seen them like play very consistently throughout the entire series.
Yeah.
Apart from that one Sejuani.
At that point,
it wasn't even
point.
a Maru diff, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no, really, really overall impressive play throughout. Like, I was really, really impressed. And just congratulations to Bath for getting this far.
Yeah.
You guys are also the GOATs, but you're not the GOATs.
No.
You know what I mean? Anyways, we're having some tech issues, so we're going to throw to a quick break. Sorry for cutting your time short, Max. Have you got any other comments before we cut to break?
Just congratulations to Bath, and I hope that they come back in the next split next year even stronger and actually compete to take us 5 games, and let's see it again.
I think they can, and I'll be excited to see it, but that is next year. We are here in the moment, but we're going to cut to a short break. Hopefully should have this interview for you afterwards.
All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here?
you're just lonely. To me, I'm special, but to you, I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you, I'm anybody. But to you, I'm anybody. But to you, I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you.
To you, I'm anybody. To you, I'm anybody. To you, I'm anybody. Anybody. To you, I'm anybody. To you, I'm anybody. To you, I'm anybody. Anybody.
To you. To you. To you.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Hopefully this time we've got Eden with us from Ex Machina. It's lovely to talk to you again.
Hello. Nice to talk to you too.
Very quiet though, but it's nice to hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Yeah, I mean, it's nice to win the series. You know, I got 3 games on my Syndra 1 trick, so always fun.
You know, it's always good to see you performing. I mean, we were saying actually, you felt a bit asleep in those early games. What changed, man?
Yeah, I mean, so I will admit the sleep schedule past few days not been the best. Woke up 45 minutes before the series started, but yeah,
I'm just
wasn't
not
laning very
surprised.
well early on. You know, Akiyama and Mio played the lanes, you know, very reasonably.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I play Syndra as a very kind of weak early scaling champ. I don't try and push leads in lanes because I think that the downside of getting set behind, if you do, kind of outweighs the benefit you get from just staying even, getting that CS, and scaling into these 2-3 item breakpoints.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, that Syndra performance was incredibly impressive, especially in the later games. We were speaking a lot about what the Scatter the Weeks were doing for those team fights. How do you look to play the Syndra in the team fights? Because positioning is often a lot of the champion, but also you can just step up and burst somebody. So what's your thought process when you're trying to play it?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm prioritizing, you know, finding these QEs on the carries, the backline. Like we saw in the last fight, I got a flank on the Ezreal, got the QE, got to one-shot him. But then if those opportunities don't present themselves, either hold the E if they're gonna have to walk up at some point, or with this really high CDR build, you can just kind of hit the most amount of people you can, spam down these orbs with some distance between them, and try and hit these 3-man scatters every kind of 6 or so seconds. And you get lots of value there.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't already know this, as you have coached me on Syndra before, Eden. Yeah, no, I mean, this is definitely part of your tempo trap plan. It really felt that last game was like, that final fight really was like the culmination of everything you've been talking about in terms of this reverse tempo trap planning. Like, it really felt like, you know, you reversed the tempo. And you trapped
incredibly
them,
impressively.
And it was really good, and you swiftly. It was a lethal reverse tempo trap, you know, because it ended the game.
Yeah. Oh, it really, really was. Yeah, we managed to trap this Syndra on the top wave there, get the movement across, get to kill her, and then, because we had both TPs up, obviously not TPing to the fight, means we can then transfer that tempo into the bot lane push for a really quick end. Very decisive play, I'd agree.
Were you expecting, when you went for that play up in the top lane onto the Aurelia, for that to turn into the end, or did it just work out that way?
Not at all. I mean, we were starting off just looking for that pick on the Aurelia, right? I mean, it's a big shutdown. The money's really useful at this point in the game. But, you know, once they all commit in, and especially, you know, once these kind of key carries are down, with both TPs up, it's just kind of a play that you have to go for, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I'm really interested in talking about Maru with you, because I personally felt like a lot of the overall play and, like, strength of that team in, like, consistency in terms of how they were playing that was from Maru. I think Maru played very, very consistently, and obviously you've been hyping up Maru a lot throughout the entire time that we've, you know, had Exeter around.
Yeah, I mean, I think he played really well. I think he showed a lot of flexibility with playing these tanks in draft, you know, these Sejuani, these Rels. there's a lot of benefits of them, right? I mean, he was able to camp top for an extended period in a few of these games, which was really good to get Spoon King these leads. And it also just opens up drafts so much when you're able to flex this rel around. I think that he was really good at kind of dropping some of this efficiency to be able to get these ganks off that set up the rest of his team, and I agree, he was playing really well.
And how does it feel to win the tournament? How does it feel to have had such a run that you guys did, pretty much undefeated coming into today? It had, a little bit of a hurdle in Bath playing possibly better than expected, but how does it feel to have claimed that University Esports title?
Yeah, it feels really nice. It's the first time I played a full kind of normal split with this team. I played the summer split last team with them, but now, the first proper split winning is really nice. And, it's just a really good experience to kind of play with a team of people that you like and have that kind of coordinated experience. And then winning's obviously always amazing.
Well, you should be very, very, very proud of this victory today, even if it kind of went like the most insane way possible. Really, really big congrats, Eden. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Just any final shout-outs that you want to do for anybody who's been watching along in Twitch chat or any of your teammates?
There's a few, yeah. I mean, all of my team, it's been really great playing with them the whole way through. I think they're all really amazing players, and that's been great. I mean, shout out to Nidge Ones, Olive, our coach. Really funny guy, great to chat to, really good to talk about the game with. I remember last time, I was asked about other players I thought was good, and I kind of blanked on the spot, but I just wanted to throw in Nem, friend I know I think is really good, and Ken Jingwa. Currently, I think top 2 in NSC Battle Play Finals. Another great player. Play him in UCAL. Kenji's really, really good.
Very true. Anyways, I'm not biased about that. But it's been a pleasure having you again for your second interview, which is crazy. Yeah. So I mean, I just obviously I wanted to have you on just to kind of run it back a little bit, see how you were feeling about winning these finals, because you were just so confident and the rest of the team played incredibly. So massive congrats. Give our congrats to the rest of the team, and it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you again.
Thank you. You too.
Cool.
Well,
look at that, huh?
That's it, isn't it? It's really sad.
Yeah.
I don't want to go home.
No, I've been having fun. I was so ready emotionally for a game 5, and then it ended all of a sudden. So yeah, that kind of sucks. But we'll be back. There's always another split. University Esports does never ends.
And for the next split as well, for spring 2023, you've got even more reason to compete and get involved, because I'm pretty sure it could be in person. Don't quote me on that, but generally it has been, and I'm very, very excited. Having an audience is always great, and it'd be really, really cool to see more people involved. The competition in spring is always the best. It always the best. So if you're thinking of competing, if you're just watching along at home and you're part of your uni, you want to get involved, make sure you reach out. It's seriously, competing is some of the most fun.
Yeah.
I had a very short competing stint, not in league, but it was very fun, and I really, really like the experience. Make sure you get involved, and who knows, maybe you could be talking to us after you win the next.
You could be us. If you want our jobs, University Esports, I did it finally.
Oh no! You're fired!
I am. University Esports opens applications every single time.
And they're always looking for new people to get involved, whether that be observing, producing, as just a big shout out again to our wonderful production team, casting like us. If you really enjoyed watching us and you want to get involved,
thought we sucked,
then
you
make
could do
sure
better,
you apply.
join.
And also, it goes without saying, our socials have been linked out the stream multiple times. If you're interested in getting into casting, you can message me. I'm pretty sure you can message Max as well. We're always happy to give advice, and we're always looking to get people involved in League of Legends as well. It's really, really exciting seeing up-and-coming talent, and we're kind of we're not on the out. I think you're on the rise. I'm on the out.
Never.
We're never leaving. We're never leaving. But we're always happy to give advice, so make sure you reach out to us, and reach out to the wonderful broadcast team at University Esports as well. Always willing to help.
Yeah, the behind the scenes as well. They've been incredible. Thank you so much. We stand here, we attempt to look pretty, 50-50 on if we manage to get that one done, but the behind the scenes it's manic, always. There's so many problems to fix, and they make it look so smooth on the front end. You just get to watch a brilliant stream. We just get to stand here, talk about video games. It's so great. And so thank you so much to them. thank you to Confetti as well for having us. We're in this amazing studio. There's a beautiful LED wall that I keep nearly tripping into.
So cool. And I think this is a brand new room as well. This wasn't here the last time you were here for.
It's gorgeous.
You were here for like a UE?
Yes, for the Masters.
We're really cool into uni, like across Europe tournament. Very, very cool. But yeah, even I cast in a completely different basement to this one.
Yeah.
So it's very, very cool seeing the facilities get updated, and Confetti's obviously, always putting, more resources in, and it's really, really exciting to see how, Confetti X and their studio grows and develops each time we're around.
Yeah.
So again, massive thank you again to Confetti, and make sure if you want to get involved that you reach out, you get involved the next time they put out, calls for production staff or casting staff. It's a really great opportunity. And most of all, thank you for having us. It's been a great opportunity to cast these wonderful games over the past series of weeks, and I'm very grateful. I know you're very grateful, and hopefully we'll be back in the future unless you've taken our jobs. So this has been a wonderful series. I've been the Mac, this has been Black Bloxer, and thank you for watching the University Esports League of Legends Winter 2023 Grand Finals, and a congrats to Ex Machina.
So